Hello again, my little conscripts, and welcome to another Morning and Glory live stream, and it's a goddamn hype stream today. Oh my god. Oh my god. I tell you what, boys, I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this at all. Holy shit, boys. So I had a whole bunch of topics ready to talk about tonight. Whole bunch of topics, right? And literally, who was it in the Discord? I want to give him a shout out. Who was it in the Discord? Let's give the right shout outs here. It was Jack Handsome. Jack Handsome fucking dropped the information that Warlord Games had just fucking shadow dropped absolute S tier army bundles. Now let me make something clear, all right? Let me make something clear here. These bundles are all great. Okay, here's the thing, right? Every single one of them has got a decent discount. Every single one of them is basically either a fantastic pseudo starter army or a fantastic expansion pack. So if you've already got an army, this is a great expansion for you. And do you want to know the best bit? As far as I'm aware, not a single one of them is FOMO. As far as I'm aware, these are long-term bundles. All right? So, no FOMO, big discounts, all killer, no filler, and they're available right now. They're not even on like a 3-month pre-order, because Warlord does long pre-orders, right? They're not even on a 3-month pre-order. They're literally right now. I mean, this is amazing. This is what it used to be like. This is wargaming. This is wargaming. This is the way it's meant to be. Ah. The world is healing. The world is healing one step at a time, and oh my god, I am so hyped. I am so hyped. Oh my days. Like, honestly, if you are someone who is conflict curious right now, I guarantee you, you are going to become conflict confirmed by the time this is done. Conflict confirmed. It's just... Oh my god. Is it the bolt action start collecting? Bro, it's better. It's better. Oh my days. So let's take a look at these things and get into it. We're going to be deep diving it. I don't think it'll take all stream to talk about this. So I've got a whole bunch of other topics that I want to talk about as well. But as you guys know, it is this is a Morning and Glory stream, right? So anything goes. Anything goes. We could talk about everything and anything. All right. We could talk about conflict. We could talk about bolt action, old world, 40k, all of that good stuff. So truly, we can get a proper hype stream going here about anything and everything. It's a great. I told you guys, it's looking up. We had a good stream yesterday. Fucking fantastic Friday today. It's all coming up Millhouse. It's all coming up Millhouse. There we go. Oh my god. And I'm so hyped, boys. I'm so fucking hyped. I cannot tell you. All right, I'm just gonna keep sitting here, just going. I'm excited. I gotta actually get into the info. All right. But before we do, of course, we have our traditions and everything. So we need to do that. So no, this is Rolando Ratus. This is more than the Totem Rockstar army. Dude, That dropped like, what, a week or two ago? Now, something new has just dropped. The hype train has no brakes. It has no brakes whatsoever. All right, but where were we? Oh, yes, our traditions. The thing which separates us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, the thing which makes us the Emperor's true finest. But which Emperor? Well, of course, Super Earth Emperor FDR and his Firefly Corps. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their cock out? We have got... we've got Spriggs, of course, Sergeant Vivet, Captain Raelius. We've got Clanishcat, we've got Airborne, we've got DeForge Studios, we've got Mitchell Smith, sorry. We've got Jack Handsome. We have got DeForge Studios, Clanishcat, Mark, Morkai. We've got Ranger Will. We've got Mike P. We've got a Gaming Stuka. We've got Lignin Man. We've got Still Shaw, Baron Kaza, Big North. We've got Florida Eccentric, Still Shaw, Zeb Taylor, Sabin Wilson, Scrumbo, Mitchell Smith, Swampy Turtle, Gaming Stuka, Grape Ape, Zello, Cool German Dude. We've also got, fucking hell, a lot of people in the stream tonight. Fuck, it's popping up, boys. Emperor Zayden, Russell W, Mitchell Smith, Squark, Pigeon Tony, Marie's Minis, Jawat, Jenny Bratz, 1231 AB, Clanshcat, Grenite 1, Rolando Ratus, Aegis, Sonsu, Big Hippo, Mostly Harmless, Russell W, Grey Knight, Scurvy Gordo, Joycelyn Francis, Paul Fletcher, Cyrillic Dude, Eat My Slamwich, Artillery Dread, Stacey Pierce, Eagles Ridge, Damn Legion, Market Land, Chris K, Godlike Poet, The Whispering Monk, Cosmic Drew, Empress Aiden. We've also... Ooh, fucking hell, I've lost my place. One minute. Wait. Just talk with yourselves. We've got Danny Hallis. Great to have you here, Danny. We've got PFC Atkin Dustin. We have got John Smith. Drotten All Four. We've got Sergeant Sharp, Michael Bower, Walkabout Games, Chris K, Kerensky, Ibram Gaunt. We've got It's a Me Rev, Pokey Nose, Sticky Pickle Farm, and Ed Marshall Roach. Hey! There we go. I think I got everyone. If I missed anybody, please lambast me. But welcome. Thank you so much to having all of you guys here. Thank you for joining. Whilst I've got your attention, if I could ask you to gently caress the like button and subscribe if you've not done so already. Virtual Vector as well. Amazing, man. And also, let's take a moment to go through and say our big thank yous and show our appreciation for everyone that has got the stream popping off. Starting off, we have got... One second. We have got Russell W. Russell W. who's getting the stream started off in a big way with 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. 10 more totem core to hold the line, to rise up again. Thank you so much, Russell W. for the 10 gifted memberships, sir. I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. There we are. Speaking of officers and gentlemen, we have the man, the myth, the legend. It's Marold! Marold, as always, mate, thank you for your customary gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the extra Ursus. And, or should I say heavy infantryman, if you've not seen today's bundles. There's some good ones. Marold, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. You're a good lad, as always. But busting, absolutely busting right now, busting some rifts. We have got Jack Handsome, who has not come in with 1, not 2, not 3, but 50. That's 50. 50 gifted memberships. That's a huge amount. It's the Rift Buster, baby. Jack Handsome, thank you so much for your incredibly generous support. Can we get a whole bunch of 07s spammed in the chat? Let's show our appreciation, our gratitude to Jack Handsome, because I think we can all agree 50 memberships is a really, really, really big fucking deal. Jack Handsome, thank you so much for the 50 memberships. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. From the bottom of my heart, man, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose, thank you so much for absolutely bloody smashing it, mate. and for just conscripting every motherfucker in the room. Huge thank you. Massive thank you to everyone who's been doing the gifted memberships. They're such a great way of supporting the channel because they also support the community. More members means we get more people in like the MG Discord, all that kind of good stuff, build that community and everything. So huge, huge, huge thank you to Jack Hansen for not only supporting the channel, but also supporting the community. Absolute legend. Absolute fucking legend, mate. Amazing. Thank you. We've got a few more gifted memberships coming in here. We've got one coming in from Chris K. Chris K, thank you for the gifted membership. Sah, 07 to you. We've got Simple Logic coming in with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Sah, get 07 to you, sir. And we've also got Ranger Will coming in with a 12-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Cross lads, guns, man. 07 Mordian. 07 Will. I hope you're doing well, brother. Dude, I'm doing very well. New Warlord bundles just dropped. I've had a really productive day recording. My cat's bum is nearly healed. It's all looking great, mate. So there we go. For those that want the cat bum update, really well. He literally has to wear the cone Saturday, Sunday, and then he is fully healed. There we go. So he's a good boy. He's doing very, very well. We've got Chris K coming in with a super chat here. Hail Mordian, question in Discord. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. I saw the new bundles. I am conflicted on which one to buy. British Armour, Defence of Stuttgart, Activate Walkers. I need to know. I have a sickness, and the only cure is more armour. Oh, man. I mean, I was going to show them all off. I'll have to have a look. I mean, if each one has its own advantages and disadvantages. If you don't already have an Axis army, I think the Defense of Stuttgart is fantastic because that is basically a starter army. The other two are more, I'm going off the top of my head here, and I'll confirm this when we look at them in a moment. But the other two, I think, are more like army expansions. So, like, they're not like contained forces. They're more like expansions to existing forces. So, if you already have an Axis army, then maybe go an Axis Heavy Walkers. If you don't already have a solid Axis army, I would say Defense of Stuttgart. And as for the British Armour one, I'll have to check it out. But is that the one with like the Hornet and the Merlin and stuff? Hornet plus Merlin is very, very, very strong. It's very, very, very strong. So, yeah, we'll be taking a look at that. We'll be taking a look at all of them. And I'll be giving them some big thumbs up. Well, they're all going to get thumbs up, but we're giving all of these a deep dive. Yeah. But my instinct would be, if you haven't got an Axis army yet, Defense of Stuttgart looks incredible. Absolutely incredible bundle drop. Yeah. What have we got next? Let me have a look here. We have got the Whispering Monk. The Whispering Monk, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yes. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for keeping our ears clean and our souls pure. Every time, Richard, for 2 years, nearly 3 years, every time. Next, we've got Spriggs. Spriggs, thank you for super chat, man. Have a glance through the new releases. Singles for K-47 is live. Bolt action, US rocket artillery. Russian naval troops. We eating good tonight. Bro, the Russian naval troop drop is insane. Absolutely insane. I literally nearly recorded a video this week saying it's never been done. I've completed a war game army because no one ever completes an army, right? And good job I didn't record that video because guess what? I'm getting a whole bunch of those Soviets. I didn't think I needed a Soviet naval platoon, but turns out I do. I tell you, I'm going to have to start selling some stuff to make room for all of this. I'm sorry. Multiple fucking 40k projects that never got off the ground, like the orcs and stuff like that. So I was going to have to go. I'm telling you, boys. I'm telling you, there's just too much good shit going on right now. All those half-assed projects, they've got to go. Yeah. Oh my god. But yeah, the Russian naval stuff is amazing. When we get a look at that, I think that's gonna go in a lot of people's baskets. I think. Yeah, I don't know if you get like a full Russian naval army, but even just having like even just having like a couple of squads of those guys is going to be such a badass thing to have in your force. Yeah, they look insane, man. Really, really good. You know, it's as a competitor. Let me put it this way, and I know I'm hyping people up, but when you guys see these models, you're gonna lose your shit. It takes a certain special model to make me, a competitive player, go, I don't give a fuck how good they are. They look so good that not having them in my army would be a crime. All right. And then we've got Florida Eccentric. Thank you for super chat, man. Got nothing. Just thanks for keeping me entertained. Hey, dude. I'm more than happy for keeping you entertained. Thank you so much for your support, bro. Amazing. And then we've got Trooper number 1202. Thank you for super chat, man. 07, sir. Speaker deals pictures in stream discussion. Yeah, I saw this, man. Holy fuck. Would you take that deal? I'd take this deal. Damn good deal. I'm picking them up today from a local guy. Pictures and Icothan Bulldog Lord to come later. I'm going to sell some of my Gar collection. 200 for the lot. 3 Basilisks, 3 Manticores, 5 Lehman Russ tanks. I mean, the Manticores aren't that great right now. But obviously they're going to be really good in 11th because that's how things work, right? But the Basilisks and the Lehman Russes alone. And the fact that's in dollars as well. I mean, bear in mind, like, it's £50 per Lehman Russ now. So that's 200. It's basically 54. I think it's an average about £40 per kit. There's 11 kits there, so that's 440 quid. Now, you pay American prices, you double that. So that's 800, let's say, being conservative, $800 worth of stuff for 200 quid. Mate, that's pretty fucking Gucci. Yeah, I can't deny it. Can't deny it. But get out of here, nerd. Get out of here with your 40k. No, it's all right. 40k are still good. Still hype. But we're all caught up. We're all caught up with the super chats. No messing around today, boys. Let's take a look at these bundles. Oh, my God. I mean, honestly, I am pretty happy. Let's have a look. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way of... Oh, okay, yeah, I found them. There's so much good stuff here. Right, 1 minute. Let's have a look. Yeah, here we go. I think that's most of it, right? Okay. We'll just start off at the tip of the mat. We'll start off with the conflict hype train. Okay, so let me explain to you what's going on here. All right. Let me explain to you what's going on here. All right. So, Warlord Games just shadow dropped multiple discounted, all killer, no filler bundles on their website. These range from basically being entire armies to really good expansions if you already have an existing force. They're all themed and they're all genuinely good. Every single one of these has a home in someone's list. And honestly, they just shadow dropped it. They didn't do like an announcement about it or anything like that. They just went, oh yeah, by the way, here's some like new bundles. So these and the best thing about this is these are not on pre-order, okay? These exist right now for us to take advantage of. And the second best bit is, because you might be thinking, oh, Mordy, you said it's buy right now, buy right now, buy right now. Second best thing about this is no FOMO. As far as I'm aware, there's no FOMO on these bundles. We'll deep dive it a little bit more, but basically, when you see one of these bundles, if you want it now, or if you want to wait and get it maybe next paycheck or whatever it might be, they are available. So imagine that. Imagine in the year of 2026, the year of our Lord 2026, imagine being able to get a wargaming bundle, which is all killer, no filler, discounted, and no FOMO. It's never been done. Actually, that's not true. It's been done loads, but by Warlord and not by you know who. And I hate comparing them. I hate it because I feel like we should be able to hype this off its own merits. But at the end of the day, GW, you know, they are the big goblin that sits on top of the whole industry. It is inevitable that that conclusion is going to be drawn. Like, we're not trying to shit on anyone here, but it's inevitable that conclusions are going to be drawn, right? Like that's it. So we're not going to shy away from it, but we're going to be focused on the hype today, not on the beef. All right. So let's have a look at some of these bundles. I mean, I'm not even going to look at them in any particular order. I'm just going to go through some of the ones that catch my eye. And the one that has absolutely, I would say, right, we're going to start off big. All right. I'm just going to say it. This is basically a new Axis starter army. If you do not currently have an Axis army and you are conflict curious and you've not been convinced yet to get into the game, like, oh, you know, the current Axis starter army, it's a bit, you know, it's not got quite enough in it for me. Or you're like, you know, I'm not really that bothered about going down the Axis, like, totem core route. Like, I'm not bothered about zombies. I just want, like, an Axis army for Conflict 47. Then this is literally for you. The Defenders of Stuttgart. For all of you people out there who want like a grounded Axis army, right? Because, you know, there's all the weird and wacky stuff, but sometimes you just want like the Wehrmacht, right? Sometimes you want like the humans. You want a bit of power armor, bit of, you know, a bit of like tanks and bit of walkers. You know, but you want like, this is the army. This isn't like the Carnival of Horrors. This isn't like, you know, the wacky workshop turning up. This is just the army. The professionals are here getting the job done. This is the Defenders of Stuttgart bundle. Like, if you are conflict curious and you want a grounded, sensible, because it's conflict at the end of the day, so it's, you know, it's a bit like, you know, 40k, it's overblown and all that kind of stuff. But if you want like a more like Imperial Guard sort of feeling, like human feeling, kind of like army, then this is the one for you. Like, I kid you not, this to me is right up there with the Totem Rotter starter army for, if you're getting into this game, buy this. Don't even think about it, don't even hesitate, buy this. Like, it's crazy. So it comes with fuckloads of armor and infantry. What more do you want? What more do you want? Okay, so it literally comes with a Rail Panther, and let me tell you, railguns dominate. That's no overblown hype. That's no hyperbole. Anyone who's played a game of Conflict 47 who's either used a railgun or been on the receiving end of a railgun will tell you they are literally game defining. The moment someone turns up the rail cannon, the person on the other side of the board has to be very careful where their armor is. If this thing will hit you on a 2, it'll wound you on a 2, it'll ignore cover, and it'll blast through and blow you up. It does massive damage. This is like, the Tau wished they had railguns this good. Right? The Tau wished they had railguns this good. This is how they should be. All right? On top of that, so this, by the way, this is an all plastic kit, apart from the turret, which is resin. But it's literally like 2 pieces. Done. All right? So it's not like you're having to slave away through like scrubbing all sorts of different resin bits. Take about 2 seconds to clean that up with your toothbrush and a bit of detergent. Job done. Right? Also, it comes with the base Panther kit as well. So if you want to run it in like bot actions, like a normal Panther, you can do that. There's nothing, yeah, it's a normal Panther kit with everything the normal plastic Panther comes with, and you get the rail turret on top. All right? Then you've got, for your rest of your armor, not 1, not 2, but 3 Vogel spinners. These are all plastic. These are brand new, all plastic. I've built a couple of these myself. You can build one of these models in about 25 minutes. It's insane. You'd think something like this fucking spindly, right, would be a nightmare. But each one of these legs, literally 2 parts. Literally 2 parts. You can basically, they're like some of the easiest vehicles I've ever had to build. And they come with all sorts of like turret options. So you can get like the mini grav guns on each one. Or you can go for like light tank gun with a side autocannon. Or you go for like twin autocannon. Really, really flexible. Really good. Genuinely fantastic. One of the best light mechs in the game right now. Like, this is one of the best tanks in the game right now. These are some of the best. These are some of the best light mechs in the game right now. Then you've got 9 Style Troopers. That's actually triple the amount of Style Troopers in the existing Axis starter army. But to be fair, the existing Axis starter army is a little bit cheaper than this. But there you go. But you get 9 Style Troopers. That is like more than enough. That is enough for you to build yourself like a Style Trooper command squad and have 2 more Style Trooper squads after that, or 1 big Style Trooper squad. Whatever you want. I'd probably go for a Style Trooper officer and then 2 other 3-man squads. I'd literally build them basically as the pictures. Actually, I'd just build 3 that look like this. I'd go for light tank gun, light tank gun, light tank gun, and then I'd go just 6 MGs. Yeah. That's what I would do. And the reason you want to build them like that is because then you can use them to fill out an assault platoon. So you've got your officer for your assault platoon, and then you've got your 2 advanced infantry squads for your assault platoon. So literally, this is even built in mind with like force organization, with like force structure. All right. Like you can take 3 mechs and a tank in an armored walker platoon. Oh, guess what you've got here? Boom. Literally, this is an armored walker platoon. This is an assault platoon. Because you get a squad. To the Style Trooper are all plastic. They're all plastic. They're really good. And then you've got the Axis Shock Troopers, which are frankly some of the coolest looking infantry in the entire game. Okay, they've got advanced body armor. They've got little exoskeleton, like exosuit arms. They've got like the cool fucking gas mask and everything. These are fantastic. And these guys aren't like all that powerful in the game, but they're not bad either. They're just basically wearing like lighter power armor. And they're all fanatical, so they never break. They never break. They never flee. They come with a couple of light machine guns. They all come with like assault rifles and stuff. You can take them as veteran, or you can take them as regular, so you can take them a bit cheaper or not. But they're just standard infantry, and you can never go wrong with having a bit of standard infantry in your army. You can never go wrong with it. They are a really, really just nice, decent unit for like doing objectives and stuff. Like sometimes, you're gonna want like your Style Trooper out there, like doing damage, slinging those anti-tank rounds, you're slinging those anti-tank guns around, or blazing away with the machine guns. Sometimes you just need some cheap shit muncher to run onto an objective and sticky it, and that's what these guys can do. That's what these guys can do. So literally, this is like a perfectly balanced like Axis army. You've got firepower and you've got speed. You've got everything. The only thing you're missing is like maybe a bit of close combat. But even then, you can make, Style Troop, and they can bully the shit out of people in close combat given half a chance. Yeah. Ammo and Glory, it's actually 15 Style Troop if you get a mate to print you 6 torsos. That's true. So the Style Troop box actually only comes with 3 torsos on each sprue. So each sprue builds 3 guys. But there's enough legs and other like arms and heads and stuff that if you can get a sort of dude to like 3D print, or you have a 3D printer, 3D print some spare torsos, you can actually get 2 extra Style Troopers out of each sprue. So if you have, and there's plenty of people out there who will, who will sell you the torsos or print them for you for free, or if you've got like a mate or something. It's literally 6 one-piece torsos, all it is, and then you could get another 6 Style Troopers out of this bundle. I think you had 15. That's a very good point, Godlike Poet. Very, very, very good point. And if you've got those extra 6 Style Troopers, build them all with the STGs, keep them basic, make them fanatics, and then just do the assault trooper trick where you have basically like a 6-man squad with pen +1 from a surging die just going around like stabbing the shit out of people. That's where your close combat is. That's your close combat unit right there. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So all of this is £152. Now you're saving about 40 quid from buying these things individually. And this is an entire army. This isn't like a combat patrol where this is just the first step. If you bought this, you wouldn't need to buy a single another model if you didn't want to. You could literally buy this self-contained, done. Because this guy is about 350 points. Each one of these guys is 155 points. So you're looking at 4, 6, 5. Probably have you've got to take into account like the command tank cost as well. It's like 10 points. So you're looking at like 4, 6, 5 here. Plus, I think it's going to be about 370 for that guy. So you're looking at what's that, like 800 and something points? 400, 300. That's 700. And then 70 plus 65, 135. 835 points in these vehicles here. This shock trooper squad here, if you these are there's 10 of them, they're 20 points each. If you take them regular, if you take them veteran, they're actually 23 points each. So this is like another 230 points right here for this squad. Take into account some LMGs and stuff. You're probably looking at about 200, 250 points there. And then the Style Trooper, that's the Style Trooper will make up the final sort of 500 points, especially with like if you go for like the light anti-tank guns. And the machine guns, or if you get some of those extra torsos or whatever. So basically, this is quite easily an entire army for 150 quid. This is like basically the new Axis starter army. Like, it's incredible. And it's mostly plastic. It's really, really good. And the thing is, every single one of these units is good as well. Like, the only weakness you've got is, you haven't got anything like Shrek Wolfen or something. But the thing is, the vibe of this bundle is you're not getting the Carnival of Horrors. If you want the Carnival of Horrors, well, we've got something else for you. But the vibe of this bundle is, like I said at the beginning, this is the professional army turning up to fight. Yeah. This is the professionals turning up to fight. So we've got a bit of descriptive text here. But yeah, there you go. This great bundle gives you everything you need to field a balanced Axe force, perfect represent the defense of the Festung Stuttgart. I mean, this to me feels like it might be hinting to something that's been going on in the Festung Europa book as well, which is kind of interesting. 1 Panther X, 3 Vogel Spinners, with 9 Style Trooper, 10 Shock Troops. There you go. So that's just a great bundle. The more I look at it, the more I realize you can actually do with that box. Yeah, it's really, really good. It's a full assault platoon and a full armored walker platoon. Bish bash bosh. Self-contained army, 152 quid. And look, I'm looking at this, guys. I'm looking. And look, I don't work for Warlord. I don't know their inner machinations, their inner mind. All I know is that it says 192 crossed out to 152, and there's nothing on here which is saying that this is a limited time bundle. And I know that Warlord, the only thing I do know is it was mentioned to me in passing, literally mentioned to me in passing, that, oh yeah, we're working on some web bundles to support some of the starter armies, to support some of the starter armies, because we know because they were like, they know that some of the starter armies are out right now consist of all like the new models and stuff, but they want to have some starter armies which have, they want to have more. They just mentioned in passing that they want to do more web bundles to give people more options. That's it. That's what they mentioned. And that was literally in a passing comment. And so I knew they were doing some kind of web bundle, but I did not know it was going to be this. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, holy fuck. Ibram Gaunt, we still have all the bolt action web bundles. That's true. Still got all the bolt action ones. Yeah. Now, if you want the Carnival of Horrors, so let's just go from one to the next. So let's go from one extreme to the next. If you want the Carnival of Horrors, they have got an Axis Monstrous Horde platoon. Now, this one is pretty good. This one's got some advantages and disadvantages, though. So the first thing I would say is this doesn't feel like a full army to me. This feels more like, you're getting an expansion. Okay? You're getting an expansion. So, like, you haven't got all the there's some really, really good units in here, though. So the first thing is you've got the Shrek Wolfen. Shrek Wolfen are absolute S-tier unit. There's no other way of putting it. They are one of the best units in the game. A lot of people consider them a bit of an auto-include. Really, really, really good. Like, really good. Like, they're fast, they're tough, they're fearless. They beat basically anything in close combat. except for Ursus, which they are the best assault unit in the game. And they're just phenomenal. Cannot, anything with Schreckwolfen in is really good. You then also get the Nachtjäger. Now, these are the little, like, bat vampire mutant guys down here. Like, they look a bit like Strigoi vampires, right? These are not as tough or as killy as Schreckwolfen, but they are actually a little faster. Flight is actually they actually do fly. And these ones can deep strike down. They can't deep strike and charge, though, but they can deep strike down and then charge, like, the next turn. So these are a little bit more of a technical one. The Schreckwolfen are just an obvious, like, bruiser. There's the big bruiser unit. But the Nachtjäger are more of a technical one. I struggle with the Nachtjäger because I'm not a very technical guy. I run up to people and batter them. That's how I like to play. Imperial Guard mindset, right? We don't do nuance over here. But I know a lot of more technical players than me. People like Woodimp, for example, who's in chat right now, who has been saying, like, these guys have got really, 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 really good potential if you can use them right. So they are a really, really, really solid unit from what I understand. Next, we've got Hauptmann Heinrich Gross. This is the legendary hero of the Axis. And he is, frankly, really fucking good. He's really good. He's tough. He's quite killy in close combat. He's a massive force multiplier. He can get multiple units to activate multiple times in a turn, which is incredible. Yeah, he's very, very, very good. Now, the only potential sticking point in this entire bundle, and it's only a sticking point from, like, a modeling point of view, but from a gameplay point of view, it's not. So it depends on what kind of player you are, right? Some people are like, no, models first. Some people are like, no, it's all about, like, how good something is on the tabletop. We've got a squad of the Nachtl-Ben. Now, these are the old Nachtl-Ben sculpts. There are newer ones out there. These ones are made from metal. The newer ones are made from Warlord resin, which is basically like Cyocast. And the newer ones are definitely prettier looking models. They definitely are. These ones, they've kind of got, like, silly, like they almost look like... They look a bit like Voldemort. Like, they've got no features on their face and everything. Yeah, the models, these are definitely older models. Okay. So from a, like, model point of view, these are not necessarily the prettiest. But here's the big thing. These guys come with the special MP40s. So if you care about, like, WYSIWYG and stuff, these guys come with one of the best, like, advanced small arms that the Axis have access to, which is, I call it the PEMP40. It's called, like, the MP. It basically stands for, like, MP Darklight, but it's the PEMP40. So these actually come with, like, a really, really good gun, and they can basically run up to the enemy and, like, blast them point blank. They basically come with a gun like that the Fireflies have got. Fireflies have got the M1X1, the Thompsons with the extra pen. These guys have got MP40s with extra pen. So they're very... Your German is impeccable. But these aren't the prettiest models, but they do come with some very good guns. And it's one of those where, look, if you want an army and then an expansion bundle, this would be a great way to go. Okay, it just would be. This Axis Defender Stuttgart plus Axis Monstrous Horde would frankly complete an Axis collection. You would have more than a full army, obviously, because the Stuttgart guys are a full army on their own. You'd have more than a full army, and you'd have every tool you could need in your toolbox to mix and match so you can keep your games fresh and interesting. So they pair very, very nicely off each other. And even if you got both, you're only spending, as I only, I appreciate that, obviously, it's still a lot of money, but you're only spending £270. And you're getting basically, I would say you're getting 2,500 points. So you're getting more than enough. Yeah. And you're getting a nice little bit of everything. Now, whilst we're here on the topic of the Axis, we do have one more bundle. One more bundle for the Axis, I believe. I don't think there's any more after this. Nope, so we'll go through this one. And this is the Axis Heavy Walker Platoon. This is a nice bundle. This is a nice bundle. It's definitely a little bit more specialized and a little bit more niche than the other two. Like the first, obviously the Stuttgart one is generalist, and then the Monster Platoon is like an expansion. I would say this is like this is less of an expansion for the Stuttgart thing, because it comes with basically it comes with a free Vogel spinner. If you look at this is £125 discounted from, if you buy them individually, £152.50, right? So basically you're buying a Wotan and a Locust and you're getting a Vogel spinner for free. Now, considering if you look at the Stuttgart bundle, you've already got 3 Vogel spinners. You probably don't need, I don't know. You probably don't need a 4th Vogel spinner. Now, it is important to put into context because Frag FM Gil is saying this stuff feels expensive. Like, do you do expensive? It's important to put into context like what each one of these units is. So this unit down here is a Baneblade. It is the equivalent of Baneblade. It is a 500-point super heavy mech. It is the most powerful super heavy in the game. Okay, so when you think about it, a Baneblade costs £120 on its own. Imagine if there was a bundle on the GW website where you got a Baneblade and then you got a Rogel Dawn and you got a Sentinel. That's basically what this bundle equates to. So you're getting a Baneblade equivalent. The Locust mech I will say it is a Rogel Dawn equivalent. It is a medium mech, but it's got a lot of different weapon systems on it. Maybe a Lehman Russ equivalent. And then you've got the Vogel spinner, which is a little bit like a Sentinel / Hellhound kind of vibe. So it's and this is the Wotan that comes with the railcan as well. There's a few different variants. This is the best variant as well. And let me tell you, I have all 3 of these. Vogel spinners are great. Locust is great. Wotan is great. Again, there's no filler in any of these bundles. Every single one of these models is awesome. Yeah. Every single one of these models is awesome. They're really, really good. Big thing to be aware of, though. This is basically all resin. It's like Banner Forge World unit, right? So this is all resin. This is all resin and metal. This is the only plastic one. So this is definitely, again, this is a more specialist bundle. This is probably not going to appeal to everyone, but there's going to be someone out there right now who has got an Axis army that's been thinking about getting a Wotan and thinking about getting a Locust, and they're thinking to themselves, well, fuck it, might as well get a Vogel spinner for free. Do you know what I mean? Might as well. So it's a good bundle. It's not for everyone, but it's a good bundle for those that were interested in these, at least one of these 2 units. Yeah. So that covers all of the Axis stuff. I want to go over to the Soviets next, because the Soviets are my my personal favorite. I love the Soviets. All right. Now there's 2. Both of these Soviet bundles are great. Both of them are great. Both of them work really well together. So the first one is the Soviet Bloc Heavy Infantry Platoon. This is really, really good. So this comes in at £82.50. And you get 10 of the Mark 1 guys, 8 of the Mark 2 guys, and you get the Mark 2 officer. So this does come to about 21 models. So a little expensive. All of these models are made in metal, to be aware of. But again, you're getting a discount of buying them individually. And it is worth noting that the Mark 1s, the Mark 2s are decent power armor troops. The selling point of the Mark IIs is basically they're cheaper mass produced. Okay, you kind of got to think of them like, what is it, like the Spartan 4s? They're like the Spartan 4s. Like, they're pretty capable, but they're not Spartan 2s, right? But they're cheap, they're mass producible, they're cheap in game as well. In fact, they're some of the cheapest power armor in game. They basically, their role is not necessarily to go toe to toe with some of like the bigger, horrible monsters out there, but their role is to go around like bullying like regular infantry and basically anyone who isn't in power armor. They can even, but they can, bully, they can bully basically anything that isn't damage value 7, isn't like Ursus, or isn't like Style Trooper or anything like that. Basically anything that's damage value 6 or below, or typically damage value 5 and below, they'll happily go in there, fill them full of lead with the SMGs, then get amongst them and beat the crap out of them. They do come with a couple of anti-tank rifles if they need to have a bit of pen in the squad. And one of the cool things about them is they can get RPGs as well. So if you need a bit of anti-tank with them, they can take RPGs. The Mark II Power Armor Commander is really good as well, because he is your only power armored officer for the Soviets. But the big one is obviously you've got the Mark I Power Armor. These guys are really slow. They only move like 4 to 8 inches a turn. They're very slow, but they have phenomenal firepower. Each one of these guys is putting out, well, you can see some of them have got like 2 guns. And so this guy's got 2 guns, this guy's got 2 guns, this guy's got 2 guns, this guy's got 2 guns. So there's 4 guys with 2 guns, 6 guys with 1 gun, right? Now, each guy with 2 guns puts out 8 shots. Each guy with 1 gun puts out 4 shots. So if you've got a squad of 10 of these guys, that is 48 shots. And they all have pen +1. So these guys bully the lighter things. And anytime that something really scary turns up that wants to like batter these guys, the Mark Is are ready to fill them in. Do not underestimate the PP guns. They're called PP guns because they're like, well, they're not actually called PP guns. They're called like bully at bloomed guns, but but you've got to, but the acronym is PP. So don't underestimate the PP guns. They're very, very, very powerful. Also, in my opinion, this is the coolest looking power armor because it looks like Soviet Ned Kelly. It's man in a can. That's what it is. So this is, and the thing is, this is just a nice bundle. It's under 100 quid. To give you an idea of like points cost, this unit here, when fully souped up, you're looking at about 350 points. So it's expensive, but it's very, very, very capable. I never leave home without this unit, without 10 of these bozos. And then the Mark IIs are a bit cheaper there, probably about 200-ish points there, maybe 250. And the officers about 100-ish as well. So, you're looking at, let's say, 350, 250, so that's 600, you're looking about 750 points. It's half an army. It is half an army for £82.50. Not a bad deal when you think about it like that. Not a bad deal at all. And the coolest thing about this is it pairs really nicely with this bundle. Now, I'm a bit annoyed because I bought all of my Daughters of the Motherland basically before this bundle existed, and I could have saved myself a little bit of money. In my opinion, this bundle is an auto-include for every single Soviet player. Every Soviet player that exists right now should get this bundle, no questions asked. Every player who's thinking of picking up Soviets should get this bundle. Okay? It's 52 quid, and it comes with 14 models. They are all metal. But Daughters of the Motherland are one of the best units in the game. So basically it comes with a regular box of Daughters, and then with 2 of the extra weapon blisters, which come with the ZA guns. These are the wub guns. If you want to see these guys in action, this is literally the Mordian bundle. It's literally the Mordian bundle. If you want to see these guys in action, I did a battle report I've done basically 2 battle reports, one versus Valrak and one versus Mordi Bro. Valrak had the Brits, Mordi Bro had the Japanese, and I ran 2 7-man squads of Daughters of the Motherland. Each squad had 2 ZA guns. Oh, look, what does this bundle build? Oh, yeah, 2 7-man Daughters of the Motherland squads, because you can literally split this down the middle, have 5 go, split into 2 5-man squads, and then put 2 ZA guns onto each squad. Yeah. The waging, the double ZA guns have mulched many a soldier of mine, unfortunately. They're nasty. They're really, really nasty. Genuinely S-tier bundle. This is like if GW just sold you This is like, it's not quite, well, it's like if GW just sold you like 12 Victrix Guard in a bundle and were like 50 quid. Do you know how, like, when Victrix Guard are really, really good, right? Maybe they've been a little bit nerfed now, but before the nerf, do you know what I mean? That's kind of what it is. Like, oh, you've got like an absolute auto include for like all like Marines. Oh yeah, here you go. Yeah, these are elite troops. These are really, really good. Each one of these squads is about 250, maybe 300 points. They're quite expensive. So if you bought this bundle and then you bought this bundle, you're spending about £135 and you're getting about 1250 points. Couple of Kazakhs chucked in there, you're good to go. But basically add in whatever you want after that. Yeah. Really, really, really. Like, to me, I'm basically saying close enough. Welcome back, Soviet Starter Army. This is like if I was starting Soviets now, I would buy both these bundles and then just add one last unit on top of that. Probably some Ursus. Something like that. Or maybe I'd just wait until the plastic Ursus came out, which is going to be in like 6 months. Maybe 3 months. I think they go in pre-order in 3 months, and then it'll be a 3-month pre-order. Yeah. So it's so if you're like, well, I know I want a Soviet army. So if I get this now, if I get this at some point between now and the next 6 months, because there's no FOMO, right? There's no FOMO. Zero FOMO. You can be like, I can get this between now and the next 6 months, and when the plastic Ursus come out, we're all Gucci. Yeah. Or you could get this built, you could buy this, get it built over the next 3 to 6 months, get it built and painted the next 6 months, and when the Ursus come, you're ready to fucking go. However you slice it, these are two really good bundles, especially the Daughters of Motherland, because you don't really need you don't really need more than 2 Daughters of Motherland squads. You are literally saving £11 for doing exactly what you were going to do anyway. Not even kidding you. You were going to get 1 box of Daughters of Motherland and then 2 ZA teams. Why not? Yeah. So this is literally this is probably the best bundle in the whole thing, in my opinion. Just for how simply auto include S tier it is. Yeah. Really, really strong. So Soviets making out like bandits. Axis making out like bandits. I think we probably want to go over, we've got 1 Japanese bundle, and then we've got a whole bunch of American bundles. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, like that. We'll do the 1 Japanese. We'll save the best till last. I think we'll save the Americans till last. Empire of Japan Armored Assault Bundle. I'm really annoyed. I kid you not. I'm really annoyed. Not because this is bad. No, it's absolutely fantastic. I literally bought 10 assault frame, literally old metal assault frame troops last night. And do you know what I really want for my army? I really want all of these. All of these would have been useful. I just got 1 of them, and I thought, I'll get the other bits and bobs. Like the inner. Oh, this is great. It's annoyingly good. Oh man. So you've got these are the old metal battle frame / assault frame models. So you've obviously got the newer ones which have come out in Warlord resin. So these are the older ones. Technically the older ones are a very slightly better deal, because the older ones, I think it's like normally 10 for £48, whereas the new ones are 5 for £25, but it's like literally like a £1 difference between them, right? So technically these are the older ones, but I controversial opinion here. I really, really like the old ones. I think the new ones look great. Don't get me wrong, but I really like the dome. The pan heads, the dome heads. I really, really like them. You don't need to build any with they slide back. They remind me of the Stargate like Jafar armor, like Jafar, you know, like they slide back, right? You don't need to build them with any of the heads slid back if you don't want to, by the way. I've actually built these. You can have them with the heads exposed or with the, you know, with the armor locked in, whichever you prefer. It comes with the bits to do both. These models are really good. Literally, I've got no issues with them whatsoever. I really like the design. They're a piece of piss to build. They come in like 4 parts, metal body and legs, all one bit, arms, and then head. So that's it. You've got the officer as well. Power armored officer's cool. This is the old, again, this is the old version of the power armored officer. You get the power armored. You get the power armored. Moment, I'm going to wank you off in a moment, Glenn Lee. Don't worry. You got the power armored anti-tank team as well, which is kind of cool. And then you get an Indigo mech. The Indigo is very, very good. It's very, very good. And then you get the Scorpion Walker. Scorpion Walker is probably the only weak-ish part of this. But it's only weak right now. I know Warlord is looking at doing a bit of a balance patch for the Japanese. So I imagine, I don't know what's going to get changed with that, but I imagine that, you know, this, you know, any issues with the Japanese will get sorted with that. But this is basically the difference between this Walker and the one that comes in the current starter army, is it doesn't come with the arms. But this Walker does come with the option for the light anti-tank gun, which makes it much cheaper. So Cyrillic Dude, the old Sasori, which is this one, it's not bad because it comes with the option for the light anti-tank gun, which makes it super, super cheap. And you can actually build it without... Do you want to actually know something? I think this is a super meta unit, but everyone's sleeping on it. Because this can be built without the tail gun. And in a weird sort of way, I think the version with no anti-tank gun, no compression cannon, just legs and MMGs is actually meta. Because you're not fucking around trying to shoot people with your tail gun. You're just scuttling forward, doing walker assaults to people. If they're not, you know, literally just running people over, like kicking them as you go past. If they're not fearless, just constantly making them take... like, you know, morale checks and all that kind of stuff. And at the end of the day, it's only 80 points. And you got to think about it. It's like, it's the price of a pond skater, but it's not open topped. It's recce and it's armor 8. So it's fully enclosed. So I actually weirdly think that if you build this just as like a little, I don't even know what you call it, like bug, like a little cockroach, like a roach walker, and dies like piss. I don't think it dies like piss, man. It's an armor 8 walker. Like, it's fine. It'll die like piss to like a rail cannon or Shrek Wolf or anything like that. But it's got recce. If your opponent goes to shoot it, you just recce away. And you're like, well done, you wasted your shot on there. And you can recce away from assault, don't forget. You can recce away from assault. So if they try and charge, you can be like, see you later, shitlords, and just go away. This is the thing. I honestly think a little 80-point Japanese walker, no tail gun, just scuttling around, I honestly think it's meta. I haven't tried it, but it's a decent piece of armor for a very, very low price point. Yeah. So this bundle is pretty good. In terms of points, the Inigo is currently about 300 to 400 points. This guy can be anywhere from 80 to 220 points, so you got a big bit there. This is all right. For me, this is a decent bundle if you already have an existing Japanese army, but it's not necessarily a great bundle. No. I'm going to rephrase that. This is not the bundle you want if you bought the Japanese starter army, because you've already got like 2 pieces of armor in that army. Maybe you buy this and you end up with like a tank and 2 different scuttle mechs and the Inigo, and you end up with like a bit more infantry. Maybe it's a decent expansion to the existing Japanese starter army, a decent expansion. But for me, I kind of see this as an alternative to the Japanese starter army. Like this one, you know, you can have this as an expansion, but you might end up a little armor heavy, which is not necessarily the worst thing. Not necessarily the worst thing. Or you can just go, this is the start to my army. This gives me 2 mechs, decent amount of infantry. I know I'm gonna need a little bit more on top of this, but you know, you could buy this and then maybe hold out till the plastic Ghost Warriors come, if you wanted to. Yeah. So it's got a little bit going for it. I mean, if you bought this and the other starter army, you'd probably have about 1,500 points. But you'd easily have 1,500 points. And you're probably looking at 15, you're looking at 15, 20 power armor bodies, 5 Ghost Warriors, 21 power armor bodies, to be fair. 5 Ghost Warriors, and 4 pieces of armor. It's not a bad army. It's not a bad army at all. Yeah. So no, it is. I spoke out of turn. It is decent as an expansion for the current starter set. When you think about it and you start getting into it, it is decent as an expansion. But it's also pretty good as a standalone starting point. Yeah. We've got the British, and then we'll finish with the Americans. So the Brits have got a bit of a mixture when it comes to bundles. We'll go from lowest to highest. So you've got the Commonwealth Support Platoon. This comes with 2 Hunter and 2 Bombardier automated platforms. This is okay. This is okay. Like, if you wanted the if you like the tractor robots, they're all right. Yeah, if you want the tractor robots, all right. My only issue with this, I would say this is the weakest bundle, because it doesn't come with the 50 cal machine gun bots. They're the ones you want. I think they're the Lancers. You want the Lancers. So this is all right. I mean, if you were gonna get these tractor bots, you might as well get them at a discount, right? But I do feel like if it had come with 2 of the 50 cal machine gun ones, it would have been better. Yeah. Then you've got the Commonwealth Assault Platoon. I like this. This is really decent. Yeah. You get 10 of the Grenadiers, which are quite good. You can take them as like 5-man squads, and they can have like a Tesla rifle and stuff. So, and these are plastic infantry with a metal upgrade on top of them. So you do get like a lot of this being plastic, and the models are really cool with like the night vision goggles and stuff. They're just aesthetic, though. They don't do anything. And then you get some of the Mark 1 power armor guys, and you get the power armor officer, and you get the dogs. Again, this is a fine bundle, but I see this as an expansion. If you bought the British starter set, you would probably be okay buying this as a good expansion. Yeah, it has a little bit of what you want for an expansion. Yeah. I also like the fact that it's leaning into some of the non-robot stuff. Like, robots are cool, but sometimes you want some non-robots. You know, it's like with the Stuttgart stuff. Like, sometimes you want the professionals turning up. And then the last one is frankly insane. I would say this one and this one are like fine. They're okay. They're nice to haves. You know, if you were looking at getting these units anyway, you might as well save some money. This one you save £11. This one you save nearly 20 quid. So really, you know, it's you just saving money, right? So if you were starting out, you could get one of these for sure. This last one is frankly evil. This is an auto pickup S tier, absolute S tier bundle for every British player out there. Every single one of these mechs are some of the best mechs you can take in for the British. The light Guardian Walker is the Americans get a version of this, and the British version is better. Because the British version, the American one just comes with an MMG and a flamethrower. The British version gets the 50 cal on top. These mechs are about 135 points in game. They're dirt cheap, and they're an absolute nightmare for people to deal with. They literally just run around battering people, flaming people, machine gunning them, and if they die, you're like, 130 points. Who gives a fuck? It's a very, very good trading piece. Very, very good mech. Really good bully piece. Can basically take anything on because it's got that flamethrower. Can start causing panic and everything. Really, really, really nice. Really strong. The big thing, though, is these two bad boys. You're basically getting, from my understanding, is you're basically, because you're saving about 20 quid, you're basically getting the Guardian for free. Now, considering you literally want every single one of these mechs, there's no point in not picking this up, right? It's an absolutely insane bundle. Now, the other two mechs, the Merlin is the British super unit. It's the equivalent of your, like, Baneblade, all right? It's a heavy mech that can move and shoot without penalty. Comes with a heavy anti-tank gun with improved HE, so it does a big blast and a big pen shot. And it basically ignores all damage except destroyed. So blow a weapon off, ignore it. Stun it, ignore it. Set it on fire, ignore it. Damage engine, ignore it. Arm destroyed, ignore it. Literally, unless you kill it, this thing just doesn't care. Its whole thing is it's got automated repair systems just running through it. It's got like there's a human piloting it, but there's like an AI like that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Well, that's what they say. I personally suspect that it's probably all AI, but they're just not told anyone because they don't want to worry anybody. But the point is it's basically a big fuck off robot. And I have faced Merlins twice. I have failed to kill them or even get close to killing them twice. They are really good. The only thing that this thing fears is a rail cannon, because the rail cannon will probably pop it. If it's not a rail cannon, it'll probably survive it. That's how tough it is. And then you've got the Hornet, which is the Hornet is not quite as durable as the Merlin, but it's just fucking evil. It comes with 4 50 cal machine guns and a heavy autocannon and fists. And you can take it with the computational system, so it can move and shoot without penalty. So it just runs into point blank and just hits people on twos. It's like, just blast them. I faced a Hornet once, and I now consider them S tier auto-include competitive. Yeah, like, just incredible. There's literally no filler in this bundle. The other two British bundles are like kind of nice to have themed ones. This is just beyond question an auto-include. Yeah. So, and I know I'm saying that a lot. But that's because they're all really fucking good. They're all really good. Hey, I think we've got Jim from Warlord Games in here. So everyone, do a big shout out, do a big 07 in the chat, big salute to Jim in the chat for popping in. It's great to see the Warlord spy active in the chat. Jim, these bundles, man. I cannot believe you just goddamn shadow dropped these bundles on the web store. They're absolutely insane, bro. They're absolutely insane. All of them are incredible. Like, they're all of them. They're so good. Yeah, they're so good. And we've not even got to the best bit yet. We've not even got even the best bit. Personally, I think my favorites are the Americans. I think the best till last. I think the Americans have got just 3 incredible bundles. Oh my god. So the first one we've got, I just love the name of it. US Recon in Force. There we go. Recon in Force. Look at this. All American steel. That's what this bundle is. Holy shit, man. So you get 12 blokes in power armor. And then you get 3 mechs. You get super light, you get scout, light, and medium. So this is a really, really cool bundle because all of this stuff is just great. I just bought that a ton of rubbers. I did the same thing with Japanese power armor, man. Oh no, I'm gonna have to buy more. I am absolutely guaranteed to be picking this bundle up. Like this is just amazing, right? So the Mark 1 American power armor is kind of nice, but one of the weaknesses it has is a lack of pen. Do you know what stops it from suffering from a lack of pen? Oh yeah, fucking super bazookas. And you get 2 of them. Now you can take American power armor squads in 3-man units. So by taking these 2 and then this squad of power armor here, that's 9. You could take 3-man squads if you wanted to, or you could take like a 5. You could take a 5-man squad with a super bazooka and a 4-man squad super bazooka, and each guy comes with the LMG, so that's DACA for the anti-infantry, and then the super bazooka. Oh no, something that's actually quite scary's turned up. Don't worry about it. Got a super bazooka, which is even better than a regular bazooka. Yeah. So this just works really nicely together. Then you've got the power armored officer, a bit like with the Japanese. It's the only way for you to get power armored officers in the Americans, so it's really, really good. I need super bazookas. I need power armored officers. I need more Mark 1 power armors. This is all great. And then you get 3 of just like the coolest mechs. Grizzly is a really underrated medium mech, because it's dirt cheap. Most medium mechs are like 300 plus points. Like we said with like the Hornet, that's like 300 points, for example. The Grizzly, I think, is like 225. It's dirt cheap. Now, it does just come with a medium AT gun, the belly gun, and it comes with the 50 cal machine gun as well. So it does just come with a bit of firepower, but it's a nice all-rounder. Got a bit of anti-tank in the belly, got a bit of DACA on the shoulder, and then it comes with the 2 fists. Because it's a medium mech, it means it can beat up lighter mechs, and it can go toe-to-toe with other medium mechs as well. And it's dirt cheap. Yeah. The Grizzly is dirt cheap because it's dirt. Nah, man, I've played with a Grizzly and I loved it, and I've played against a Grizzly and it was kind of running a bit rampant. Grizzlies sometimes don't feel as good because, well, the only time a Grizzly doesn't feel good is when someone's got a rail cannon. And but the rail cannon makes everything feel like shit. It's so good. The thing with the Grizzly is it's a bully mech. You've got to if you try and like send it like down, like, well, even you can send it down the middle as a big distraction. To be honest, it's kind of a distraction card effects. It's cheap enough where if it dies, you're not that bothered, but it's threatening enough that the enemy has to deal with. Yeah. Faderkin, do we know how long these sales are going to be active for? As far as I am aware, it is these are permanent web bundles. There's nothing here indicating that these are FOMO boxes. I don't know if Jim the Warlord Spy is still in chat. He might be able to confirm one way or another. But as far as I'm aware, these are just permanent web bundles. No FOMO, just they're here, they're available now. They're a bit like the Bolt Action web bundles. Yeah. Patrick, distraction card effects equals dirt. Oh, mate. Dude, how can the distraction card effects be dirt? The tactic only existed in 4th edition and was so iconic that we still use it literally like 6 editions later. Nah, man. I've seen so many battle ports with a Grizzly and it does nothing all game. I think it's because it's just a 225 point unit. You've got to set your expectations around that. I have used a Grizzly and enjoyed it and had fun with it, and it was totally fine. And I've had a Grizzly used against me very recently, and it was very effective. So yeah. So I will have to agree to disagree, Patrick H. I don't think the Grizzly is like an S tier, like auto include unit. I think it is a medium mech. It's like a Sherman. It's like a Sherman in a bolt action game. It literally costs the same as a Sherman. Basically for bolt action, right? When you think about the Grizzly basically as a walking Sherman, it suddenly clicks into place what this unit is. Yeah. All right. Jim, glad you like the Mordy. Honestly, we'll do some more watching the stream to get your feedback. Jim, these are great. More, please. The feedback is I want more. The feedback is I want more. Yeah. Obviously, everyone wants everything to be, cheaper, and everyone loves discounts, right? But these are all good. But if I would say what my favorite one is the Defender of the Stuttgart bundle, because it's basically like a pseudo starter army. That's like a 1,500 point army in one place there. So that would be like having more starter bundles or like full army bundles is great. I mean, all of them are good. Like I said, I like all of the little expansion ones as well. Big fan of these two Soviet ones, basically being like a starter army, for example. But yeah, anything that's like, hey, look, one box equals full army for reasonable price. That's a huge mega like hype point, because it just means you can literally point. If someone's curious about the game, you can literally point to a box and go, that one box gets you everything you need to try it out. That would be that's why people love the starter armies. That's why people love like bundles like this, that they can literally get one box and it's like, it's amazing. Or yeah, it's just an all killer no filler bundle. Yeah. So that would be my main feedback. But of course, Jim, I am the consumer and you are the master. So whatever you've smashed it out of the park with all these bundles. So whatever you guys come up with, I'm sure will be great. Yeah. There we go. All right. What have we got next for the Americans? So we've got the Recon Enforce Army bundle. Now this comes out to the Pond Skater is great, by the way. Love the Pond Skater. Lovely. It's probably my favorite looking mech. So this comes out to 225 for that, 130 for that, about 100 for that. So 100, 325, 450 roughly. Probably all the infantry with the super bazookas comes to probably about, the 300, probably about 500 points for that. So this probably comes to about 1,000 point bundle. So it's not quite a full army, but it is at 1,000. It is a really nice like 1,000 point start. And you could, what would I do to expand from this? I would buy some Paragons or some Fireflies. I'd either buy a box of Fireflies, and then that would get me up to 1,500 points and would give me a little bit of mobility, or I would get a couple of squads of Paragons. That's what I would do with these. Yeah. To expand from that. Either way, I think you're looking at, if you bought either one of those options, you're looking at under 200 quid for a full army, 1,500 points. Yeah. As we're going to show on, these bundles are pretty cool to plug into existing bot action armies to conflict them up. That's a very, very good point. I hadn't considered that. That's a very, very good point. Yeah, buy a bolt action starter army. Buy one of these bundles. Boom. Yeah, very, very, very good point. Especially with the Soviets, right? If you bought like a Soviet, Forward to Berlin box and then bought, like each one of these, you would have basically completed Soviets. Yeah, very, very good point. What do we got next for the Americans, though? Okay, so we've got the Light Walker Platoon. I'm buying this. I am buying this, man. Oh my god. This is great. So it literally comes with it comes with 2 Pond Skaters, and it says 1 Guardian, 1 Jackal, and 2 Pond Skaters that can be assembled as M3A2 variants with HMGs or M3A5 variants with anti-tank guns. So you actually get the parts to make both of these HMGs, the double HMG ones, or you get the parts to make them both the anti-tank ones. That's really cool, especially those of you who like to do magnetization. Oh baby, yeah, this is an amazing bundle. Yeah, this is like, if you, this is just all the Light Walkers you want in one place. Yeah. I need 2 of those Light Walker box. It's very good. It's very, 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 very good. Again, probably at some point in every American player's K47 career, this is an auto include at some point. Because you're going to buy like your starter armies and stuff and be like, okay, I like my linebackers, but they're kind of points intensive. Sometimes I need like multiple small mechs over like 2 big mechs. Here you go. Yeah. Recon Enforce, inspired by the US Army, used by Chris in recent Battle Port Morning Glory. Is that true? Wait. This is not my head getting closer to the camera. My head is expanding to fill the entire camera. My ego cannot be contained. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going to have a problem. I won't be able to fit through doorways anymore with how big my head is now. Oh my god. Yes. That's amazing. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Oh man. Look, Ma, I'm famous. Oh my days. That's cool as fuck. Faderkin, I want them all. Give me all the bundles. I'll be fine eating toast for a while. Toast, can't afford the beans. The bean budget went into the Light Walker platoon. That is really cool. Thank you for pointing that out. Who pointed that out? Dive Fire. Thank you for pointing that out, man. That's really, really cool. And then last but not least, we have got the US Medium Walker platoon. This one, I see this as a bit of a nice to have. Okay, like you just get one of each. You just get one of each mech, aren't you? Can't complain, really. The Kodiak is obviously the main selling point of this one. Kodiak is very, 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 very good. The Bruin is fine. Like, I have a Bruin. It's okay. It's not particularly powerful, but it's not particularly expensive either. And as I said before with the Grizzly, it's basically a walk-in Sherman. So that's where your expectations should be with that. If it was twin Kodiak, that would be great. I was checking. It doesn't come with the parts to build like whatever you want. Sadly, it doesn't. Now, if it was like, hey, look, it comes, with the parts to build like, 3 of each if you wanted to, but you get like the 3 basic, you get like because they're all the same chassis and then you just stick different arms on. But that's not the case. And frankly, for £100, I wouldn't expect it to be the case. For those of you that are looking at this and wondering, like trying to compare it to like 40k a little bit, this is like if you got 3 Lehman Russes for £100. Each of these are medium mechs. Each have got different variants. You've got the take-all-comers, you've got the anti-infantry variant, and you've got the sort of artillery-style variant. So yeah, there you go. So all of these are fine. Again, this I would say this one is less of an auto-include. I'd say the Light Walker platoon feels a bit better than the Medium Walker platoon. But, if you're like me, you're probably going to get both. Not at the same time. Maybe at the same time. But the point is like, I have one each of these mechs. If this bundle had existed, I would have got it. Because the great thing about Conflict is that even though some units are more usable than others, every unit is pretty fucking usable. Even the Bruin, which doesn't really gel with me, like, I'll take a fucking Bruin. I own a Bruin, and I enjoyed building and painting the model. It was great. Yeah. So it's one of those where, like, with Conflict, I actually will be talking about this a little bit later on in the stream, but with Conflict, everything is generally usable and above. Unlike, 40k, for example, where there are just terrible, terrible options which you'll never take, like Dreer, right? With Conflict, like, I could happily put a Bruin or Grizzly or both into my list and just run around and have fun with them. Are they as good as taking like double Kodiak? Not necessarily. Are they so tragically bad I'm actually fucking myself by taking them? No, they're not. So that I think I would say, and that's very, very important context, I think, for all these bundles. Like, like these tractor bots. I'm not a big fan of them personally, just like aesthetically. Are they bad? No. One of the best bits about the tractor bots is they can go in like the anti-tank slot in a platoon. So that means you don't have to take like a separate platoon for them if you don't want to, which is really, really useful, right? You can take them in dedicated platoons, or you can take them as part of like an assault platoon, for example. The tractor bots. They are very, very janky. Like the Commonwealth Assault Platoon, you know what? It's actually nice to see a bundle which is not just the Brit robots. I love the Brit robots. I wish they did everything. But some people want to take normal humans. This is a bundle that supports that. Likewise, for the Americans, it feels like so much is around the Fireflies these days. It's nice to have a bundle which is more real steel, pure American real steel, It's cool to see that. Yeah, and then the Monstrous Horde Platoon is fantastic. The Empire of Japan Armored Assault, that feels like just an alternative starter army. Really cool. Like I said, the Daughters of the Motherland propaganda cadre is amazing. Like that should be... if that doesn't sell out, I'll actually be disappointed. Although I think they are all made to order, so it's not going to sell out. They'll make as many as they need to. You've got Soviet Bloc. I mean, that again... that's an auto pickup just because it's just all solid meat and potato units. And then the rest of them are just, look, you were going to get these mechs anyway, get a discount on them. Yeah. The one that gets me the most excited out of all of this, the Daughters of the Motherland is very good, Soviet Bloc is very good, but I said it at the beginning and I'll say it again now. This gets me the most excited because it's basically a full army. Yeah. Yeah. It's basically a full army. It's an alternative starter army, and I love that. Like the more that conflict progresses, the more like entry points that we get to this game, and that is awesome. Like if you're thinking of starting conflict now, you are genuinely spoiled for choice on routes into this game. Especially if you're the Axis. I mean, there's a lot of Axis good entry points. I'm not gonna lie, but if you've got the Defender Stuttgart bundle and you've got the Toten Rot starter army, these are two bundles that are basically full armies. They're amazing, really, really cool. And it basically, I mean, to me, this is just solidifying more and more and more of what I said when Conflict was first coming out, which is this game is absolutely hype. And those of us who got into it like only 6 months ago, which is maybe 8 months ago, but less than a year ago, and look how far it's come in just 8 months. It's doing really, 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 really well. Yeah, it's so good. And the more that goes on, like I said, the more entry points, the more options there are to help people start this game. Yeah. Like if I was like you said, you could buy the Stuttgart bundle, or you could buy like the Toten Rotter starter army. You could buy both if you wanted to, or you could buy the Toten Rotter starter army and then add on something like the Axis Monster Horde platoon. You just go for the full Carnival of Horrors, or you could add that Axe Heavy Walker platoon on. However you're slicing it, you're looking at. I mean, you can basically box off not an Axis. You can basically box off a faction's like your first 1,500 points for any faction for 150 to 200 pounds. Yeah, which is amazing. Imagine being able to get your first 2,000 points for 40k for 150 to 200 quid. New in box from Games Workshop. I mean, you just can't. Like, it's unfathomable because it will never happen. Well, come over to Warlord fucking Games and it's not unfathomable. It's the reality. Now, this is all very, very hype. There is one other thing. There's a couple of other bits I want to show off. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's now being sold separately. So some of the things that were on pre-order and stuff, some of the things that were like some of the things that were on pre-order, some of the things that are now being sold separately. One of the big things that I like is all these gaming like accoutrements. I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. I really like it. So you've got like these are like little pin marker dials, really, really cool. You've got vehicle ones. You've got infantry ones. You've got these zero ring markers. They're kind of cool. Turn dial. I like the new Conflict 47 template set. This I really, really like. It's all green. It's mostly the color. I liked it. It feels green. Hero stat trackers is very, very cool. So you can keep a track of your luck and everything. I like that. I'm definitely going to be getting a little bit of that. And Rift unit pin markers. So you can have, that does like 3 things. You got the number of pins, the current order, and its current Rift dice. And then you've got the dice graveyard is kind of cool as well. Oh, they're just nice little bits of gaming accoutrement. You can never go wrong with it. Yeah, it's kind of nice. But the last thing I want to chuck in here, which I think is worth mentioning, is we've had a shadow drop for bolt action, which is goddamn Soviet Naval Brigade. What is going on? The hype train, we've just got a little bit more hype. So someone pointed this out to me, and I had to like double check it. These models are absolutely gorgeous. Like I was literally about to do a video saying it's never been done. I've completed the tabletop wargaming army with my Soviets. Well, apparently I haven't completed them because I actually need this stuff. Look, these are really, really cool, detailed minis. They remind me of like Enemy of the Gates, where the naval troops turn up and they've got like the bandoliers of like bullets and stuff. Really, really, really cool. Like, I mean, this one especially, right? I mean, look at that. You've got to have that, right? You've got to have that. It looks so good. Like, that flag. I got to have that flag, man. I'm a sucker for flags. Anytime I can buy a flag, I'm getting a flag. You've got the Naval Brigade squads. These are 20. And they're made out of Warlord resin. So there's a bunch of these guys that exist already, but they're made out of metal. These ones are made out of Warlord resin, and they do look very, very cool. I do like them. The uniforms are cool. The details very nice, and it will be a nice difference to have them in Warlord resin over metal. I don't mind the metal ones, don't get me wrong, but these are a big glow up. These are a big, big glow up from the existing ones. Yeah. And then you've got the veterans, which I think the regular ones come with a bunch of rifles. And then you've got the veterans, which come with a shitload of PPSHs and submachine guns. Yeah. Yeah. They just look the part, and they're obviously beautifully painted as well. And they're really cool. These are, to be fair, these are a little bit more expensive. They are £32 for 12, not 10. Normally I think it's like £25 for 10. These are £32 for 12. So they are a little bit more expensive, but these are, so Warlord Games is a whole bunch of these kind of like units. You don't need to buy these models if you want to have like naval troops. You could, if you wanted to, go over to Soviet Union and get yourself the Soviet infantry platoon. And, you can see, you could quite easily paint these guys up in blue and you would have Soviet naval troops. And these would be all in plastic, right? The reason for these squads is because they have unique sculpts. That's it. That's a selling point. Okay. So if you like these, it's like Warlord's like, hey, you want bang for buck? Here's the plastic ones. Go nuts. Do what you want with those. But it's like, do you want to have like a unique squad that's a nice to have that looks great on the battlefield? These ones are for you. And they do this all the time. It's kind of like back in the day with like different guard infantry regiments. You could buy the plastic Cadians and they were the best bang for buck, right? But you still could buy like the Mordians, the Steel Legion. Why would you buy those even though they were more expensive man for man? Because you got the unique sculpts. That was the cool thing. That was the selling point. Yeah. So personally, and also, with bolt action, you don't need to you can make an entire Soviet naval army if you want to, but for a lot of it, it's like, do you want to add a naval squad to your army? Well, if you're only gonna, if you're only gonna buy, if you only want one squad of the bozos, then just buy one squad of the bozos. Yeah. Me, I might make a platoon out of these, to be fair. Yeah, they are kind of cool. I would love it. I have no idea if this would be possible. I would love it if you could get this. Here you go. I'd love it if you could take a special Soviet naval platoon, which allowed you to basically take like an MMG in there as well. Like, just because then you could just buy one of each of these and be like, platoon. That would be kind of cool. But I don't think they really do that. But action is very like set in its ways. In Conflict, obviously they're looking at like being a bit more flexible and stuff. But yeah. Anyway, that's I think all of the cool new stuff that I wanted to talk about. That was the big hype at the beginning of the stream. It all looks really good. The Conflict stuff especially looks out of this world. That Defends the Stuttgart bundle, I am going to be championing that. That is really, really good. Yeah, and I think that all looks great. Virtual Vec, all I see is basic K-47 infantry with cool looking bandoliers. I mean, that's it, right? If you're someone that just wants some unique basic infantry for Conflict, you could buy those naval troops instead. You're like, I only need like one or two of these squads. I might as well get the cool looking naval bastards. Yeah. The Naval Brigade HQ is I think that works really nice. If you were, I would genuinely, because the Naval Brigade HQ is 12 quid for 4 models. You could have the captain plus the flag guy plus the radio guy basically be your officer plus 2 extra bozos, and then you've got like the medic just run around do what you want. Yeah. So yeah, you could. It's actually quite good as an expansion for some of your Conflict stuff as well. Yeah. I'm going to the one place not corrupted by capitalism. Conflict. So dude, for the last time, some of us can't find the website. Yeah, maybe saying it in all capitals will help. So dude, how I found them. Look, dude, I'm not here to hold your hand, bro. Jesus Christ, you can't use a website in 2026. Not my fucking fault, man. How I navigated the website was I went to Conflict 47 and then went sort by date new to old. If you can't find it like that, maybe it's just not currently available in your area. But it's only gone up today, so it might just be a case of it's been put out on Friday, and it'll end up, going everywhere. It'll end up, being made available in as many regions as possible. Maybe it's only available in the UK, but there you go. All right, there we are. There we go. All right, so that is basically the Conflict hype train. Yeah. Now I'm just going to have a little drink. Yeah, there you go. All right. There you are. I'm just going to take stock of where we're up to. Give me 1 second. Right. If you find it now, did you find it now, Cyrillic dude? Did you have to call me a cunt? Were you able? Did you learn how to browse the website, Grandad? Has your AOL dial-up browser, is it working now? It's like I can't. It's like I can't find my emails. Somebody's got my emails. I'm just busting your balls, man. There you go. Oh, my days. Honestly, right, so dude, I'm going to take the piss one more time, all right? I'm going to take the piss one more time. You actually remind me of Mrs. Mordian's mum. All right? Mrs. Mordian's mum. Mrs. Mordian's mum. We were over there at Christmas, and she needed help. She's not very tech literate, and she needed help with like a mobile. And Mrs. Mordian was like, "Oh, can you let me know like the Wi-Fi password so I can connect the phone to the Wi-Fi because it just basically needs like an update." And Mrs. Mordian's dad was like, "Oh, it's XYZ 1 2 3 4 5 5." And Mrs. Mordian's mum was like, "No, you don't give him the Wi-Fi password. Don't give the password. You never give your passwords away." And it was just like. So yeah, you being unable to use a website kind of reminded me of that. There you go. Anyway, Serenity dude, on a serious note, I'm glad you've managed to find it now, which is awesome. Yeah. Basically, go to the web store, search by new. That's the way to do it. Yeah. All right. The GCHQ man outside appreciate the password. Mate, if GCHQ wants your password, they're going to get it. They're not going to get it from you. Your ISP is going to bend over, spread its cheeks, and invite them in. There you go. All right. Anyway, browsing the internet, one AOL CD at a time. Anyway, we have been obviously doing a big hype train for a little while, and I've had some big super chats and support come in here, so I'm gonna catch up on all of that stuff. I'm gonna catch up on all of that now. Big thank you to all of you who have been supporting and who've been waiting very patiently for me to get to you guys. All right, we're just gonna do them in order so I don't miss any. I know there's been some big ones, but we're just gonna do them in order so I don't miss any. All right, so I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. Thank you, Super Chat Man. Apes strong together in stream discussion. Oh my days! Wait, have we got a? It's a Lower Decks lore update. Oh my god, it's been too long. Sir, after waiting for what seems forever, the Eldar finally appear. What I thought was a wall vanishes into some sort of portal. Here come the pointy ears. Just kick them back and put the wall back up. It's fine. One of their seers is escorted by several warriors pointing guns at me. The leader launched into what I assume is a prepared soliloquy. He talks about fate, prophecy, and Jenkins. To be fair, I am not listening. This is the way. They would just fill your head with lies and nonsense anyway, man. I am too tired to everything and just standing there in my mud and blood-caked breastplate. I think one of the female Eldars making eyes at me. I most certainly a broken wind. It smells like cheese and sausage. Grim. I dropped a fart like that today. Mrs. Mordian wasn't impressed. I wonder how Squire Jenkins' wedding into the blacksmithing clans went. As the Eldar winds down, he claims to know my plan to blow the ruins with the black powder. How they foresaw everything and that they knew I could never evacuate the planet. He tells that in exchange for services rendered for clearing out the orcs, they will take me off planet. I fucking hate the Eldar. Treated humans like some sort of stupid apes. Fascinating behavior. Fuck's sake. I love it, man. Well, at least they're taking you off planet, man. You know? I mean, hopefully it'll be off planet to somewhere you actually want to go. But yeah. There we go. Love it, man. It's been too long since our last Lower Decks update. I very much enjoyed it. What have we got after that? Rexir, thank you for Super Chat, man. Mordian Glory, Custom Imperial Guard Hero, when? I am probably going to look into it soon. I haven't actually seen any of the rules. I mean, some leaks got shared, like sort of piecemeal in the Discord at some point, but I've not actually seen it. So I need either someone to send me like the full collection of it, or I'm just going to wait until it is released. I'm very, very interested in custom characters. Like, it's the one thing I've been asking for like all of 10th, is we need more granularity back. We need more granularity. We need and you know, starting with characters and working down through all levels of the game. We need that. And it's one of the best bits about going to Midhammer is just seeing the big, like, seeing the big list of, like, armory and war gear and everything. So, yeah. But I understand it's not for matched play. Boo! The only way you will make match play not dominate 40k is if you make non-matched play better. This is the thing. Why do people play match play? Because it's the better way of playing. They need to make non-matched play basically better, and then everyone will switch over to that. That's how you do it. Next, we've got the Talzan! Talzan, thank you so much for the double support, baby! Firstly, we have got 20 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. 20. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire. You kill more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. Towels, toe ticklers. Not just a regiment in that Warhammer Total War playthrough we did, but also now, of course, a company in the Starship Troopers universe. There we are. Dude, thank you so much for the very, very generous support, man. Absolute fucking hero. Thank you, mate. And we've also got another support. We've not only had 20 gifted memberships from Tao, but we've also got a Baneblade. A Baneblade super chat, man. Amazing, bro. Thank you so much. Double support, double generosity, absolute Giga Chat maneuver. It's my birthday, so here's some birthday gifted subs. Hey! Happy birthday, mate. Hope you had a good one. Hope you had lots of presents and fun times. And if you were at work, that work wasn't so shit and all that kind of stuff. Hope you had a good one. Tickle their toes till they turn tail, we say. I love it. Everyone in chat, let's get some 07s down in the chat for Talzun, because I think we can all agree that happy birthday is awesome. Happy birthday is in, what's it? It's in order. It's in order, that's what I was saying. Happy birthday is in order. There we go. All right. Tao, you're a good lad, mate. I hope you had a good one. We've also got Starbucks Meg. Starbucks Meg, thank you for the super chat, man. Talking to my brother to get into K47. He wants me to start Legions Imperialis. What is your take on the latter, both in hobby plus gameplay mechanics? I have never played Legions. I have heard it's okay, but I understand that it's like 40k where everything's got like a set points cost, but it makes a little bit more sense with Legions because it's like a bigger scale game. I mean, I would say make a deal. If he gets into K47, you'll get into Legions. Do it simultaneously. It doesn't take that much to get into either game, I think. But to be honest, I've no idea how expensive Legions is. Yeah, I've no idea. So, maybe it's expensive. Yeah. Maybe it's expensive. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Appease him so he starts K47 and then ditches Legions Imperialis. Yeah, once he plays Conflict, he won't want to play Legions. No, I think Legions is cool. I have genuinely heard it's quite good. Faderkin says it, of course it's expensive. What, it's GW? Of course it's expensive. Yeah, I mean, there is an element of it. It's a GW game. It's a GW game. It's going to be expensive. This is the way, I mean, I would choose Conflict over Legion, and that's not because I don't think Legion's interesting or anything. All right, I've got no issue with that whatsoever. Like, whatever, it is what it is, right? I would choose Conflict because Conflict is very clearly like a front and center game that it's getting a huge amount of support and a huge amount of hype around it. Legions Imperialis is a sideshow, and you don't know how long GW is going to support it for because it's GW. The moment that they're not happy with it, they'll just gone. GW is, you know, at any point, they could just discontinue it if they wanted to without any warning. This is one of my big issues with GW games at the moment right now, which is This is my big problem with GW right now in general. They have too much uncertainty. The market doesn't like uncertainty. You know? Like, the market doesn't like, and as a consumer, there's a lot of GW games I kind of won't get into because I'm worried that they'll drop them. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of games over, Warcry, fucking dead. Aeronautica Imperialis, fucking dead. They killed all the specialist games. They only survived and came back because the community kept them going. Yeah. Underworld's fucking dead, basically. But more if they drop it, it's saved. 50-50. Not every game GW drops becomes Mordheim. Mordheim is an exception. Mordheim is an exception. Yeah. No, it's a good point, Cyrillic dude. It's a good point, but it's also worth being a little being slightly. It's a good point, but it's worth also taking it a step further. Yeah. So I would say, look, K47 is a centerpiece game. It's front and center. Yeah. But if your brother won't play K47 until you start Legions Imperialis, then I would say make the deal of, hey, I will try some LI if you try some K47. That's what I would do. Yeah. Because he obviously likes. The big question is, Starbucks Meg, has he already bought in to LI? Because if he's already bought into it, then it might be, good to do like to play a game with the stuff he's already got. If he hasn't already bought into it, I would go K47. I would get K47. If he's not already bought in, yeah. Yeah, well, that's a good way of doing it. I think he will get 2 armies for LI, and I will get 2 armies for K47. Well, that's a great deal for you, because it's going to be a lot cheaper for you to get 2 armies for K47. I mean, you're going to spend like 300 quid, maybe, for 2 armies. Get the Stuttgart bundle. You could get the Stuttgart bundle and the British Starter Army and another box on top of that, about 300 quid. And I think he's going to spend a lot more. That's a good deal. Damn good deal, sir. Damn good deal. And yours will be quicker built and painted. So by the time he's halfway through it, it'll be like, fuck it, might as well play K47. There you are. There you go. British plus 1 other. I'd get the British start. Yeah, British plus 1 other. Yeah. Or you could go Americans and Axis. You get the start set, but I think you're going to get 2 armies. I'd get that Stuttgart bundle is. I mean, it's literally available right now. It's so good. Yeah. What would I get with the Brit as an expansion for the British force? I guess is the question. The British starter army is about 1,000 points. So you only need. You could get a Merlin, but it wouldn't be too much to be fair because of the rail cannon. But yeah, you got a lot of options. Yeah. The Grenadiers for action. Yeah, I mean you could do. You gotta think like the Stuttgart bundle comes with quite a lot of armor, so you're gonna need quite a lot of. You're gonna need some anti-armor. Honestly, you could just get the starter army and a Merlin. It would be quite brutal. The rail cannon might. If the rail cannon takes the Merlin out, though, you're a bit fucked. But yeah, It's either or. Honestly, do what you want. I would definitely get the Stuttgart bundle. That's a really, really fucking good bundle. That's like 1,500 points Axis done. And then I would think about what I'd get for the second army afterwards. Yeah. Or go starter army plus Merlin. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? Glenn Lee, thank you for the Rift Buster chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Holy shit, man. Glenn Lee, thank you so much for the Rift Buster. Everyone in chat, spam 07s. Do your best Spriggs impression. We've got to give Glenn Lee a big shout out. Fucking hell. Holy shit, man. Do it. No shout out needed. You're getting a shout out. Tip of my toes. End of my big rugby nose. Bottom of my heart. Thank you. Oh, my days. Glenn Lee, what was the do it? Was it Glenn Lee, are you making me buy more fucking models? Jesus, man. Oh no. What is right? The Japan bundle. Oh, it's a good bundle. Damn good bundle, sir. Damn good bundle. I do want it. I do want it. I can't believe that Commonwealth Walker wants only £85. That's actually fucking obscene. Britmare incoming with that one. Yeah. I will definitely, Glenn, I will definitely be getting one of these bundles, and whatever one I get, I will be putting your money towards it, mate. Don't you worry. Don't you fucking worry. All right. That Japanese one basically has everything I want in it. It basically does. And I've been looking to massively expand my Japanese collection as well. And it would give me, if I bought that bundle, I would have 36 power armored bodies. Now that feels like a proper power armored Banzai, doesn't it? That feels like Banzai just running across the board. Interesting. All right. It's definitely on the cards. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's definitely on the cards, man. But I want the Soviet bloc heavy infantry platoon as well. I want all of it. Do you know what I might do, guys? This has just popped in my head. I might do the next Conflict 47 battle report featuring the Defenders of Stuttgart bundle. Like, because I already have all that stuff. I just bought it separately, right? Because I didn't know this fucking thing was coming out. So that'd be kind of a cool way to like show that off. Yeah. As like as like a possibility for an army. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. And be like, hey, this is basically one of the starter armies you can get. Yeah, it's cool. Glenn Lee, thank you for support, and thank you for that little bit of inspiration, because that just popped into my head looking at it. Yeah. Nice. All right. What have we got next? Average White Shark. Thank you for 35-month member flex, man. Double X Force, baby. Nearly double X Force. Getting into K47. What's the most fun meme list? I mean, there's all sorts you can do, man. I would say the easiest meme list to do is Totem Core spam, because there's literally a starter army built around it right now. It's on pre-order, so you'd have to. It's not going to ship until March, like 6 weeks away or something. But yeah, the Totem Core starter army is a very fun meme one. It's all in plastic, so that's probably the easiest one to do right now. It depends on what faction you're interested in. And it depends on what kind of memes are going through your mind, sir. But yeah, the Totem Rotter Starter Army is probably the easiest way of running a powerful themed meme list. Yeah. Nothing happened to Tiki. Cosmic's just being an idiot. What we got next? Jack Handsome, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the gift of thank you for the member flex. We need a Riftbuster style Death Strike artillery. We could do with some indirect rift weapons. I think the Churchill Meteor can do it. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Ego check. British only good at organized retreats. Cosmic, I'm not even going to like acknowledge it. So obviously not true. I can't even right now. I can't even right now. I wouldn't get too Billy Big Bollocks, Cosmic. You had to get bailed out by the fucking French. You were a man. Do you know why Americans have such fragile egos? Because imagine if your country only existed because of the French. I know I'd be pretty projecting a lot of shit out there. Oh my god. All right. All right. I'm not off on one. I didn't start it. How to multiple launcher with K47? Exact same as bot action. There's no actual multiple launcher rules in K47. So you just use the bot action ones if you want to feature them. Yeah. Russell W, thank you for the super chat, man. Message in stream discussion. Always hyped for more K47. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. Russell W. Bummed no Ursus or Soviet armor / mech bundle, but I still made a purchase. Is that it? Yes. Yeah, baby! Yes, man. That's the way, baby. So you got the bundle and you got the dice. I'm guessing that's the bundle anyway. Yeah. Nice. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. Because I imagine it shows like the individual things and it has like the discount at the bottom and everything. Yeah. Nice. I was like, wait, you should have bought the bundle. Wait. But you did. Yeah. That's great, man. That is cool. I'm probably going to get that bundle. I'm definitely getting that bundle. The great thing is, though, right, I want to get all the bundles right away. But the great thing is that there's no FOMO. Like, I know I will get that Soviet armor bundle. There's no question in my mind. That will be happening. I just don't need to rush it. I will decide which of the bundles I will get first. I will get that bundle, and then I will complete it. And then I will get the next bundle. And then I will complete that, and I will get the next one. That's what I love about this. That's what I love about this, man. They're not Warforge. They are not limited. They are not limited. You can literally buy. My problem is, what bundle do I get? They're also good. Just take your time, Mad Larkin. Take your time. Pick. There's no rush. Just get the one you like now, and then get another one later. There you go. Yeah. There you are. I see you so bundling my future as well as the British. Yes! Yeah, man. Yeah. They're so, honestly, will they be on sale later? I don't know. Okay. Despite the fact that I have a very good working relationship with Warlord, and I'm very, very grateful for a lot of the inside information they do give me, I don't actually work for them. So my understanding at this present time is that these are not FOMO and that these sales will exist going forward. Okay? So this bundle is going to be a permanent feature on the website. Like, a good example of this is you can get other bundles for, like, bolt action. Let's see if I can find some. All right. I've got one in mind that I might be able to find. Give me a second. Okay, here's one. And I found that maybe I can find another one. Yeah, okay, here you go. So here's a couple of examples from bolt action. So you've got the Polish People's Army bundle, where if you bought all of these things separately, it would cost you £164. But if you buy the bundle, you get it for £149. This bundle has been available for at least a year. I think I did a video talking about this bundle. And that was it's probably over a year or over a year ago. So yeah, like this as far if the conflict bundles are anything like these bundles, they're still going to be present in in years time. I think that they're just like, they are web bundles. Buy these models, get the discount. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I could be wrong. Like there's another one here, like Polish Carpathian Rifle Brigade. £100. You get 30 plastic infantry, 2 Brens, you get 2 French guns because you get 42 plastic infantry, 2 universal carriers, 75mm howitzer, 25mm tank gun. Because the lore behind this force was that they got re-equipped by basically the Free French and the British early on. Yeah. So, save 14. But you could buy these individually. It'd cost you 114. Buy them all together, save £14. Yeah. And again, this bundle, I think I reviewed it like over a year ago because I need to do this for conflict as well. But like, I reviewed all of the different starter armies. Then when I went through the starter armies, I started realizing there were these bundles as well. And I was like, shit, like, let's go through some of these bundles and see what they do. Yeah. Like, I think there's one for the is it the Condor Legion? No, it must be the blue. What was the Spanish force called? Is it called Blue Force or something? I can't remember what it was called. There was a it comes out with like unique. I want to find it now. Let's go from price high to low. Blue Division, that might be it. See if we can find it. There you go, Spanish Blue Division. Told you. So this is basically like an alternative starter army. It's actually fucking hell. This is actually really good. I forgot how good this was. It's a little under the radar. It's a little under the radar. It's really, really cool, this. So the Spanish Blue Division, it's basically like an alternative starter army. It's a little more expensive, but you get a decent whack in it. So you get a Panzer III and a Stug. So you get 2 medium tanks. And you get medium machine gunner, medium mortar, sniper, panzer strike, flamethrower teams, and 36 plastic infantry. But what's also cool is you get the unique Blue Division decals. Yeah. So like, this is actually like a really, really good, bundle. Yeah. And it's been on, you save about 15 quid. And it's been on the website forever. Yeah. Yeah. This sounds kind of crazy. This might actually be one of the best ways of getting into the into bot action. I keep forgetting how good this is because the SS bundle is good, but obviously it comes with a Stug and a Tiger, and that's like a lot of points. that skews your list a little bit. And then for some of the other armies out there, you get like a Stug and an armored car, which is fine, but the armored car is a little light. This is the only bundle that I'm aware of that actually comes with 2 mediums. 2 good mediums, well, because you could use the Panzer, you could use the Stug as your Panzer Ace for your German army rule. And because I reviewed this back in maybe I reviewed this years ago. I think I reviewed this back in 2nd edition. So which was like 18 months ago. Yeah. So yeah, it's a nice little discount, but the big thing is the force composition. It's a really good force composition. Yeah. The double medium is very nice. Yeah, double medium. There you go. So it's just a nice little bundle, and it's a full I mean, it's a full army. It's a 1250 point full army. I mean, yeah, it might only be like a little discount, but the fact that you can get a full army for 120 quid and it's a good army with good force composition, really can't complain too much about it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was last year, Patrick. I think it was about a year ago, wasn't it? Yeah. I couldn't remember if I reviewed it in 2nd edition or 3rd edition, but I did review it for over a year ago. But the point is, that is a bundle. That's a web bundle. It's been available for about 12 months. So if the Conflict 47 things are anything to go by, they should be around as well. And that's really, really quite interesting. I mean, isn't it kind of fucking mental? Isn't it kind of fucking mental how conditioned so many of us have become to like the FOMO side of things? Like, I don't want to like over. It's one of those ones where like I feel like I'm repeating myself. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. I don't want to like fucking, you know, like beat a dead horse here. It's something we all kind of know, but you know, constantly we kind of get. Constantly I kind of get reminded by it these days. Frankly, Warlord games keep reminding me of it, but in a positive way, right? We've all become so conditioned to FOMO that the number one question that people have had, literally the number one question that has come into chat over the last couple of hours of the stream has been, when do these go away? How long are these going to be around for? Because everyone just presumes that these are FOMO. Everyone's just been conditioned to think any good box set that comes out is going to be FOMO. And yeah. And it's kind of, I think it was Nostalgia Vivek that said it about a month ago. It's like 40k people who are starting to get interested in Conflict 47. They're like, not 40k people, no, this is actually a different context. It's actually in the context of some of the custody stuff that have been going around, and then people seeing that like Roberta Wells was getting another model in Conflict 47. And there was a little bit, you know, there was people going off a bit of a hair trigger. And, you know, the way Nostalgia Vivek described it is you know, those of you who know Nostalgia Vivek, he's definitely one of these people that's a bit more on the, you know, I don't talk about the culture war stuff, but he's not afraid to kind of thing. And even he was like, GW's got their customer base and their fan base acting like a whip dog. Like they the moment they see anything, they're almost like flinching. They're almost like, you know, yeah. And I think that was a really good point, and I think we're seeing it again here. Like people are just so, yeah. I think Rat Bastard, it's beaten gamer syndrome. Yeah, it's genuine. Like it's like, yeah. Yeah, so dude, remember when you reviewed Totem and I asked for how long it's going to be? Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. And I was like, this is just a new starter army. It's just available all the time. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, GW is genuinely, like, we used to joke about GW was like an abusive. It was like an abusive relationship. I don't think that's a joke anymore. I almost cry when you said it. It's just, it's because it, dude. I know you're memeing like a little bit, but there's obviously an element of truth there, because it's just that sense of relief. Like, okay, I had some, maybe some other things that I needed to buy. Maybe well, fair enough, mate, fair enough. But for me, it's that sense of relief. Like, okay, I had some other bits that I needed to buy first, some real life bits, some hobby bits. I really want that box. Oh wait, like, it's still available? Like, in a month's time, I'll still be able to get it? Okay, I will get it in a month's time. It just takes the pressure off a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. It's so nice just being able to be happy. Like, it sounds crazy, but it's just so nice just being able to be happy. Yeah. And you end up in my experience, this is me personally, in my experience, I end up spending a lot more than I ever intended to, because when everything is FOMO, I have to make some pretty hard choices. I have to be like, I can't do that. Like I wanted to get the Krieg Siege Platoon, and I just had to be like, no. I can recommend other people to get it, but I have other pressures on right now. That one's going to have to wait. Yeah. It's just you, and so because of that, you end up going, okay, well, or another way of looking at it is, if you see 3 or 4 good FOMO boxes come out at the same time, you can, if they're FOMO, you can only afford to get one. If they weren't FOMO, you'd get all of them over the course of time. Like, think about this. How many do you think GW would have sold of that Double Dawn Infantry Platoon box if it was still available? I think they would have sold way more over the last year or two. Well, year, basically, because it was last Christmas, not the Christmas that's just gone, but the one before. I think they would have sold more over that last year than they didn't by doing it via FOMO. It was just so good. It was just every single guard player would have bought it. Every single one. And then when the Dawn Commanders came out, every single guard player would have bought another one. Like, literally every single guard player would have bought 2 of them over the course of, for in perpetuity. Anytime a new player came into the game, what would have us and every other Warhammer player told them? If you're a guard player coming into the game, get that box set. That's the first thing you buy. Then you buy a combat patrol. Yeah. And imagine if the old combat patrol was still available, and that box set was still available, and the Krieg artillery platoon was still available. What would you tell? What would be the natural path? You'd go, okay, you get your tank thing, you get your tank box first, then you get your combat patrol, then you get your siege platoon, and that gives you 75 infantry, 2 tanks, 3 artillery pieces, sentinel for an action piece. It's just perfect. Just bang, 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 bang. That probably gets you to 2,000 points. If not, then you go buy the current guard combat patrol. You'd actually make buying the current guard combat patrol like an attractive prospect. Because guess what? That's an extra, that your 10 Rough Riders make sense there. And your Kazakin makes sense there. And the extra command squad makes sense because you can have you can use it as like just something like a certain objective. It makes sense in the Constant Grizzle Company, all that kind of stuff. Just go bang, 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 bang. 2 of those Christmas boxes, they're £180 each, right? So bang, bang, that's 180 quid. 2 of those combat patrols, 105 quid each. Basically, you're looking at 200, 600 quid. You're basically looking at 600 quid. 590 quid, brand new in box from GW. Every single Guard player buys that. Every single one. But instead, they fucking FOMO'd them all. Yeah. We've already talked enough about you FOMOing their way out of my price range. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Whereas now, let's look at the Warlord situation, right? Because all of these are still available, right? So if you're like someone who's getting into Conflict 47, you might be like, okay, well, first thing I'm going to do is get that Axis Defender Stuttgart bundle. Sick. Cool. That gives me everything that I want for a nice, balanced army. Where do I go next? Okay, well, I could maybe do with having... maybe after that, you go for the Totenrotter starter army. So now you've got your Stuttgart bundle, and now you've got all your zombies. And then, well, after that, you might want to get some more... You might want to get a bit of variety in your walkers. Fuck it. Axis Heavy Walker Platoon. If I'm gonna get a Wotan and a Locust, and if I'm gonna get those 2 anyway, I might as well get the Virgil Spinner for free. Might even be able to sell that off second hand. Boom. Bit more Carnival of... You literally just go from bundle to bundle, literally, and you end up with way more than you could ever want. Way more than you could ever want. But you're buying these over the course of like, maybe a year, maybe longer. Maybe longer. And then you also factor in the Axis starter army, which in this I've got to try and find it now, wherever it is. The Axis starter army looks great in the context of all of this, because you're like, well, again, I'm basically getting a free Vogel spinner. I can always sell that off or give it to a friend or convert it into some terrain or something. Boom. And literally, you just go from one bundle to the next. And you just get this huge Axis army with this huge level of variety, and basically you just constantly chopping and changing your list, and having fun and keeping variety. And none of this is FOMO. So you just start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months later, go to the next, and again and again and again. You just go to the next, and you just end up spending way more than you ever would have done if it had been all on FOMO, which had been like one after the other every single fucking month. Yeah. That's it. A good deal is a good deal. Give people time to plan around them, and yeah. So yeah, that was all off Russell W Super Chat, getting that bundle. Yeah. And a bit of back and forth with regular chat. What do we got next? Zadron, thank you for the Super Chat, bro. You bastard, you made me order $150 of Japanese bolt action infantry. Held a gun to my head, you did. Well, $150 of Japanese bolt action infantry. What are you trying to do with a pure infantry army? That's a lot of That's a lot of infantry. Yeah. That's a lot of infantry. I'm sorry that I made you buy all of that reasonably priced infantry. There you are. My wallet's about to get money atrophy. Someone, that reminds me of someone left a great comment in the in my Totenrotter review when and someone said my wallet's gonna need a resurrection roll. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you for Super Chat, man. Star Wars Legion has make your own guy check stream discussion. Star Wars Legion looks like a really good game, and it looks like I've heard it's having a bit of a resurgence. This is cool. Customizable Imperial officer and agent. Isn't it crazy that other see, I've always said this. If GW leaves a gap in the moment there's a gap in the market, other companies will rush in to fill it. Isn't it crazy that Star Wars Legion has, as a selling point, customizable characters? Like, if we put this on the box, it will actually tempt people into our game because people are so used to not being able to do that. Yeah. Star Wars Legion is great. Sadly dead in my area. I've heard it went down a bit. I'm hearing it's coming up again. So other game systems do wax and wane a little bit. They do. I think the issue with Star Wars Legion is it was it had that issue that it looked more expensive than 40k. And there was an element of the same thing that like Conflict had, which is, well, it looks GW price, but actually isn't when you realize you only need to buy like half as much. But the problem was that Conflict had that at the beginning because so much was in resin and metal, because it was basically like legacy models, right? And Warlord Games very early on came out and said, we're bringing stuff to plastic. When it comes to plastic, it will be cheaper. And so even though there was a bit of skepticism, there was that was a good defense that people could like, hey, you don't need as much, and guess what? It's going to get cheaper. And then because Warlord's followed through on that, with like looking at the totem core going from metal to plastic and becoming an insane deal. That basically the whole idea of Conflict being an expensive game now is dead. Like, people, generally speaking, people know, or very quickly they learn. Whereas the problem is that Star Wars Legion was already in plastic, and it was the cost that it was. So it just didn't quite have as many defenses against the accusations. Yeah. Early Legion models were also very goopy soft plastic. Yeah, I heard that as well. And they kept the promise, and now the defense drawing. Exactly, Sphilic, dude. Exactly, 100%. They, like, promises made, promises kept is so important. Yeah. Promises made, promises kept is very important, because then if there's a stumble, people might be disappointed, but they'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Like, look at the difference between the way the Conflict community has sort of reacted to the stumble around the Soviet starter set versus like the stumble that we've seen with like Trench Crusade. Now, obviously they might be on different scales and so on and so forth, but because the Conflict community could see and has continued to be vindicated in their belief that it was a stumble, it wasn't a rug pull, that it's like, okay, this is fucky, but at least we can see it was a stumble, mistakes be forgiven, fix it, and we'll be right. Whereas with Trench Crusade, there wasn't that. It was the moment that people had an opportunity to dogpile on it, they did. Yeah. Yeah. Then when I tell people that Warlord are the original Warhammer guys, their eyes like up. Yeah. Like, and what's great, and it is important to mention as well, with Conflict specifically, that even though there were, the game was like the foundations of Conflict as we know it now were laid down by like the greats, like Andy Chambers. They were laid down by the greats. That's why it's like names in the fucking book, like Andy Chambers, Gav Thorpe, the fucking OGs from like 3rd edition. But so you've got that like old school talent, right? But then it is really worth shouting these guys out. Like, you've got the newer team that are coming in, and these are, well, they're not coming in like they've come in from outside. Like, they've always been part of Warlord, but they're not from like 3rd edition 40k. You know what I mean? You've got the likes of like John and Dan and several others who are on the Conflict team. Like, it's a good team at Conflict. John is a young chap. He's about my age, maybe a couple of years younger. He literally was on the factory floor, and he did some sketches for like concept art in his spare time. And some of the people in higher ups in Warlord saw them and said, "These are really good. Do you want to try your hand at model design?" And he designed the mullet and stuff like that. So yeah, they've got I think the reason why Conflict kind of works is because it's a nice balance of the OGs, but also you've got the new blood. Because you need the new blood because wargaming has come a long way in 30 years, but you need the OGs because they're OG. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And it's the best of both worlds. What have we got next? Squiggle to Sean, thank you for super chat, man. I keep loving K47 more each time I play. It felt good finally getting my Tiger 2X on the board. Feel free to share that mortar team if you like. Dude, I would love to, man. Dude, I'm exactly the same. I've played like a dozen games of Conflict 47 now. I'm waiting for like the foot to drop. And it's like, it just keeps getting better. Every time I thought something was broken, I found a solution to it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Let me have a look, man. Do you want me to show off pictures of the game? Or do you want me to show off pictures of the mortar? I'll show a picture of the mortar. If you want to show the game, I can show that as well. But, guys, this is you guys are going to love this. So, Squiggle to Sean, sent me some pictures of his medium mortar, and it's really, really well done. So this is a Conflict 47 medium mortar. So firstly, obviously, it's like beautifully painted, right? It's a heavy mortar, not a medium. So it's got a 4-man crew with a spotter, and you can see like all like the camouflage and everything. It's beautifully painted, but there's something about one of the crewmen. We've got one of the crew is a totem core like ammo caddy, ammo run. Like he can't do complicated things. He can't do any of the dialing in, you know, any of that. But he can basically bring the extra mortar shells over because he's super strong, so he never tires. He just keeps bringing more shells over. There you go. I thought that was great. Yeah. I mean, the static grass in the helmet is very, very good. And I really like some of the purple sort of in the ground because that feels like it's sort of rift energy polluting the ground and all that. Yeah, it's very, very cool. It's beautifully painted. I think we can all agree it's absolutely beautifully painted. Really, really, really well done. Very, very cool. Some of the other crew members, I don't recognize them. I feel like is that like the SS heavy mortar, is it? Or is it like or some like Italian crew members? I just use like some of the fezzes and stuff. It's very, very cool either way. Yeah. Yeah. Beautifully painted, lovingly converted, a little diorama. A little diorama in a model. That's what we love. Yeah. One of the things that you don't see enough of that is people making dioramas out of the models anymore. Because all the models are so hard to build, everyone's heroes are always in the same poses on the same bit of terrain or something. Yeah, yeah. It's here, but I head swapped. Ah, fair enough. Fair. All right. Yeah, but I love that mortar, man. Very, very well done. James Loader, thank you for super chat, man. Sorry to interrupt Warlord stream, 40k question stream chat. It's okay. We've got all the Warlord stuff out of the way now. Let's have a look at the question. Hey MG, I'm starting a campaign this weekend, and we are starting with 500 point games. I've not played a game of Warhammer in about 2 years. That's crazy, man. Dude, that's crazy. You used to play fucking one game every fucking week. Yeah, man. So I'm very rusty, but the rules are as follows. Incursion unit limits, no units above T9, no epic heroes, 3x3 board, 3x3 Colosseum board, full mission deck. Can you help me out with my 2 fluffy list options? I'm doing some sort of inquisitorial theme, either Stormtroopers or Inquisitorial Conscript / Warband. Okay, so list 1, 9th Iota Gorgons, Hellrain Formation, British Strike Force, Silent Command Squad, Plasma and Melter, Commissar. This guy starts the circles. 5 Scions. So 4 squads of 5 Scions. Torx Prime. I mean, that looks pretty good. Yeah. I neglect to mention I could pick one of these lists. Okay. And the second one is Veterans of Vrax, Kree Command Squad, Inquisitor, 20 Kree, Chimera, Engineers, Clear Flavor Team. I mean, I think I prefer the first list. The first list. I mean, the second list basically has 0 chance against anyone who brings any kind of heavy armor. Well, I suppose T9. I suppose T9 is the biggest thing someone can bring. If T9 is the biggest thing someone can bring, then definitely go for the Scions, because it means all your melter guns are really good. Oh, what's the one weakness of melter guns? Oh, they struggle to wound anything that's over T9. But what if nothing's T9? You son of a bitch, I'm in. Yeah. So I think I would go for the Scion one, because it's probably pretty good in those conditions. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, nothing over T9 does kind of limit you in... I mean, Sentinels could be kind of good for anti-tank or something, but yeah. No, I think your Scions are the better one. Yeah, yeah. I put that grenade launcher volley gun squad. It's probably going to do fuck all, though. I'd just go for Melter Plaz. There's no reason not to. I mean, I know it's a little like, but I'm taking every squad with the optimal loadout. Yeah. Yeah, but I'd still do it. I'd still do it. Yeah. All right, hope that helps, man. And dude, great to have you back in the game. I've noticed you haven't been around as much, which is obviously very understandable because you've not played in about 2 years. No salt, no beef, mate. But dude, it's great to have you back, and great to see you back on the painting and the playing and everything. And yeah, it's just cool. Yeah, I swear, James Loader, correct me if I'm wrong here, and I do want to apologize if I am getting you mixed up with somebody else. I have a bad memory. I swear to God, you had a whole bunch of cavalry, but I might be getting mixed up. I feel like you had a whole bunch of cavalry like years ago. If you didn't, then I apologize. I'm getting you mixed up with somebody else. But if you did, then my brain has got a better memory than I thought. That was it. 40. Yeah, I knew you did. You had 40 Resident Creek Death Fighters. I knew you did. Because you Sold and Plastic came out. Ah, fair enough. The Resident ones are kind of cool, though. Because, yeah, I knew you had a bunch of cavalry. Good old brain. See, I remember, man. I fucking remember. All right. All right, what do we got next? John Shepherd, thank you for Super Chat, man. Pictures in stream discussion of my finished Winter Croat Germans. 1,300 point army. Look at that. That's a beaut right there. I mean, this is what I love about bot action, man. That's a full army. It's not squad size, but it's not ridiculous, like, over the top, need a million model sized. You know? It's cool. It's got some mortars, machine guns, snipers, and a big fuck off artillery piece. Lots of infantry. I'm not sure what these guys are. Maybe light mortars or something. You have to let us know, John. But yeah, it looks really good. Looks really, really, really fucking cool, man. Little box, full army in there, bish bash bosh, self-contained. This is the best bit. You can now move on and collect another army. You know, like this box, it's still maniaed. It's good to go. Pull it out whenever you fancy. Whenever you fancy busting the Croats out, bust it out. There you are. Yeah, it's cool. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. Show us your worm. Everyone wants to see it. Well, I suppose it is 3 minutes until Valentine's Day, so I can get my worm out. I mean, it seems appropriate to show off my worm on Valentine's Day. You know, here it is. There you are. God, that's the worm that Cosmic gave me. So now it's my worm. Stroke your worm. I think that's TOS, mate. I'm not allowed to do that. Ugh. I will rearrange my worm though. I've got slightly sweaty worm. So what is it? Sacred globules. Oh, what have we got next? Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat, man. Where is the fairness if Valentine's Day in stream discussion? Let's have a look. Where is the... Is this it? I'm looking at the hypocrisy of Valentine's Day. Where is the steak and blowjob date? That's 14th of March, mate. That, like, I'm pretty certain that's actually a thing. Like, 14th of Feb is Valentine's Day. 14th of March is steak and a blowjob day. I don't know. That's what I heard. Put it in the calendar. All right. Let's have a look here. Okie croaky. I think we're all caught up. Holy shit, boys. It's been fucking hell. It's been a big fucking stream so far. My God, sirs. My God. Oh. I'm just honestly, I'm honestly still coming down from the hype, which is the conflict bundles. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I did have some other bits and bobs I wanted to talk about, but they weren't Warlord related. Adepticon is coming up, 11th edition. I mean, Adepticon's not for another month, though, is it? Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay. By the way, I'm gonna have that. I'm gonna have a video go out covering those bundles. So if you've joined stream and you've not seen me go through them, don't worry. There will be a stream highlight going out covering the whole thing. So yeah, even if you've missed it, you haven't missed it, because it'll be. I'll see if I can get Evan to put it out tomorrow or something. Yeah. All right. Not Warlord. Okay, I can leave. I mean, I can make it Warlord related if you want. I just thought, you know, people would want to mix it up a little bit. But if people, I mean, I could just sit here glazing Warlord all night. It's my favorite thing to fucking do. I mean, I painted up one of the new Totem Core. I painted up one of the new Totem Core. It took about 10 minutes. I haven't based him yet, obviously. But it took about 10 minutes, and it was 5 colours. And I did basically green. You can't really see him very well. I'll see if I can get him on the close-up cam. I think water all glazed out for now. They are pretty heavily glazed, aren't they? See if I can get that. There you go. So yeah, it took about 10 minute paint job. Yeah. So I did Lanza Grey for the green, Grim Black for Lanza Grey for the coat and trousers, Grim Black for the boots, webbing and helmet strap, Crusader Skin for the skin, and then Murder Scene for the wounds, and then Plasmatic Bolt for the glowing eye. Yeah. So I've done a video on it as well. So, because obviously there's going to be a lot of people. And the reason I did a video on it is because even though I'm not the best painter, I know there's going to be a lot of people that did that are going to get the Totem Rotter starter army. And they're going to want to. And there's going to be a lot of people that got the Totem Rotter starter army. And there's going to be quite a few people that will want to, like, paint maybe in more historical colours, but want a quick way of doing that. And so basically just knowing, hey, look, you can get speed paints that cover historical colours can be quite helpful. Yeah. No, the base is not done. The base is not done. I purposely didn't do the basing so people could do whatever basing they wanted. Yeah. There you are. So I do have some other things to talk about. You like to glaze Warlord, the The more your rift busts. I mean, my rift is always busting. I'm always glazing. I'm always busting. So, I actually had... Now, unfortunately, the other things I have to talk about are all kind of 40k and GW related. So, are we feeling it? Do we want a bit of that? Some of it's beef. Some of it's beef. Some of it's just normal observations. Oh, so apparently Reddit has had a go at me. Do we want to see Reddit? Do we want some Reddit beef? We can have some Reddit beef. Is that better? Yeah, apparently Reddit didn't like... Apparently Reddit has gone off at me. This time, even... It's not even the Tau people that hate me. Yeah? I haven't looked into this, by the way. Someone just mentioned it in passing in the... Someone just mentioned it in passing in here. Let's have a look. I don't really like going on Reddit anymore. Oh, it's on Grim Dank, is it? Grim Dank's just a complete shithole these days. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly, now I know which subreddit it's from. It's not even really worth talking about. Like, Grim Dank used to be really cool. Like, it did. And look, I'm just going to be real with you, okay? Like, Grim Dank used to be really cool. It used to be place where, like, funny memes were posted. But it kind of became a little... They kind of became consumed by the memes. And, yeah, they ended up going... They've gone, like, super political. Yeah, like... I'm not going to get into it. But, like... The top post... I think it's been pinned... by the mods... is... an anti-ice post. Like, not ice as in, like... you know, the thing that you slip on the ground. As in... the thing in America, right? And then the post under that is about fascism and all that kind of stuff. So, and then there's a post about, like, shitting on people who don't like female custodians and all that kind of stuff. So, it's not that, yeah, it's not that, I'm not going to give an opinion on any of that stuff myself. Because as you guys know, I don't do politics on this channel. I like to stay away from it. But yeah, if people on Grim Dank are getting upset with me, it's the same people that know nothing about my content and who will assume that for some reason, who will assume just because I play bolt action that I'm gonna go out there goose stepping up and down the street. Yeah, like bunch of people that need to fucking take their meds. Yeah, basically, yeah. So. Yeah, Grim Dank. It used to be it used to be a genuinely good subreddit, and then unfortunately, what has happened to a lot of Reddit has happened to Grim Dank. Yeah, which I think is probably the it's the fate of a lot of subreddits. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, unfortunately, not really. You can do your best to avoid politics, but the politics will return the favor. Thing is, though, with this kind of stuff, I want to think of how to want to say it. a lot of this kind of stuff exists because people give it oxygen. It's that simple. Like, if you give, it's like a fire, and if you give it oxygen, it burns brighter. And my experience is that I don't want to feed it. Not even like feed it. Like, it's not about me wanting to feed it or not wanting to feed it. My general policy is just being like, I just don't want to give it any more power than it has, which is basically none. Yeah. That's basically it. Politics do not belong in gaming. Exactly. I mean, if you are, using that like topic, and I want to make something clear. Okay, let me make something very clear, because this is a very, very sensitive topic, and so I don't want anyone getting it twisted. I have no strong opinions that I am willing to share about ICE and any of the current affairs that are going on in America. The most important reason for that is I am not American. I can imagine me as a non-American passing comment on it is very annoying to a lot of American people, right? Like it's not for me to comment upon. It's not for me to comment upon, right? So let me make that established. Hopefully that can be seen as a fairly reasonable point of view. What I will say is this: politics don't belong in gaming. And if you're a subreddit or a community whose first thing you've got up there is something to do with ICE, then okay, that's fair. That's for you. No problem. But I'm not even going to engage with it. No. Like, okay, that's what this community is about. Cool. And then you guys have fun. I'm okay with that. I'm not telling you what you can and can't talk about, but I'm not coming in. I'm not coming in. I'm not going near it. That's not for me. Yeah. It's that simple. And so that's why, like, you know, I apply that to basically any subreddit or any community. Like, if it's a bunch of people going off on one about current affairs and then linking that to their wargaming, I'm like, okay, cool. That's what you guys want to do. That's fine. But not for me, bro. Not for me at all. Tim, no politics. More than show us pictures. Exactly. Yeah. Why talk about politics when I can show you feet pictures and my worm? It's not that those things aren't serious. It's just not something I want to link to my gaming. Thank you very much. Yeah. Let's have a look. Dan Curran, dude, thank you for Super Man. Dude, I feel this. Dude, I disconnected from politics entirely. Feel so much better, to be honest. Also, I changed my previous super chat. No Tau Tank commanders in the custom hero rules. Oh, no! Oh, man, I thought that was... Yeah. I thought that was... I was kind of hoping if you were getting Longstrike, we were getting Pask back. Yeah, that's a fucking bag of shit. Right. Custom cards are all the shit. Get rid of them. I was kind of hoping Cyrillic Dude wasn't right when he said they were a bag of shit, but apparently they are. And dude, it's the same for me. Like, you guys, I tend to be quite consistent with this kind of stuff. I've told you guys I don't watch the news. I told you guys I don't watch the news. It's the same. I take the same approach with that as I do with politics, which is I find that if I engage with certain things, I'm getting really, really, really fucked off about stuff I'm reading online. But then I actually take a step back and I'm like, I'm not seeing it in my real life. Like, I'm reading it on there, but I'm not seeing it in my real life. And I'm getting really, really angry about stuff. And I can't, I'm getting really, really angry about stuff. And it's not that I'm being short-sighted or anything. But as a single individual, I can only control so much of my environment around me. And, if it was something that was going to come up and it would affect me and it'd be something I'd have to deal with, obviously I'd have to deal with it in the there and now. But I can only control myself. I can only control and not control. I can only control myself, and I can only influence and be part of what is immediately around me. And those are things I need to focus on, because if I'm getting really riled up over a bunch of stuff elsewhere, in many ways, I'm kind of like losing focus on what I need to be focusing on. Yeah. That's it. That's it. Like, it's not anything more than I find if I get involved with these things, I'm just getting shit bullets loaded into me. That's it. Shit bullet. We've talked about it before. All this does is load shit bullets into you. And then you start popping off those shit bullets, and you realize that you're going off about stuff that you've actually got no fucking stake in. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you could be sympathetic to things. Of course I can be sympathetic. Someone could say, oh man, have you heard about this really, really bad thing that's happened? I can go, man, that sounds fucking terrible. That's awful. Yeah, yeah. But I can't, that's it. That's basically it, right? I can sympathize. I can empathize. Of course I can. But all I find with this shit is, it's kind of like Dark Knight Curran says, all I find is it just exists to perpetually fuck you off. And if you just take a step back, you don't need to completely disconnect from it. But like, if you just take a step or two back from it, you feel so much better. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We've got some of the super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Don't worry, I've not missed Mortis Box. Don't worry. Mortis Box, thank you for super chat, man. Happy Valentine's Day, MG. German work in progress discussion. Got such a bold action and conflict moment now. It brought the fun back for me. Yes! This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, boys. This is what I'm talking about. Let's fucking get it on, Mortis Fox. That sounds a little aggressive. He looked me right in the eye and said, let's get it on. All right, let's have a look, man. I want to see what you've been working on. Let's have a look here. Hey, look at this motherfucker. Absolutely loving bot action, conflict 47 contributions. The mortar was fantastic. Here. Hey. My current work in progress. Just needs matte varnish, basing, and a good rimming. Suit you, sir. Especially it's Valentine's Day now. Chance of me a fine thing. Oh my god. There we go. There we are. Beautifully painted, man. Beautifully painted. Loving the looted Sten gun as well. Yeah. The looted Sten gun is a nice touch. Because that's from the Winter Fallschirmjäger kit, right? Yeah. Cool. Very, 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 very well painted, mate. I think it's I'm curious to know what basing you go for. I know you've sent a model in before, and I think that was base, but I've forgotten what it looked like. But what the basing looked like, I should say. But yeah, because I think it was the model that looked like, you said it looked like Nick Cage or something, wasn't it? Yeah. Hey, it looks good, man. Yeah, it looks well done. It looks like a combination of like 3 kits. Got the looted Sten, injured head from the veteran kit, and then winter infantry. Very nice. But dude, I know what you mean. Like, just conflict 47 and bot action. It just hits. It just hits that. It scratches that intangible itch that every wargamer has, that no one can quite put a finger on, but everyone basically has it. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the Nick Cage guy. This guy looks like Ron Van Persie to me. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna have to Google it. It's not a anyone dodgy, is it? Should I do it in Is it the Dutch football coach? It does look a bit like him. That's great. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I like that, man. And it was cool how seamless the kit bashing was. Yeah. All right. Very good effort, mate. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Play shower with your dad. Just don't talk GW today. You don't want to talk GW? Ah, but I was going to farm the stream highlights out of it. Go on, Cosmic. Be a lamb. Be a lamb. I didn't even talk about the Reddit beef. I mean, I could get into the Reddit beef. I feel like they have taken my bait, and I feel like you don't bait a master baiter. You know, I feel like you don't do it. Not all of it's like. I mean, we could do a poll. Do a poll. Do we talk? It's not all beefy. I'm just kind of curious. Let's have a look. Cosmic, no politics. Thanks for the chat. No politics, only the Octopus album on Monday, 8th song. Well, you know what? If the you know what, man? If you had delivered the Octopus song by now, maybe I would be more inclined to deliver the to listen to you. But I don't know. The Flair's influences seem a bit weak around these parts. You know, I'm just saying, it seems a little weak around these parts. You know. All right. You're going to ruin this K47 stream with GW. Reddit beef is weak, but better. GW always say the same thing. Well, I actually had new things to say. I actually had 3. Well, one thing was repeating myself. One thing was possible hype. And 2 things were brand new. Like, so I don't know. I got a mixture for you. We'll do a poll. We'll do a poll, see what people think. I tell you what, Cosmic, I will let the people decide. Do you want me to talk about GW beef? Do you want to talk about GW? GW. We'll say news because not all of it bad. News today, or keep it pure Warlord hype. There you go. GW news. Warlord hype only. All right, there you go. The people will decide. The Senate will decide our fate, Cosmic. That's fair, right? That is fair. All right, that is fair. Give us a hint on the GW news. I can tell you what each topic was. So the first one was I wanted to respond to a comment that someone left when I said that 40k is becoming rock, paper, scissors. And I had a response to that. And that was going to come down to faction design. A little bit of repetition there because there was going to be an element of me talking. It was going to be me going a bit deeper on something I've said in the past, where I've talked about how not every faction has everything it needs right now because there's very like flat, there's very like limited factions. Like Emperor Children got like 10 data sheets, for example. So that was one thing. Next one is the dreaded policy may be dying. There's more and more evidence mounting that the dreaded policy may be dying. And then there was a reaction to something Tactical Tortoise said, which that's a reaction, but it's kind of a vindication moment for me. Other people are starting to say the same things that I've been saying about 10th edition. And then there was a totally new thing, which was I wanted to react to a section of Paul is bad at stuff's latest tournament report because it has a bit of beef with the UK standard terrain. So for all of you American people that want to go, we're best, we've got better terrain than the British, that's a good opportunity for you to dunk on the British terrain. So yeah. So those were the 4 topics that we were gonna dip into. All right. Wardy is needing rage units. They only need combat and more combat because Korn loves combat. Exactly, yeah. Honestly, I'm going to do a little GW as a treat. Not much beef there. That's why I changed it to news, not beef. All right. But let's have a look here. We've got the lower decks. Thank you, Super Chat Man. Back in the game, boys. This is another lower decks lore update. My God, he's treating us a day. He's treating us a day. Let's have a look. Sir, travel on the Eldar ship was terrible. The kind of journey one can equate to sitting on a bus where the driver hates you. The passengers hate you, and they are all vegans on the way to a drum circle, whereas you are trying to go and work for a living. Somewhat controversial statement. I was dropped off at some sort of rogue port crawling with all kinds of Xenos scum. Also, apparently, the Von Shithouse dynasty has an office here. Well, you know, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Also, you know, we will sell the Von Shithouse dynasty, when the Inquisition isn't looking, will of course sell to anyone. Who would have thought? I am sure it's some sort of rogue operation that the kind and good leaders of our house know nothing about. Yes. Apparently, my credentials were accepted. Our man here, one Sir Gavin Drummond, Gazza the Goon to the locals, spotted me. He said he was a highly wanted man by the dynasty and that I was to be detained at once. It's so good to be back amongst the kind, caring, and not at all exploitative arms of the dynasty. Hey, your turnip future's coming in well, man. You know, obviously, you are rich in turnips on paper. Hopefully, we'll have some leads here on Jenkins' location. I was impressed by welcome back in the dynasty.
Come along then. Quickly. Head up, Michael. Don't slouch. Just as I thought. See for yourself.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I love it. All right. I was wondering where that was going. That was good, man. I enjoyed that. And then we've got Trooper. Trooper, thank you for the super chat, man. I got the stuff. Picture in stream discussion. Dude, I saw this come in, man. Holy shit, bro. Well, that was probably the most sketchy way I've ever bought models. Out the back of a car in a parking lot. I suppose it's on theme for my regiment, though. Here is some more Bulldogs lore. The regiment's chief engineer, Epsilon 9 Alpha, walks with several regimental quartermasters as they cross the storage yard. I have made arms the machine spirit of these vehicles. They are ready to join the regiment. A ranking quartermaster snaps a quick salute, then pivots on his ankle to face the mechanics that accompanied him. All right, lads, you know the drill. Get this loaded up on the haulers and tell the men to get the usual fixings ready. One of them points particularly odd-looking Russ. That one too? Aye, that one too. It's not a machine and it runs. That's good enough. Engines that have sat idle for several centuries, in some cases sputter to life as they are rolled out the yard, either assisted or fully under their own power. Wow. Oh, you've got one of the old boxy Russes, man. Hey, they don't build them like they used to, bro. The El Clasico. There we are. Crazy, man. Like, this guy actually did a really decent job on painting them. Dude, like, now that's an armor haul. That's an armor haul right there. So you've got a lot. So do they only have the one turret option each, which is, I'm guessing these were built before the new kit which combined both. So it's a lot of battle cannons, right? Okay. Battle cannons are great. They never go out of fashion, do they? That's what the fuck's this one? Wait, so you've got an old boxy Russ. Love it. 1, 2, 3 Lima's battle tanks. And then what the fuck is this one? That is the Lehman Russ Demolisher, but he's turned it into a battle tank? Ugh. Why? Oh, man. You've got a Vanquisher. See, got a Vanquisher cannon though, chucked in there. Hopefully the Vanquisher cannon goes in there. Yeah. So at least it'll look a bit different. Yeah. But they all seem legit. They all seem legit. Don't look like there's any forgery world or anything going on. Yeah. And you've got... Looks like you've got lots of extra weapons. 1, 2, triple heavy bolter on those. You've got a couple of extra... I mean, you'll have loads of spare. To be fair, the sponsor weapons or whatever, because you'll have loads of spare sponsor bits. Yeah. You have loads of spare sponsor bits, right? From various tanks. Even if not, man. Even if not, you triple heavy bolt on a battle cannon. Hey, it might not be meta, but it'll get the fucking job done. And you've got 2 plasma cannon sponsors in there. Great. Can't complain. Got a couple of multi-metal sponsors. Well, 1, 2, 3 multi-metal sponsors in there. Yeah, can't complain about that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible haul, man. Like an actual, like, incredible S-tier haul. All that for $200 is a steal, man. Yeah. Even with the boxy rust, which I see as a bonus, not as a downgrade, and the slightly bastardized demolisher, that's a damn good price. Yeah. Yeah, damn good price, sir. Get those bad boys painted up. Toot sweet. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that must be a hell of an injection into your armor pool. I mean, how many fucking russes do you have now? How many russes do you have now? How many basilisks? How many manticores? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this, these basilisks and manticores are your first of those holes. But that must be a big injection of the rust pool. Yeah. The universal 20 quid of rust. The metric stands above inflation. Told you. Must light you up. Yeah. For as long as I can remember, 20 to 25 pounds for Lehman Rust has been... It's like the gold standard. It's the rust standard. Yeah. It's the rust standard. For as long as I can remember, you can get a rust in some form or another. Sometimes it's going to be a bit knackered. Sometimes it's going to be an eradicator. Not great. Sometimes the weapons are going to be stuck in. But sometimes it'll just be a very, very acceptable rust. It's a whole spectrum. But in some form or another, a rust for 20, 25 pounds. Yeah. Still holds true. Yeah. All the way back to 4th. Yeah. Literally been a standard for the forever. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? Don't forget that rhinos are free. Rhinos are free. Yeah, it's true. I've never paid for a rhino. What have we got next? Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat, man. I would take a Tower Flyer Ace at this point. IS2G. What is IS2G? It's some sort of slang that the kids are using these days. Let me have a look. I swear to God. Ah, okay. Yeah, me too, man. I mean, flyer aces, tank aces, all that kind of shit. Yeah, I mean, 100%, man. There's so many cool things that used to exist. And they've all gone. Why? Just got in. What's this about Warlord discounts and why will it be bad for my wallet? There's a stream highlight going out tomorrow covering it. But in the meantime, I'll give you the heads up. So, if you go to Warlord, go to Conflict 47, new releases, and sort by date, new to old. Warlord Games has just put on, I think it's a dozen new web bundles, and they're all genuinely amazing. They all have discounts associated with them, and none of them are FOMO. So, for example, I'll show you the best one. Axis Defender Stuttgart bundle. It's 500 fucking hell. It's 152 quid, 40 quid saving. It's a full 1,500 point army, and it's literally really, really good. For me, it's the new Axis starter army. Yeah. The Axis starter army just became the Axis expansion army. and the Stuttgart bundle became the new Axis starter army, yeah. It's insane. It's 1,500 points because these are 155 each. This is about 370. So that's about 800 points together. And then the Stormtroopers are about 200. Then the Star Trooper probably make up the last, especially if you turn one of them into an officer, probably make up like the last 500 points. Maybe you'd have to play around it a little bit. Depends on what upgrades you give these guys. You make them veteran. What upgrades you give these guys. But it's very easily a 1,500 point army. And it's pretty much all plastic. You just got these are one-piece metal models and one resin turret. Other than that, yeah. And there's loads of them, man. Like the Daughters of the Motherland propaganda cadre is great. And literally 50 quid, and it gets you 2 perfect Daughters of the Motherland squads. 2 7-man Daughters of the Motherland squads with ZA guns, absolute auto include for every Soviet army. Every Soviet player should buy this. Like right now. And it's not right now because it's not FOMO, but when they get the opportunity naturally in their lives, they should get that. Yeah. But there's loads, man. I mean, like, for example, like I am literally guaranteed to get the Soviet block heavy infantry platoon because I've been meaning to get all of these units. So why not just get them for 20 quid off or £19 off? Yeah. And I'll probably get the Empire of Japan Armored Assault thing because you're basically getting the Walker for free in there. I am very likely to get the US Recon Enforce Army bundle. Very, very likely to get that. And then I am very likely to then get the Light Walker platoon, which is an insane, insane deal. Yeah. 24 quid off. Just great. Yeah. So yeah, it's literally just every single one of them is, I mean, the robot one here is a little like, that's the only one I'd say is a little weak. But other than that, yeah, solid. Very solid. Morning, is the 8th Army bundle any good? It's okay. Is that for Britain? It's fine. But the big thing is it doesn't come with any like tanks or anything. Like, it's fine. It's a 7 out of 10. If it came with even like one Cromwell, or to be honest, if you took the 2 Universal Carriers out and put 2 plastic Matildas in, it would be a 10 out of 10 bundle. And the funny thing is, that wouldn't even be much of a price difference for Warlord. Matilda, 25 quid. It would be, okay, fair enough. It would be 17.50. So it'd be a £15 increase from their end. But then again, it does come with the unique crew. So you get it's not a big deal, but it's a little deal. But you get 4 unique models. These guys in the back, you get 4 unique models to represent the crew. Otherwise, normally it's empty, and they do look better with the crew inside. They look way better. So it's one of those where you know, let's say taking that into account, it'd be an extra tenner on Warlord's end. But if I was them, I do think it needs a little update. Double Matilda would be, or Matilda and a honey. You know, Matilda and a Stuart, something like that. But I'd probably go double Matilda because Matildas are cool. But as it is, without that, it's basically, I would say, a 7 out of 10 bundle, because most bolt action starter armies are guaranteed like 1250 points, whereas this one probably isn't. This one, you probably need to buy this and then the 2 Matildas. So you're still getting a full army for 150 quid. You know what I mean? You're still getting a good deal. A very, very good deal. Don't get it twisted. And I bought this. So I bought it and I enjoyed it. But I did buy this and then buy a bunch of extra tanks on top of it. Yeah. So yeah, this one's fine. It's a bit like with the Germans. The Africa Corps box set is cool, but it just needs like one extra vehicle in there. Like, truth be told, it needs a 222. It really needs a 222. Yeah. Panzer 3 and 222. That would be that if you did that, that would be an amazing starter set. Yeah. But you've got to understand this starter set and the 8th Army one, they're actually from 2nd edition. They're holdovers, which Warlord has continued to honor and sell because they're just fucking great like that. So yeah, like the Winter Starter one is, you know, it needs another tank in it as well. But it's one of those where we're talking relative to Warlord, things like the 8th Army and the Africa Corps and the Winter Starter Army are like less good. Relative to Warlord. Relative to fucking GW, it's still, every single one of these is 10 out of 10. Because, you know, again, oh no, I need to buy 2 Matildas for my 8th Army. What does that mean? Oh yeah, I spent £154 and I got a full army. Oh, then I guess I probably shouldn't complain so much. You know what I mean? So it's all relative, right? Yeah, it's all relative. There you go. Hope that helps, man. There's a bundle, the Gentleman's War bundle. Oh yeah, the Gentleman's War bundle's pretty good. I mean, what does the Gentleman's War bundle get you? Oh yeah, you get the Africa Corps. If you get the Desert Fox bundle. Ooh. Okay, yeah. No. Okay. Yeah, so what you do, bro, is you buy the Desert Rat bundle. Because that gets you the start of a German army as well. Yeah. Because you get a Honey, a Lee, a Humber, a Universal Carrier. Ah, well, no, you don't get the full 8th Army. They're about equal. Yeah, well, not equal. I mean, like, going 8th Army and 2 Matildas, or going Gentleman's War Desert Rat bundle is basically equal. Yeah. In terms of what you're, in terms of the output. And they're pretty similar in price. Yeah. The Soviet heavy infantry is so dude. It's unreal, man. It's unreal how tempting it is. It's like, it's something else. It's like, I literally won all of those units. Like, every one of them. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Generous. Oh no, my lobster's too buttery and my steak too juicy. Exactly. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. My MG clips in stream discussion, a total degeneracy. Oh no, what have I done now? What have I done now? I feel like you've sent me these before. You've definitely sent me these before, Cosmic. Bro! I can't believe you are giving me shit for repeating myself. How many times have you brought up the Tiki Files? How many times have you brought up the fucking octopus? How many times have you brought up the fucking flay him? All that kind of stuff, all right? All that kind of stuff. How? You know, how many times? And then now you're like giving me shit. Nah, man. I'm going to talk whatever the fuck I want. Let's have a look. Stack of box to have. If it's at the bottom of the pile, I won't bother. But if it's in easy access, I'll get my P now. Don't see anything wrong with that. Drink, piss, and then we're getting into this. Drink, piss. All right. Why? Oh, what? The cannon? I mean, that's what I say whenever I look at your worm, Cosmic. I'm like, why? Yeah, but people like me. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. All right. All right. Eric, it's official. My HYPE-OMETER is broken. Can't wait till payday, dude. I don't think I will be able to wait till payday. I've got so much conflict in my pile of shame. I have to resist. I can't buy any more. And the best bit is, that's all right, because they're not FOMO. So if I don't buy any more, that's fine. I'll get them when I get them. I'll get them when I get them. Yeah. Tim Bob, I am literally the Macon. I am literally the SpongeBob. I don't need it meme right now, dude. There's no guys. There's no FOMO. There's no FOMO. Get them. Get them when you need them. Get them when you get them. You know. That's it. I'm not buying an airbrush. I'll be alright. Fuck airbrushes, man. I do need an airbrush. I just can't be bothered learning how to use one. I'm sorry. Can't be bothered. Oh. Pardon me. Just having a quick look at some bits and bulbs here. Okay. That looks alright. Anyway, let's close a few tabs here. Oh my god, the poll, the people's poll has said Warlord hype only. Maybe I should only take it as an opinion poll. Maybe I should take it as an opinion poll, right? Do what I want. Thank you for your input, chat. Now, I will do what I want. Oh, man. If you have nothing nice to say, I mean... what is nice? I mean, nice is a relative term, right? Nice is a relative term. Fucking hell, my hair's all sticky up today. No, I can respect the opinion poll. In fact, I am going to respect the opinion poll because this poll in itself is pretty hype. Sorry, I'm laughing because I just saw Squigger and Sean say, I put airbrush paint up my bum with a turkey baster, and that's how I do my weathering. It was just so out of fucking pocket. It just completely caught me off guard. Oh, there we are. Oh. You cannot ruin my rip fires. Yeah. The server heavy empty bundle is made to order. It is, but that just means, I think that's just because a lot of the, I think Warlord games what that means is they're not like necessarily stocking this as a box. So they'll, as it comes in, they'll make it and then send it out. Yeah. But as we've seen with Warlord, if something does well, it comes off made to order and gets sold permanently. But yeah, we've seen that with a lot of the stuff that they do. I say the day, no GW today, only busting a rift. Well, this is what I was going to say, right? Isn't it? I mean, maybe it's not that surprising. Like, obviously with the thumbnail and the title, the people that are going to be drawn into this stream are going to be all about, like, the Warlord hype and everything. But isn't it kind of crazy? I mean, look at the numbers we've got in here right now. Like, everyone give yourself a big pat on the back. Because look at the numbers we've got in here right now. 212 people. That's a lot. That's a lot for a nothing to do with GW stream. And we've done a poll, and 60% of people, 59%, but rounded up, 60% of people are like, we don't want to talk about GW. That is, I think, significant. I think it's significant. I think that there is, like, genuinely, I think there's genuinely something there's something there. Like, if I was Games Workshop, and I know Cosmic like, no, you said nothing about it, but the line from 300 comes to mind. But to paraphrase it, and a company which fancies themselves a god feels a very human chill run down their spine. Every big company seemed too big to fail. Until suddenly they weren't. I think there's a lot of people. Yeah, Random Rich GW has too much drama attached. I think you're right. People just want to be happy and to play war games. I said this a couple of weeks ago. Carl's like, he's repeating himself. Hang on. I said one of the reasons I don't like doing politics, political content, and all this kind of stuff is because I don't want it associated with. It's that I personally don't want to talk about it with my wargaming. And I was also like, and the reason I do so much content, I have that sort of policy on my content as well, is because I feel like the vast majority, even though there's a very loud minority of people talking about culture war, this, politics and wargaming, that on both sides of it. And if they want to talk about those things, that's fine. I don't demonize those people for wanting to talk about those things. I actually feel like the vast majority of war gamers actually would be happier if none of this shit was getting talked about in our space. And I think one of the big things that I think that as more time goes on, I feel like that sentiment ends up being proven more and more. Because I've said this once or twice, but I always ask myself, what am I interested in? Not because I believe I am this, I've got this I'm not for an ego reason, right? But because I've always said I'm a war gamer first. I've been a war gamer all my life. So it's just a case of Astronomicon, my guiding star, is I'm going to make content about things that I'm interested in because I'm a wargamer. And so hopefully that means other wargamers will be interested in it as well. And that's what I've always done. Unfortunately, it seems like that does seem to be the way. Most wargamers, I don't like talking about that kind of stuff in wargaming. And I feel like it turns out the majority of people don't. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Couple of super chats. So John, thank you for super chat, man. To be fair, 150 also was order dice and anti-tank rifles. Hey, that's all right, dude. That's all right, man. I need to get myself some of the rift dice. I need to get myself some of the different colored rift dice because I've got green and I've got black and I've got a few of the. I think they're meant to be blue, but they look purple ones for the British. But I think I'm going to get I want to see what the red ones look like. I'm going to buy one of each set and see what they look like. I want to get the yellow ones, the red ones, and the blue ones and see what they end up coming out like. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. You got to, thing is, like, what's cool is you don't actually need order dice and rift dice to play the game. But it's nice to get those, like, gaming aids, those gaming accoutrements. Like, you don't need an order dice. You can use any D6 dice as long as the dice going into the bag are the same size. That's fine. Same with rift dice. Yeah. Yeah. But for a little while, I never bothered. I just used whatever dice I had to hand. But it was actually probably 2 or 3 years ago when I went to the Warlord Games open day for the first time. I just bought all of the different order dice bags, and D6 dice, all the little special ones that I wanted for my armies. And I really, really, really am very grateful that I did, because having the right dice bag with the right colored D6 dice and the right colored order dice, it adds that little extra layer. And it was a little pricey. It was a little pricey, but it was like most people just get like one dice bag, like a generic one, like I've got the generic K47 one, and I'm thinking, oh, that's fine. But I probably want to get the ones for each nation. Like the generic K47 one's fine, it looks cool. I like it, and technically, it's it's a bit of a saving getting this one, for this one serves all of my armies, but you know what I mean? When I'm playing, like, Soviet bloc, I want the Soviet bloc dice bag. When I'm playing British, I want the British dice bag, Yeah. It's definitely... My OMG dice bag's hairy, fuck's sake. It's definitely worth it. Like, it seems like a little thing, and it seems like a lot. Like, it's like 20 quid for a dice bag or something. It does seem like a lot, but I know, because I was the same as, if you're, like, on the fence about it, I was the same. I was on the fence for years. And I've never regretted it. Yeah. That simple. I'm actually waiting for Warlord to bring out a bunch of the special... I don't know if they ever will do, by the way, but I'm hoping Warlord bring out a bunch of the special D6 dice for each nation. Like, not the order dice. Well, I would love it if they brought out special order dice, but I imagine they're basically the same as the current ones, right? But I'd love it if they brought out some special D6s where the symbol is, like, the faction for each nation. And I would love that. Yeah. But every game has 2 factions? Yeah. Whichever one I'm playing, that's the dice pack we're going to use. Yeah. So John, are you using the little dice bag that comes with the starter set? Because that is just basically a little freebie one. When you buy one of the other dice bags, it is bigger. If you're talking about one of the big dice bags, then I don't know what kind of freakishly large hands you and your brother have, but they clearly grown big where you are. I still use my Ultramarine dice bag from the 40k edition launch. I didn't even know that was a thing, Grishnak. That's cool to know. I'd love to see a picture of that. Yeah. What do we got next? Cornate Gaines. Cornate Gaines, thank you for super chat, man. Warlord Games gives me old GW vibes. Okay, so I agree, but also disagree. Let me explain. I was invited down to Warlord. This is a couple of years ago when I first started chatting to them, and they invited me down to one of their open days, and I think it was with the launch of Bolt Action 3rd edition, and they were like, hey, come down and we'll give you some freebies and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's very nice of you. Why not? I'll make a video about it, all that kind of good stuff. And I really, really enjoyed it. But I was chatting to a chap there called Kieran, top bloke, got a lot of time for him. And he, I was chatting to him, and I saw the way that Warlord Games was, the way they did things, how open they were on their open day, and how they did the painting and the modeling, and how they built the models and all that kind of stuff, how they created the models, and just how friendly and approachable they were. And I said offhand, I went, wow, this is amazing. This is how wargaming used to be. And he actually caught me by surprise, because he said, no, it's not how wargaming used to. It's not how wargaming used to be. It's how wargaming should be. And obviously, there's a little bit of a, he's trotting out the company line there a little bit, but that doesn't make it not true. Because he was the guy that was in charge of all the content creators, giving us the content creator tour and everything. And it's a very, very good point. It's not how wargaming used to be. But I mean, it is in many ways. But it's how wargaming should be. I think a big part. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Anyway, have you got Cornate Gaines? Got to go? All right, well, I don't know if you're saying that to you dropping out of stream, mate, but catch you later, bud. There you go. But yeah, I think that's just to the rest of chat. I think that's an important message. And I would actually say that Warlord Games is better than old school GW. Because old school GW, they always pulled a few fast ones. They weren't as bad, but do you remember old school GW where they wouldn't give you a discount on a bundle? They just added the price up of the models, and then that was the bundle cost, and they were like, well, we don't do discounts. Literally, GW's policy used to they've always been a bit shit. GW's policy was, we don't do discounts. The bundles are just there to make it more convenient for you. And it's like, that's great, GW. Then why do these bundles always contain a filler unit? Because then that kind of undermines the whole point, right? It's not a bundle. It's a deal, and you're not giving me a discount on it. And the point of these things were to noob trap. So some noob would see a big shiny box and be like, oh, cool, I'll get that. Surely it's, and you would naturally assume it was a discount without realizing it wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. But that was around, all of that stuff was around 7th edition. So the truth is that Corpo GW has basically existed for as long as non-Corpo GW. Corpo, so Games Workshop went full Corpo around the time of, I think it was 6th edition. And that's, and 6th edition, 7th edition are so badly remembered because Games Workshop, they tried to speed run the corpo shitheadness with the aforementioned bundles, power creep, constantly just selling more and more powerful models that were obviously broken, all this kind of stuff, right? Like, oh, what if we just gave every Space Marine army free transports for each unit? Yeah. And then that almost caused the company to go into the ground. So they reset with 8th edition. And 8th edition, they were like, they realized with 8th edition that they had to boil the frog. If they speed ran it, people would notice. But if they boiled it slowly, people wouldn't notice. And that's basically what's happened. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get the salt. It's spinning the comments. You're right. No salt. Only Warlord hype. No salt. So yeah, Warlord Games is actually like, I would say it's even better than Midhammer GW. It's like old GW vibes, but better. Yeah. But Mounted, thank you for super chat, man. Why does Warlord sell multiple versions of the same kit? Example, Auto Blender has a plastic kit and a metal/resin kit. Because the resin/metal kit came first. And so some people like working with the resin and metal versions. I know, crazy. But basically, the plastic one goes to mass production, and then the metal and resin one goes to made to order, essentially. So that's why. So that's why, like, if you ever see something that's made in metal and resin and also made in plastic, it's because it basically came out as a specialist kit first, and then came out as a mass-produced plastic kit later when demand picked up. It's kind of like, Italians didn't used to have any plastic kits, and then enough people bought them. It's a bit like Horus Heresy, right? Horus Heresy used to have no plastic kits, but enough people supported the game through the resin and metal years that GW eventually made things out of plastic. And it's kind of the same thing. Like, Warlord Games will put something out in metal and resin if there's enough demand for it. If enough people buy it and support it, then they'll take it to plastic. Yeah. Yeah. I imagine they still have some stock of the older metal resin kits that are trying to pivot to plastic. There may be an element of that, but I'm pretty certain. I mean, I've seen the way Warlord does things. They have they make all the resin stuff in-house and metal stuff in-house, and they have a whiteboard. So as the web orders come in, they'll check the orders, and then the whiteboard, they'll say, okay, we need to cast this many Auto Blenders, this many Matilda, CSs, Australia, this kind of stuff. And then basically they make those parts and then take them off the whiteboard when they're done, kind of thing. So, yeah, so it's basically a lot of the resin and metal stuff is done on made to order. Yeah. So I think it's just a case of, hey, they know some people like Warlord Games sells an insane amount of metal models. Insane. Because, not to put too fine a point on this, but old blokes like metal models. Yeah, like that's basically it. So there's a lot of, like, a lot of the kids these days, they won't buy a model if it's not made out of plastic. But the complete opposite is true for a lot of the old heads. And with Warlord Games being a historical wargaming company, like Conflict 47 is a fairly new thing, right? And some of the other specialist games they've done over the years. But yeah, basically, a lot of the old guard, they'll like the metal models. And I have to say, I do think the metal models are generally a little better than the plastic ones. Controversial, I know. Controversial. But the plastic ones are great, by the way. Really, 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 really good. But I find the metal ones often come with unique sculpts. Like I bought a bunch of the... I bought a box of the metal grenadiers. I got them on a deal, basically. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, might as well try these out. And then I look, all of the individual sculpts were really, really good and unique and like dynamic because there's no connection points. They're all single piece models. So it's like, oh, so they can have a bit more fun with like where things are going to be posed. They don't have to worry about, oh, well, will this bit meet this bit if we have them in a wacky pose? It's like, it's only got one pose. So they often tend to be a bit more dynamic. So even though a lot of people will go, why would I buy 10 metal grenadiers for £25 when I could buy 30 for £37? Of course. But the metal ones will probably have like some really unique poses in there which are worth it as a one-off. Yeah, once you get more squads, you get duplicates. Yeah, of course. Right? The metal squads are nice for one and done. Like, hey, I want a unit that's really going to stand out as, like, my naval infantry for the Soviets. I'm only going to buy one squad. Might as well buy that box. Yeah. They're good for, like, seasoning in. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Metal in Warhammer Fantasy. You needed too many of them. Yeah. I don't know if you can fit the T-34 ZV turret onto a KV-1 with some adjustment. You can. It'll be a very loose fit, though. So basically, T-34 turret connection is a little round hole. Okay? So the connection on the T-34 ZP turret is a little round hole. The connection on the KV is a big hole. So it will go on, and it will look in place, but it will move around a lot. So there's no adjustment that needs to be made. You just have to be aware that it's going to, like, slide a little bit. So whether you care about that or not. Yeah, make an adapter if that's something you can do. Yeah. There you go. All right. Morning, I notice you don't glue your turrets. Is that a personal preference or required for the game? I mean, I like to turn my turrets. I do it for multiple reasons. One, I like to go like this when I'm in game, even though it's not required, because god damn it, if my tank's shooting at you, I'm going to turn that turret. Secondly, makes it easier for storage. I can store this. This is much easier to transport, especially with 40k vehicles. Thirdly, I might want to swap between turrets. So I might be like, okay, I want to, like with that Soviet tank, one day I might want to use it for bolt action with the normal turret. One day I might want to use it for Conflict 47 with the ZP turret. Yeah, that just about covers up. I think that's about 3 reasons. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, I don't tend to glue my turrets in place. Yeah. What have we got next? Coordinate Games. Also, Mordy sent a message on Discord. Let me have a look. I think he's dropped out the stream now, but I can have a quick look. Hey, that's cool, man. There we go. Just a private message, that one. All right, what do we got? Cosmic Drew, put your worm in your dice bag. No. You have no power here. I'm not a performing monkey. Not for a $2 super chat. All right. Macan, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. Now we need Warlord to make their own version of the old world. I agree. And that is a controversial statement. So Warlord Games, I think at one point did try and make something a bit like Old World, which was called like Warlords of Aowan or whatever it was, but it just didn't take off. I think it does exist now. Yeah, okay. So there's a couple of games that Warlord Games released which didn't quite take off, which was firstly you had Warlords of Aowan, there you go, which I don't think was a bad a game at all. In fact, I think if you have a look, it's probably got some pretty interesting bits going on in it. Skeleton Horde, £63, 90 plastic skeleton warriors. I mean, hello. You know, this is actually very tempting, isn't it? That's a lot of fucking skeletons for 60 quid. That's a lot of skeletons for 60 quid. Who knows? Maybe it will start. Maybe it will start taking off. And you've got some of the other bits in here as well. It's got some like samurai stuff. I just don't think it just didn't quite take off. Truth be told, I probably can't give you a reason why. Well, no, I can give you a reason why. Okay, the reason why it didn't take off is because at the time, people were still kind of like reeling from the Warhammer Fantasy getting blown up. And this game was, I think it was written by Rick Priestley, you know. I think it was a little bit of a sad moment because Rick Priestley sort of wrote this game and Warhammer Fantasy had kind of like blown up and it just didn't quite take off. There wasn't the, it was just a bit early. Do you know what I mean? It was just a bit early, and there was a whole bunch of games that people were looking to go to. You had Ninth Age, you had Conquest, Last Army of Kings, you had some other bits as well, and it ended up that, you know, Mantic, for example, and it just ended up that unfortunately, the game just didn't quite land. And I actually saw a few people trying it out, but you know, I mean, maybe a little bit of it is probably the name. Like, how do you even say it? Warlords of Aowan. I mean, I always say Aowan because that, I don't know if that it's a little bit of a funny name, you know, like it doesn't quite trip off the tongue, all this kind of stuff. So it was a bit of a funny time. And it was a little bit at the time of when, like, you know, wargaming just wasn't the same back then. There was basically only Warhammer, and there was very, very few other games that could survive in that place. I mean, it's like with World of Warcraft, right? It's like with World of Warcraft. How many video games when World of Warcraft was at its peak? How many video games came out that tried to be WoW killers and they all failed? But now it's nowhere backwards. Oh, lol. But now World of Warcraft is a pale shadow of its former self. And there are many games that are now taking up the mantle. So it's kind of like a little bit with this, like they're just, It just wasn't, it just didn't come out at the right time. It didn't come out at the right time. The name Warlords of Nowhere, for me, that's not a great name. Like, it just wasn't quite right. It wasn't quite right. And then you also had, in a similar vein, you had Gates of Antares. Now, Gates of Antares is really cool. And again, I mean, Gates of Antares is actually, it's basically sci-fi ball action. Again, this was also kind of like Rick Priestley's, like, from my understanding, is like Rick Priestley's like brainchild. And when it came out, it basically, Warlord Games, obviously, GW obviously got rid of a bunch of the old Warlord Games people. And Warlord Games people were like, okay, let's, basically see if we can, like, fuck off GW and make 40K again, kind of thing. Because remember, Rick Priestley originally wrote 40K. And looking back on it now, it is genuinely a bit of a crime that this game didn't take off. In fact, it's a massive crime that this game didn't take off, because it's actually phenomenally cool. Like, it's actually really cool. The universe around it is really cool. The models are really cool. It uses the same, like, pinning mechanic as, like, bolt action does. It's like actually, like, legit. It's got multiple different diverse factions. Like, look at this fucking thing. What the fuck is this? It's like, collecting, like, it's like going lithoids and, like, Stellaris and everything. But it just came out at the time that 40K was at its height. That's it. It just came out around. I remember seeing this stuff being talked about in sort of 6th edition. I think it was 6th edition. And 6th edition was fine. Everyone, at the time, everyone was okay with 6th edition and 7th edition. It wasn't until you got basically halfway through 7th edition where it all collapsed very, very quickly for GW. But by that point, Beyond the Gates of Antares had already not taken off. And you can see, like, Warlord gave this a really fair shake. 273 products. And it was like, you might be like thinking, oh, some of these look kind of expensive. But remember, this was, again, under the same idea of, like, 2nd edition bolt action, where you only ever needed, like, one of anything. You only ever needed, like, one artillery piece, because everything was done inside the reinforced platoon. Right? So, looking back at it now, Gates of Antares was a really, really, really cool game. And it is a bit of a shame that it didn't take off. It just kind of, a bit like War Machine, I mean, War Machine actually threatened GW, to be fair, but Gates of Antares launched too early, and then by the time people were fucking sick of, GW, Gates of Antares had already kind of, like, faded, and War Machine was there to basically pick up the pieces. But then GW turned the franchise around, and everyone from War Machine went back to GW, basically. Yeah. But, like, it is a genuinely, there's an exactly, Small Hornet is right. There's an alternative timeline where Gates of Antares is right as 7th edition collapsed. Yeah. I think there's also, and I don't know this, by the way, like, you can see, like, there's order dice. Like, it's actually uses the same, like, I guarantee you, if you got the Gates of Antares rulebook and played some games of it, you would enjoy it. Like, it's just like Bolt Action 2nd edition, but with sci-fi shit. Like, I guarantee you, people, you would enjoy it. But the thing is, it's not, and I might be speaking out of turn here, and I could be wrong, but it's not so grim dark, is my understanding. It's not, I think it's a little high sci-fi. It's proper science fiction rather than science fantasy, which is what. So 40K is science fantasy. Conflict 47 in many ways is science fantasy, but this was, I think, proper science fiction, and that was another slight element to it. Yeah. So much of business is just timing. It's just timing. It's literally just timing. Yeah, I wonder if you could get the Gates of Entires like rulebook or something. Rulebook. I'm just kind of hoping it'll just be like, it's gonna be like a little lore overview or something. Travel through the Antarian dimensional gateways to the galaxy-spanning empires of the Pan-Human Concord and the Isaurian Synentex and the myriad worlds of the Determinate and beyond. Beyond the glittering spaceborne cities of the Vandari, the great mercantile powers of Antarian space and control forces as implacable as the Gab, merciless as the renegade Nuhu Shards. This anthology represents the first step upon a path that promises to take us to new stars and undiscovered worlds. It's a living, breathing universe, and one that we intend to realize fully in the form of campaign books and background experiences. Inside are 10 short stories by new and experienced writers introduced to the universe of Antires and people's events that make fast-paced adventure. Like, it should have done well. It just came too early. It just came too early. Yeah, it's that simple. Would it succeed if it came out now? I don't know. Again, it's a different vibe, isn't it? It's science fiction. I don't know if. Yeah. I agree. I agree with Sean. High concept sci-fi stuff is the same problem as high fantasy. People have a hard time relating to it. I think it does suffer potentially from Age of Sigmar syndrome, which is that it's just slightly too weird. It's slightly too out there. Yeah, nothing in that paragraph grabbed me. It's a bunch of made-up words. Yeah. I think that I think Gates and Towers were just too science fiction and not enough. It's not grim dark enough. It's not grounded enough. Yeah. Word salad, exactly. Whereas, sort of go to Conflict 47, I suppose. Can we go to like maybe Festung Europa? Maybe there'll be a bit of text in here. Yeah, I mean, look, stalemate. Since the opening of the Dresden Rift, new and unspeakable horrors have poured forth from the heart of the newly emergent New Republic. The Allied plan to end hostilities in Europe is in tatters. The world now pays the price for their failure. Like, it's a lot more dramatic. Like, the other one, like, so, let me give you an example. This is the voice that goes through my head for reading Festung Europa. Stalemate. Since the opening of the Dresden Rift, new and unspeakable horrors have poured forth from the heart of the newly emergent New Republic. The Allied plan to end hostilities in Europe is in tatters. The world now pays the price of their failure. This is the voice that goes through my head when I read Gates of Antares. Travel through Antarian dimensional gateways to the galaxy-spanning empires of the Pan-Human Concord and the Isaurian Synentex and the myriad worlds of the Determinate and beyond. You know, it's like High Elves. Right? You know, this is all like, board the glittering spaceborne cities of the Vandari. You know? Yeah. And this one's like, Technological development, already in overdrive, and the fever of war has escalated further due to the power of the rifts. Weapons of unprecedented destructive capacity are being deployed with increasing frequency by all the belligerent nations, leaving Europe in utter ruin and no one able to gain an upper hand. Yeah. Yeah. It's a different vibe. It comes down. It comes down bigly to vibe. Vibe and timing. Vibe and timing. That's all it comes down to. Yeah. Cornet Gaze, thank you for super chat, man. I'm back. Great, dude. Thank you for super chat, man. Thank you for coming back. Appreciate the support, man. I was worried that I'd missed you. Yeah. What we got next? Trooper, thank you for super chat, bro. I love the guard. Picture and stream discussion. Let's have a look. I love the guard. I found 2 more unbuilt Russes in my pile of shame the other day as well. Yes. Wow. So you literally doubled your Russ motor pool, right? You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6. And then you got another 5. So basically doubled the Russ motor pool. It was a very needed, I think, injection of armor, because you always want like a dozen Russes, right? You want a dozen Russes, and then for you, obviously the big bit was getting the artillery. The Russes were almost a bonus. The artillery was the best bit. A couple more Russes right there. There you go. So, and because of these Russes here, you're going to have all the extra spare sponson bits that you might want for these various Russes as well. I mean, although to be fair, you know, you've got a couple of battle cannon, plasma cannon, las cannon bozos. Really can't complain about that too much. Yeah. Somehow this 30-year-old Russ has got a meta loadout with multi-melters, lance cannon, demarcher cannon. Yeah, I mean, it's great, isn't it? That's a proper motor pool. Very reminiscent of my own. You know, very reminiscent of my own, where, you know, I've got about half of my Russes with meta loadouts and about half of my Russes with just whatever they've come with when I've bought them secondhand and stuff. Yeah. I think every guard motor pool looks a little bit like that. You've got like you got like your front line Russes, you know, the ones that, you know, another day, another dollar, another battle. And then you've got the ones where it's like, okay, I'm going to maybe play like a bigger game, like an apocalypse game or something. Or maybe I'm playing like a more narrative campaign. Or maybe I'm going to play some like Old Hammer or something. And it's like, time to bring in the second line. Yeah. For me, it always feels a bit like, very appropriate for your lore, but my headcanon, it always feels a little bit like, you know, you've got those Russes that are like second line. You've got those vehicles that are like second line, you know, they're in the storage yards, and they'll get like refurbished, given a, you know, get a bit of paint, get a bit of rust taken off and a bit of paint done, few ERA blocks chucked on, sent to the front line. Yeah, exactly. Which is very realistic. Like, one of the things that like video games doesn't really represent is not every tank that you get is the latest hot shit. Which obviously in video games they are. But like in a huge amount of war, like you have your like best units equipped with your best stuff. And then like a lot of your army is equipped with second or even third line equipment. And that's true. That's true throughout all of history. But especially modern history. Like even like, you know, recently we've seen, you know, we're not going to get into the politics of it, but obviously we've seen what's been happening in Ukraine and the Ukraine war that's been going on. Like, both sides have been making use of a huge varied amount of equipment. Like, both sides will have elite formations which have actually got like the latest and greatest of like, you know, 21st century like military technology. But these are elite formations that get used in specific ways, and the vast majority of people are running basically of units are basically using second or even third line equipment. Yeah, any tank is better than no tank. Like, the fact that, you know, both sides are using T-55s, some of the, you know, modernized, you know, they've slapped some ERA bricks on there, they've maybe given them a few other bits and stuff going on, but, you know, you don't necessarily use them as like a front line unit. A tank can do a lot of things. And you see it in World War II. There'll be, well, I mean, a great example is like World War II is Operation Barbarossa. They say like, oh, the Germans had, I think it was like 3,000 tanks. It might have been 6,000 tanks. But half of the tanks the Germans featured were considered obsolete. They were Panzer 1s, Panzer 2s, and a huge proportion, I think it might have even been like the most common tank they actually had of any single variant, was the Czech Panzer 35 and 38T. Because they basically just seized them all from Czechoslovakia before it was, in the, what do they call it, appeasement policy, basically. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of Panzer 38Ts. And, those were not, like, particularly great tanks. They weren't terrible. They were perfectly fine. They were just riveted construction, and the heat treating of the metal was a little shit, so it could cause, like, spalling. But they were fine, and they actually ended up using these things throughout a huge amount of the war. But often they retrofitted them they modernized them to turn them into tank destroyers. Yeah. Likewise, there's loads of there's loads of retrofitting that happened, of course, but there's loads of pictures of Italian and German units, or Italian, German, but typically like minor Axis powers that were given like French tanks, because obviously basically France fell very quickly, but they still had a huge army. Where did that all... They were only allowed to keep 100,000 soldiers for Vichy, so where did all the rest of their equipment go? The Germans nabbed it all, because at the end of the day, even if it's a shitty Renault 35 with a light howitzer on top and a one-man turret, a tank's a tank. Yeah, and and the same with the British. Like the British in the desert, how did the British have like 600 tanks at one point, and Rommel had like 40? And yet the British didn't just completely roll over Rommel. A, because Rommel, British doctrine at the time was a bit shit. And B, because a huge amount of them were these shitty interwar tanks where it was like, oh, what if we have like a tank with a machine gun on it? Because why would you give it anything else? It won't need anything else. Yeah. Like... It's, technically, it's one of these 600 tanks, but, what are the actual good tanks we've got here? All of the different, like, cruiser tanks and all of these different ones. Yeah. Different cruisers and crusaders and all this kind of shit. And they were all, like, a tank's a tank, but they were all kind of shit. Yeah. Yeah. It's only it's... I think the only nation that could really, and I might be glazing a little bit here through ignorance, but the only nation I feel like basically was pretty consistent with always having what they, having like the front tank, having the same tank everywhere and not filling the ranks out with a bunch of bollocks, I think was the Americans to a certain extent. And that was because the Americans were like, we're only going to make one tank, the Sherman. That'll do. I'm not saying it was the best tank, but it was a Sherman. And sometimes the Sherman would have a bigger gun on it. Sometimes the Sherman would have a littler gun on it. But it was a Sherman. One size fits all. Yeah. And Stuarts. Okay, they made Stuarts and Shermans. That's basically it. Yeah. I mean, I am massively simplifying. The M3 Lee Grant was very much a stopgap tank. Yeah. It was. But I think that it was really, when the Americans turned up in force, it was the Sherman, wasn't it? No, when they decided to swan in 1944 and basically do a space marine and nick all the glory It was the Shermans, wasn't it? I know. You were busy in the Pacific. You act like you were the only ones over there. You know, maybe there was a bit of other, there's a bit of other fighting that happened in the Pacific. I'm just saying, Australians might want to have a word. All right. No, but honestly, on a serious, I mean, a good example, as chat is pointing out, like a good example is even the Americans were using a pretty mixed fleet of things. Whilst the Sherman was very iconic, there were probably Lees and stuff that were banding around the Pacific until the end of days. There were probably all sorts of various random variants of the Stuart and everything. Not all, maybe everyone was using Shermans, but not all Shermans are created equal. Some would have been earlier variants. Still doing their thing. So I think even the Americans, with their pretty universal hull that they use for everything, I think to a certain extent, they were probably still. Not every tank is the best tank. Yeah. Yeah. So but that's what I love about going back to where we were. That's Trooper. That's what I love about having a mixed guard fleet, because when you're playing your standard sort of 2,000 point battles, you are obviously, that kind of represents like the tip of the spear. You're bringing the best stuff that you can do. But if you ever want to role play as like a third line regiment or a second line formation within your regiment, then you've got the forces to represent that. And also, if you ever come to like something like Thanatos or a similar apocalypse thing over in the States, then not only do you have your elite formation, but you also have your second line. So it becomes very realistic and it becomes very immersive, and that's why we like wargaming. There you go. All right. What we got next? Mike P, thank you for Super Chat, man. Link is Dream Discussion for the Warlords of Erewhon website. I'm just going to call it Warlords of Nowhere. I linked to the website Rick Preacher put together for Warlords of Nowhere. This Gaming Life, a resource for the Warlords of Nowhere fantasy game by Rick Priestley. Hey, that's kind of cool, man. Look at this bad boy. Yeah. Warlords of Nowhere is a fast-paced fantasy tabletop war game written by Pixies, me, Rick Priestley, and published by Warlord Games. The game is designed for modestly sized forces, 30 to 50 models. It's plenty, okay. So that's why it didn't take off. Which we describe as war bands, but is entirely scalable for larger armies too. They shall not cross. Zombies attempt to force their way across the bridge defended by Cyclops. Mash, destroy, mayhem, and so on. The big dice is our turn marker, and it's just telling me this is the start of turn 2. You don't especially have dice to play the game? No, indeedy. Yeah, it's just a little, it's fine. But it's a little like... We've said this before, some games should have more models. Like, if I'm going to play Warhammer... If a company is going to release a Warhammer fantasy game, a Warhammer Fantasy stand-in. This is, we're talking about at the time when Warhammer Fantasy had basically been blown up and killed, right? I'm not going to go over to a game that doesn't scratch that itch. I'm going to go over to a game which does scratch that itch. Because when when you play fantasy or old world as it is now, you don't really mind having a slightly bigger force. Like, I'm going to collect goblins and have like 100 plus goblins in my army, or I'm going to collect Skaven and have like 120 clan rats or something. It's the size of game I want to play for like bolt action conflict, that's different to the size of game I want to play for a rank and flank game. Yeah. The game mechanics are inspired and based on bolt action game system, which uses a dice draw to determine sequence of play and accumulated pins to represent penalties to fight efficiently. Warlords of Erewhon employs both these mechanics as well as tried and tested D10 system. Oh, that was D10 and Beyond Gate Stars was D10. Ah, right. Okay. So there were a few. The more I'm sort of reading about it, the more I can see like, I can see where some of the pitfalls went. There's just too many little steps which are taking me out of the classic experience that I want. Like, going to a D10 system sounds great on paper, and you have loads and loads of people that are like, oh, 40k should go to a D10 system. No. There are some things which just work. There are some things which, you know, you don't realize are really good until you change it. And there are some things which just work. D6s are fine. An I go, you go system is in many ways fine for a rank and flank game. Like, I believe Hail Caesar uses an I go, you go system. Everyone has a six-sided dice. From board games to war games, everyone uses six-sided dice. Yeah. So I can see why, very clearly, why Warlords of Nowhere didn't take off. I'm sure that it's an absolutely fine, great game. But there's too many little bits which are barriers to entry to the everyday wargamer. Yeah. Also, there's a bit in here like, where is Erewhon? Erewhon is not a place at all. It is literally nowhere backwards, as I'm sure you've twigged. It is more properly everywhere and anywhere, drawing its sources in mythology, legend, folklore, fiction, film, TV, other games, and our own imagination. The Warlords of Erewhon rulebook includes lists for 11 different war bands. These were originally put together in the form of stat lists and aid memoir to play our own games: barbarians, beastmen, dwarves, elves, gnolls, goblins, halflings, knights, Olympians, orcs, and dead, as well as a 12th list of various monsters. So the problem is that I can't get invested in it. Oh, this is a game that can cover all the different fantasy scenarios of your heart. Why do people not get into Sigmar? Because they can't fucking get to grips with it. Yeah. AOS issue. Yeah. You've got to understand, though, that this game was released maybe it was a long time ago. And I don't and let me make something clear. I don't like criticizing this because I feel like I'm somewhat criticizing Rick Priestley at this time, and like I almost shudder to even think about doing that because Rick Priestley is the fucking GOAT. Like, he is. And my instinct with this is basically to say that I bet this is a great game. I bet fundamentally this is a great game. But there's very obviously some little bits here at multiple stages which are kind of just not just gelling with me. Yeah. I bet it's a good, fun game. But we all know what war gamers are like. They don't like change. Yeah. There are some, like, entrenched things in every industry which they are the way they are for a reason. Because they get, you know, they just work. Like, here's a good example. Who here has recently heard of the terrible game Highguard? I bet a few people here will have heard of that game. It's a video game. Now, there are many reasons why Highguard has lost 90% of its player base in a week. It started with 100,000 players. It's got like 2,000 left in 1 week, right? But two of the big reasons is that it was a like an arena style shooter like Overwatch, and they decided that the primary game mode was going to be 3v3. What? That's just not enough people. Like, minimum 4v4. Bare minimum. But, yeah, they recently added 5v5, but it was too little too late. You only get one chance to really grab people. Especially in video games. Especially when, before the game even came out, people were calling it Concord 2. Yeah. So, and then on top of that, this is a fast-paced arena shooter, right? Which has a tutorial that takes about an hour to get through. I kid you not. Maybe if you really speedrun it, it's 30 minutes, but why are you speedrunning the tutorial? You need to learn these different things. So, it's not that fast-paced. And then there are mining and gathering elements in the game. So for 3v3, so there's not enough people. It takes too long to get into for a fast-paced shooter. And at random points, you have to basically stop what you're doing and mine shit. Maybe there's a reason why none of those things existed in arena shooters before. Like, I have never played it, so I could be speaking out of turn here. But maybe there's a reason why, like, Marvel Rivals doesn't have, like, mining and shit in it. If I'm wrong about that, then you can lambast me for it. But, yeah. Call of Duty. Where you're doing, like, your fast-paced Call of Duty games. The reason it's not a 3v3 and there's a bunch of fucking mining. Yeah, weird decisions. And then it's this arena shooter, but the maps are so large, you have to have a horse to get anywhere quickly. And by the time, and if you get, and because it's like, it's an arena shooter, you get to where you're getting to, and if you just die, well, then you've got to wait ages to get back to where you were going to, because you need a fucking horse to travel anywhere. So this is an example of, hey, what if we took an arena shooter and added all these things into it? No one's ever done that before. You know? Not every idea, because it's not been done before, is a good idea. Yeah. Arena shooter, large map, is that the opposite? Exactly, Russell W. Exactly. So, and apparently people internally loved every bit of the game, so the bunch of exactly. No one actually spoke up and was like, this is good. No one actually spoke up and went, this is shit. This idea is shit. I can absolutely believe that all of these great ideas came from management top down. You were so preoccupied with figuring out if you could, you never stopped to ask if you should. Exactly. And so I'm not saying that Warlords of Aeon is as bad as High Guard. And I actually reckon High Guard probably could, you know, I reckon in another timeline, it probably could have done all right. As crazy as that sounds. The problem is that they just made too many decisions that strayed from the core formula that people expect from a game. And I feel that's the same with Warlords of Nowhere. Like, it's probably a very, very decent game. It's written by the GOAT, Rick Priestley. You know, our father who art in wargaming, hallowed be his name. But there's just too many little decisions that have been made along the way which take it away from the core expectation that people have. People expect a D6. People expect rank and flank when playing a game like this. When playing rank and flank, they expect, if they're going to play a warband, they're going to have 10 models, like Kill Team. If they're going to play rank and flank, they're going to expect to have more than that. Dozens, you know, probably 100 models. They're not going to expect 30 to 50. That doesn't quite work. There's all these, you know, there's all these different elements which take you further and further away from the expectation of what people would have from a fantasy war game like this. Yeah. Yeah. And I think there's probably an element of that with Gates of Antares as well. Finding out that Gates of Antares was on a D10 system massively explains why it didn't take off. Because even though there's a whole bunch of people that say D10, D10s are the better way of doing war games, what people expect to roll is them D6s. People encounter D6 dice in every walk of life, from playing a game of Monopoly to a game of Risk to going, if they're that way inclined, to going to a casino. People expect a D6 dice. When they don't encounter that, it's a break moment. Because they're not just flowing into your game. Suddenly there's a pause moment. Yeah. So anyway, like I said, I don't want to shit on Warlords of Nowhere because I feel like it, like I said, I feel like I'm almost committing sacrilege and heresy. Yeah. It's kind of the same problem I have with Black Powder. It seems like an exceptionally fine game, but as I understand it, there's no list building in favor of historical lists. Player expectation bites. I don't know. You could be right. I suspect it probably is. There probably is a lack of list building, probably. But I don't know. I don't know. As someone who likes to hoard themed dice, non-D6 mechanics can single-handedly turn me off system. Exactly. It's one of the reasons why I have never... It's one of the reasons why I've always struggled to get into Star Wars Legion. Because, guys, come on. I should have a Star Wars Legion army. Right? I should have a big fucking Empire army in Star Wars Legion. Like that, Empire are cool. Stormtroopers are cool. Like, don't get me wrong, I like all the other guys as well. But, Empire, right? Stormtroopers, there's a reason they're the most iconic part of the Star Wars franchise, okay? But I have to roll funky dice, which aren't D6s and don't have numbers on them and have symbols. And it's like... it just instantly puts me off, and it shouldn't do. But it's one of the big things that actually put a lot of people off Kill Team at first. Was they didn't measure things in inches. They measured things in circles, squares, and triangles. I kid you not. And circle was like 2 inches, and square was like 4 inches, and triangle was like 6 inches. But it was measured in circles, squares, and triangles. Like, this unit can move 1 circle or run for a square. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, Joseph Wrigley. 100%. I don't mind the different unique dice, but D6 are really simple and easy for anyone to read. Yeah. Agreed. But Mike P, great link on that, by the way. Really good link. Yeah, good. Got us talk about some things. Ubermax, thank you for super chat, man. Unrelated question: pictures in Discord. Should I strip these models except for the Sherman Russ? These are all eBay pickups. Not sure I should get credit for others' work. It doesn't matter, man. Let's just have a look. Should I strip these models? I feel you can probably get away with not doing. They don't look overly caked in paint. Like none of these two are the only ones I would consider. These look like they've got quite a thick primer. Maybe this one as well. But this doesn't look like it's got a very thick primer. This doesn't look like it's got a thick primer. And none of these, maybe this one as well. Basically, how thick is the primer? The question you want to ask yourself is, how thick is the primer, and will you start losing details if you prime over them again? If you won't lose details priming over them again, just prime over. Yeah. Yeah. These are all eBay rescues, so they're not going to have a cohesive paint scheme, Macon, because they're not painted yet. I love that Sherman though with the fucking speakers on the side. Yeah, so I would say any of the ones that look like they're pretty caked on do the stripping. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. Yeah. All right. Hope that helps, UberMax. Thank you for your support, man. Good armor haul there, mate. Good armor haul. Yeah. Squiggle Sean, I can correct you. I played Black Powder's army list, or you can play Organized, or you can make everything yourself. It's an old school type of rules, unless you're talking about Epic. I mean, I'm curious about Epic. Is there army building in Epic, Squiggle Sean? Hopefully there is. I'm pretty certain it's the same rule set, man. Just more models. I'm pretty certain. Yeah. Denzel Wenzel, thank you for super chat, man. Wonderful stream, MG. Like your opinion of these orcs discussion. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. I'll be trying to get some practice in for the tourney next week. Dude, thank you for the support, man. Let's take a look. Oh, mate, they look great. Yeah, I love the skin tone you've done there. Yeah, no, they look solid, man. I really like the bright, the dark recesses on the muscles and then the bright highlights on the skin. Big fan. Just do some basing. Once you've done the basing, they'll look great. He probably also needs some arms. But yeah, no, man. Solid. Very, very solid. Like the color scheme. Blue and red works nicely. Skin tones look really good. Get the models. Yeah, you're definitely in the right. You're definitely going in the right direction. Yeah. All right, man. Very, very solid. I saw the first model and was like, yeah, keep going in the direction you're going in. Yeah. Yeah. Screenshot, no idea. I don't have the Epic rules, so I can't comment. I'm pretty certain Epic Black Powder uses exactly the same rules as regular Black Powder. You just have more models. Yeah. Did I miss your member flex? I did. Sorry, Vigo. Vigo, my boy. Vigo, thank you for the 44 months. Triple X Force, baby. Yes. Getting ready for K47 Adepticon in March. Woo! I'm so jealous. I wish I was going to Adepticon this year, but I just can't. I can't justify it, Captain. And yeah, I just I'm super jealous. But I am fortunately going to a couple of different conflict events. I think I think I'm going to one next weekend, and maybe one after that as well. Let me have a look. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, I've got one booked for April, and one booked for next weekend. So. Yeah, hopefully. I have to grab the exclusive guard, Milo. I mean, Viggo, I'd be very, very grateful at that. If it's on sale, I mean, if it's only available at Adepticon, I will. If you grab me one, I'll happily pay you for it and the shipping and everything. But if you don't get chance to get me one, don't worry about it. And also. Viggo, I appreciate that may have been an offhand comment as well. So feel under absolutely no pressure to get at me in any way, shape, or form, man. It might sound a little brutal, but there is a very strong possibility that there will be, shall we say, an alternative source available of them. Cough, cough, 3D print, cough, cough. So, cough, cough, 4-year-old, cough, cough. Do you know what I mean? So if you please just look after. Yeah, please look after yourself for sure. All right. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, no worries, boys. Make sure you're getting yourselves looked after for those exclusive minis. Yeah, I can always find one way or another. What have we got next? But Vigo, have fun at Adepticon. Take lots of pictures. You and Karl's making everyone else's going. I would love to live vicariously through you all. What have we got next? Butt Mountain. The question's been asked. Now we know the answer. I deep fried a Warhammer tank.
Can you deep?
Does anybody else get the sense that maybe there's a bit of a drought when it comes to Warhammer and Warhammer content? We've literally got motherfuckers out here deep frying Warhammer models because they're desperate to get the fucking views in. Fuck's sake.
Can you deep fry Warhammer?
I'm sure you can.
An age-old question, and we're going to find the answer. Using a tank stolen from my childhood. This poor rhino is
That is a second edition rhino. It belongs in a museum!
going to end up in hot oil, and whatever we're left with, that's what we've got to work with.
Seems like a bit of a...
One, the batter.
Seems
250 grams of...
Seems like a bit of a stretch.
300 milliliters of lemonade. Not a chance that's fitting in there. You just gotta believe, buddy. Nah, no way. What the...
There you go.
Good stir. Once we're at this consistency, we're good to go. We'll need some dry flour as well. Let's go.
I am... That is a fucking... 1 minute. That is a gnarly deep fat fryer. Fucking hell. Has that ever been cleaned? I swear to God, there's pubes on the bottom of it. You can't even see the red light anymore. Jesus wept. This is going full screen. Oh my God. It's crusty. It's crustier than the rhino.
Honestly, it looked cleaner before I tried to clean it.
Wait, is that bits of sponge stuck in it from when he's tried to clean it? Fucking hell. Classic. That is fucking hell. That has never been cleaned. That has actually never, ever, ever been cleaned. This is absolutely manky. That is the accumulated fucking years of little bits of food dropping to the bottom of the oil. It's rancid. Yeah, it's actually rancid. That oil has never been changed. Fuck me.
Let's get a dry coat of flour on the tank. It helps the batter to stick. Gotta make sure
It's not doing anything. It's not doing anything.
In she goes. Bye-bye.
It's a good job he's doing it with the rhino, because at least we know it was a free model.
No. We are not doing this.
No, but we are. I'm so sorry, little one. I can't resist. Oh, my goodness.
You're past the point of no return at that point.
Delightful. If you'd like to do this at home, let's find out what happens first. Probably, almost definitely don't.
It's just going to melt.
Stop.
Leave me alone.
Ugh. How's he going to get it out? He's not got the basket. He's not got the basket. How's he going to get it out? It's just going to sit in there and melt. I mean, Jesus, look, the inside is bad, bro. The inside is so bad. This guy. The bad thing is about this is obviously this guy's like personal deep fat fryer, right? So he has eaten out of this. Knowing this Neanderthal, he's just gonna reach in and raw dog it out with his hands. Fucking hell. This is the kind of shit, right? That other people were like, oh, you're just being soft, Tim. You're just being soft. You're just being soft. Like, this is the kind of shit that if I was growing up, someone's mum would like, or dad would bust out this kind of deep fat fryer and, making us like lunch. And I'd be looking at it thinking to myself, this is grim. And they'd see me like pulling a face. And they'd be like, stop complaining, lad. Put hairs on your chest, this fryer. Like, fucking hell. It's either going to give me fucking hairs on my chest or dysentery.
Oh, it didn't explode. Or disappear. Or, it's cooking quite nicely, actually. I will say, it doesn't smell delicious. Let's give it a flip. Get an even shell. I don't think that's entirely steam.
Yeah, that's not.
A few minutes now. Oh.
At least the button works.
Look at that crispy golden.
The paint is still on it.
Get her out. Beautiful. Hear that? Some places are crunchier than others. There's a lot of oil peeing out.
It's like it's like a bad 3D print. All the resin's coming out of it. Oh my god. This is so bad.
There's a lot of oil peeing out.
I will say this. The camera work is impeccable. Like actually, like, this is a really, really, really high quality video. Like, we're obviously shitting on it. I'm sorry to bring it back down to reality, but it's actually a really well edited, really high quality video. Like, I like, it's way higher quality than anything I produce and I record. Yeah, it's crazy.
Can you deep fry Warhammer? It looks like it. I guess the question now is, can you save deep fried Warhammer?
Right, okay.
Let's find out. This was nice and crispy, but with the amount of oil that's been pouring out, it's gone squidgy. I'm guessing the inside of the rhino was flooded. Maybe we can save
this. Is the sound. The sound is actually going through me because I'm wearing headphones, so it's getting right into my eardrums. It's really fucking foul. It's really bad. I'm gonna turn it up so you guys can hear like how bad it sounds coming off, right?
Reasonably, rhino was flooded. It's gone was nice and crispy, but with the amount of oil that's been pouring out, it's gone squidgy. I'm guessing the inside of the rhino was flooded. Maybe we can save this. It seems reasonably intact, I think. In some parts,
it's bad.
The batter has fused with the plastic. Like, that stuff in there is never coming off. I think we'll just take off whatever we can, spray it, then pretend everything is okay.
What?
Save those for later. I did take the tracks off before it was fried, so they could be reattached to whatever was left.
Sir? This is giving me, like, actual anxiety.
It is.
Relax.
It is.
A good spray. A good spray fixes everything. Spray everything black. Oh, I'm running out of spray.
Primer will fix it.
Come on.
Primer will
I'll get
fix
it covered
it.
so I can sell it on eBay. They'll never know.
Sell it on eBay.
Right. Let's get.
Sell it on eBay is pro painted.
Some colour on this, see what we can make of it. Dear, oh dear. Perfect marketing material for Gallery's new Aventus airbrush. It's gotta be green. You can't spawn in looking
sponsored
like this
video.
and think you're not getting assigned to the Nurgle faction.
Yeah, it's gotta have to be Nurgle, right?
Rotten green. That's fitting.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it will eventually actually go moldy.
Okay, so it turns out we're making a skin tank. Thank Gallery for this airbrush. Would have taken decades without one. This airbrush in particular is the Aventus, rebuilt from the ground up with a new teardrop
It's a
shaped
sponsored
trigger,
video!
high-precision vortex nozzle system, and it's customizable. Outside of the 5 pre-made themes, there are over 100 colour combinations to make your airbrush unique
It's
and
a
personal.
sponsored
Going
video.
even further with the
Imagine giving
customizable
this
version,
guy
you can
one of
also
your
have a text
airbrushes,
engraving on
and
the
this
side.
is
You could
the
go for your name,
sponsored video he
favourite
does with
medication,
it.
or favourite quote.
Oh my god.
If you want more detailed info, check out the referral link in the description. And if you use the code MINIAXCRAFTS, you can save a mighty...
He's either going to get a lot more sponsorship offers or no more sponsorship offers. There is no in between.
12%. Winner, winner.
Go from 10 to 12% off and
the
actually
gross
2% off.
You've still not cleaned the paint off from last time. Buddy, I think that's the least of our concerns right now. What is a skin tank anyway? Good question. You know when you're driving around in a Nurgle-infested wasteland and you crash into a heavily bloated, great unclean one and the subsequent explosion sends...
Just like zoning out the someone's head cannon. The bad thing is it actually looks really good. He's obviously a good painter, so he's going to make it work. Hey, the coagulated blood's quite good. I need some of that stuff. What the fuck is this? Why are you... What's the UV for? Is it to like thicken it or something? Vomit. Oh my god, it actually looks like vomit. Jesus Christ, man. This is horrendous.
It's kind of ejected out of the bowels and becomes semi-autonomous.
The law coming back in. It's actually really good.
Can you deep fry Warhammer?
Apparently you can.
Unfortunately, yes. And this is the result. A warp-torn, plague-bearing skin tank. This isn't even its final form. As it decays, it's only going to get worse.
It will actually decay. It will actually...
There's absolutely no need to do any of that. If you
It will actually mold. Like it will actually properly mold. I don't know if there's any way you could stop it from molding. Maybe like 3-4 layers of like varnish. I don't think spray varnish is going to cut it. I think yeah. I think you'd have to do a lot of matte varnish or gloss varnish. I don't fucking know, but you'd have to do a lot of varnish to try and stop it from molding. And I don't know, man. All I can say is that was a really good video. Like, obviously we lent into the meme a little bit with this thing, but it was actually really, really, really good. That was Mini Axe Craft. I'm going to fucking sub. That was my friend sometimes. It's okay to ignore the intrusive thoughts. All right. That. I need to leave a comment. I'm just going to put, thanks. I hate it. There you go. All right, let's link that. Let's link that down below. That is, you know what? That's a proper YouTube. That is right there, boys. That's a good video with a novel concept, well edited, well executed, and one of a kind. Yeah, it's got 13,000 views, and honestly, it deserves 10 times that. That should have 100k views. You know, if someone's boring as fuck, top down, 10th edition battle report L-shaped ruins can get over 100,000 views, then that should have 100,000 views. 200,000, I say. Yeah, it should do. Right? Yeah, very, 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 very cool. All right, there's the link. Go and like it. Go and subscribe to it. It's only a quick video. It's literally 7 minutes long. It's absolutely worth watching it. And yeah, fantastic. Really, really, really well done. Really, really well done. All right. That was pretty fucking gross. All right. I'm actually going to make a stream highlight of that. I think it deserves it. Yeah. Deep fried tank. That's a hell of a stream highlight note to make. There you are. I have seen... let's have a look. We have got a couple of the super chats in here. I'm going to grab a drink. And then there's actually a few other videos that we could do a little watch, little react to or something. But we'll come back to it in a second. Gonna have a quick... I haven't had a comfort break yet, the stream. So I'm going to have a quick whiz and grab a drink. And then we'll be back. I'm only going to be 2 minutes, though. It's going to be a quickie. There you go. What have we got here? The lower decks. Thank you for the super chat, man. Touring my new digs. Let's have a look. So this port, known to locals as Slag City. I'm not just a little slag. I'm a total slag. It's a degenerate place. It is named, I am told, not after the local women, but after the mining that the locals do on wrecked ships and crash ships in the asteroid belt it occupies. They just say that not to hurt anyone's feelings. After walking the local promenade, I have seen a number of highly illegal and yet profitable concerns here. The bars are full of people and Xenos from a wide selection of cultures present. The drinks in the bar are, frankly, piss. Drink enough of it, you stop tasting it. Gaz the Goon could be a problem. I think he views me as a bounty to be claimed. I am wise to his schemes. I am now in search of his no doubt many enemies in Slag City to see how I might slow down his annoying disruptions to my search for Jenkins. I did get access to our ashpathic mailboxes. I have sent requests for aid as soon as any news on our wayward employee. As well as any news as on our wayward employee. Alas, no correspondence from a woman of quality was waiting for me on this day of love. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Hey!
What if I want to have sex before I get married?
1 minute, I need to listen to it. How offensive this is going to be.
What if I want to have sex before I get married?
Well,
You'll
I
die.
guess you just have to be prepared to die.
Yeah.
When you go to bed with that person, you're not just going to bed with that person. You're going to bed with every other person that person has ever gone to bed with before in their life. So just picture it's as if you're all crawling into one bed together.
That sounds all right. You got a dirty mind, girl. All right. There you go. I love how I called it. I think I have seen that before, but I didn't know exactly she was going to say, I guess you'll die then. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. What have we got next? What have we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Eat your nids, Tim, out of a bowl and then eat them. Nah. Cosmic, you don't own me. You don't own me. I tell you what I do want to do with my nids, though. I want to rebase them. I want to rebase all 500 nid models. I know exactly how I want to rebase them as well. I already have the color scheme in mind. You see, I currently base them and they've got muddy bases. I am going to rebase them all in goblin green with flock on top. That's how I'm going to do it. That's how I'm going to do it. I mean, one day, right? They're fine for now. They're fine for now, but one day that's how we'll do it. All right. What have we got there? Okay, we're all caught up then. We're all caught up on super chats and stuff. Let's... Okay, so there's a couple of bits I wanted to have a look at here. Give me a second. Let me have a look. This certainly sounds like a gimmick you won't regret ever. I mean, I probably won't regret putting them on to... The basic at the moment is very simple. Just a smear of mud. I probably would be fine basing them in... literally just probably just do PVA glue and then flock and then PVA glue and then goblin green the base rims. You probably wouldn't take... I'd do it in speed paint and then varnish it. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was it. Okay, so there was something that I wanted to look at in the stream, and it's actually just on that deep fried Warhammer tank. the video has actually come up as a recommendation. So I figured it's probably okay to have a look at it. Okay. So let's have a look. All right. I think it's worth taking a look at. So, this came across my feed earlier today, and I watched a couple of minutes of it, and I thought it was really, really good. And I actually wanted to save it to watch it on stream and do a bit of a shout out. So this is a video by Paul is Bad at Stuff. And I have to say, Paul is Bad at Stuff is one of my guilty pleasures. I watch pretty much all of his content that he puts out. He's very, very good, very well edited, and often is quite funny and makes me laugh. And he is a man after my own heart. Even though he did a video where he was like, I don't like the Imperial Guard, I actually agreed with that video, because his sentiment in that video was the Guard is meant to be relatable, like normal human beings, like fighting against the horrors. And he's like, well, I'm a normal human being and I'd shit myself at the first opportunity. But when I look at the Guard in like 10th edition, it seems like you can only collect like the best, the best, the best. And I was like, yes, this guy actually gets it. He actually gets it. So it was actually, even though it was it was a clickbaity video, I know it's okay, but it's always good to have a bit of a bait every now and again. But it was a very good video, and he actually had some good sentiments. And he's a man after my own heart because he likes running meme lists with his. Obviously, I'm known as like the infantry guy, and this guy is, with all my pure infantry videos I've done over the years, and this guy does Centurion spam. So he loves what are frankly and widely considered to be some of the worst Space Marine models ever done. But this guy, I love janky ass models. He loves janky ass models. So there we go. So he's definitely worth checking out. You can see I'm already subscribed to the channel. I think he's very, very good. Gonna like the video as well. But he did a video which is called My Worst Ever Warhammer 40k Tournament. And I think even though it's done through the lens of like raging and everything, this is what I like about Paul. He'll often do videos which kind of look like he's raging or reeing or something like that. But actually, there's some very, very keen insights into these videos. Very, very, very keen insights. And they're very much worth your time. He comes across as a bit of a memey boy, but actually I think he's a lot cleverer than he lets on. So let's have a little look at this. We might not watch the whole thing because it's a GT tournament video and it's like 20 minutes long. So we might just watch like a bit of it. And then, I'll link it and you guys can watch the rest of it, right? But if it's good, we might end up watching it all. If it's really good, obviously it will be good. But if it's really more, we might end up watching all of it. But we'll see. But I watched the first couple of minutes and I thought it was had some very poignant points in it. So this is my worst ever 40k tournament. Let's have a look. That is what you feel like after your first GT. Well, after any GT.
You know how I said I was starting to get some good results at my tournaments? I was consistently getting about a 40% win rate, and my losses were getting closer.
That's really good. I mean, that is a draw on the WTC.
Close. My tournaments,
and if
I was consistently getting about a 40% win rate, and my losses were...
And that is a draw on WTC. So this guy needs to play some more WTC is all I'm going to say.
Getting closer and closer, meaning that I was on the cusp of being consistently not terrible. Well, take all of that and throw it directly into the bloody bin, because it turns out I'm a goddamn moron who cannot win a game to save his life.
We've all been there. I went to an old world tournament where I lost every game apart from one where I managed to scrape a draw. And I was like, good job, this is my off game. Good job, this is my off game.
My run at the January Winchester GT was an unmitigated disaster. My 80 Centurions got absolutely crushed, and I ended the weekend with a unmitigated disaster. My 80 Centurions...
18 Centurions. It's such a fuckboy list. Now, I love it I love it. And it's actually quite well painted. And it's clearly lovingly painted. You know, this is a guy, this is clearly like a passion project kind of list. But this list is very, very susceptible. This is very susceptible to 10th edition, as we're going to see in a moment, I imagine.
Centurions got absolutely crushed, and I ended the weekend with a tragic 0-5 record. Not only that, but I'm so bad that I cannot even lose properly, and I was the only person at the event to not have something to show for their time. Everyone else either got at least a...
He didn't get the wooden spoon. So, I've been here where I've lost every game, but I didn't lose quite hard enough. So, that means... I just come away with nothing. And it is a bit of a gutting feeling because you're kind of like, the very least, couldn't I have like had like, because often the wooden spoon prize could be quite generous. You get some pretty good prize support from it.
A single victory or a trophy, because there was only one other person who went 0-5 and they at least got the Atlas Award, which is the WRT version of the wooden spoon. And no, I wasn't going to tank my score just to get the wooden spoon, and neither should you. That award should be earned through your own sheer...
You shouldn't ever try and get the wooden spoon. You should get it. Like, I've seen people who have like, well, I want to walk away with some prize support, so they'll literally like throw the last game. And it's like, that is a bitch boy move.
Termination and complete incompetence. No wins, no trophy, no bitches. This is the worst tournament I've ever been to. In terms of my performance, the people there and the running was... You know what I mean. I believe there are 3 reasons as to why things went so horrendously wrong. The first, nerfs. Thanks to all those meta-chasing losers who wanted to hop onto the Centurion bandwagon when Shanamite Talon was released, my list got heavily nerfed. I had to lose...
This is a huge... Well, people are saying a big thing. And next edition Centurions will be legends. Yeah. Very probably. This is a huge problem with 10th edition. Not things getting like nerfed, things getting nerfed and not nerfed. Nerfed and buffed is part and parcel of it. But collecting a niche army. I've talked about this before in other videos, but 10th edition and Games Workshop in general have been on a crusade to destroy niche armies in tabletop games. We've seen it across multiple game systems. We've seen it with the axing of things like Sister Silence out of Horus Heresy and a bunch of other, like, I think like they had like Shattered Legions and all that kind of stuff. And then you've seen it in like 40k with things like Harlequins. They were a niche sub-army. They went away basically beginning of 10th edition. Games Workshop has been on this great purge of niche factions. And if you're someone that really likes playing a niche playstyle, basically it's a trap. You shouldn't do it. And it's really sad because often those niche armies can be where some of the and you know, some people call it a niche army. I would call it a themed army. But yeah, Vanilla Hammer is the end state. It is. Now, what's really crazy is Games Workshop, whilst they've been getting rid of a lot of niche armies, and at the same time have been promoting other ones like Emperor's Children. And I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. We've seen it with Imperial Agents. I would not be surprised if we see it in some form or another with a lot of these little armies that have been broken off. One of 2 things is going to happen. They're either going to be too niche to sustain themselves and become a rug pull, or you're going to get what happened to Harlequins. You're going to get folded back into the main faction. If you are Emperor's Children or World Eaters, maybe even Death Guard and Thousand Suns, there is absolutely a chance that in 11th edition or 12th edition, if that's the next big hard reset, but you are going to basically be soft squatted where you get folded back into the main decks that you got broken off from. Like, they're going to do it with demons, goddammit. You know they're going to do it to demons. They're going to get folded into the main codex. Death Guard is not guaranteed to be safe. Not at all. Like they are the least likely to get. I think Death Guard are the least likely to get folded in because they have the most expansive range, but they are not immune from this risk at all. And we've seen this so many times. GW does this all the time. If you played 7th edition and you bought the Traitor Legions book at the end of 7th edition and invested into one of those niche legions and then got that taken away from you, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you were someone that bought the Ultramarines Codex in 8th or 9th edition and then that got taken away from you, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And that's Ultramarines. They had their own separate codex that got taken away from them. Like, sometimes it's just a book. Sometimes it's an entire niche themed playstyle.
The unit of intercessors, which at the time I didn't think was too bad, as they didn't really contribute too much to my wins, but turns out they're actually extremely valuable. Being able to sticky my home objective and then move over to sticky up my natural expansion, which allows my blade guards to move forward, and being another action unit on top of that, really isn't something to be taken for granted. That lack of extra flex...
Ship munchers. Ship munchers, ship munchers, ship munchers. Massive vindication for me. Vindication! Massive vindication. Because I've been telling you guys, ship muncher meta incoming. The game, why is Grizzled Company so powerful and the Guard so overpowered right now? Because Grizzled Company came out, drew a lot of attention over to the Guard. A lot of really good players jumped onto the Guard. And then they realized that actually this army has really good ship munchers. And so if you look at what else is out there, everyone else is running like 5 intercessors. And Guard are running like 30 or 40 ship muncher units. Plus, even a squad of Kazakhin isn't as expensive as like a Blade Guard or Victrix Guard unit or a Catan. So a unit, if even semi-elite, can do ship muncher jobs without it being so bad. It's not that Guard is a suddenly unconquerable force. It's not that Grizzled Company is suddenly so overpowered. It's that Guard are playing the ship muncher meta and everyone else isn't. How can Guard beat Catan spam? Because we have more ship munchers than 5 Catan.
Flexibility really hampered my ability.
Everyone else trying to take those Catan head on. Guard just out ship munchers them.
To score, which in this list is already not an easy task. The second thing, my luck. Look, I don't like to blame the dice most of the time, but when you have a 4-inch rerollable charge, you roll a 3 into a 2, there really isn't much you can do about that. Or spending an entire game not being able to roll higher than a 3 for a goddamn save, or when you finally do get some good luck with 6 mortal wounds on a grenade stratagem, only to have 4 of them saved with 5 at feel no pains, it really does
5 at feel no pains are more like 2 plus feel no pains. We all know it. It doesn't matter what edition it is. If someone's got a 5 feel no pain, you're going to have to chuck the kitchen sink to get through it because they're going to spike on it every time.
Seemed like the dice are against you. And it wasn't just the dice that were having fun. My card draws were also absolutely dire. Boy, do I love drawing Bring It Down and Mark for f***ing Death turn 1. Oh, hi, no prisoners, only appearing in round 5 every bloody game when I have nothing left to kill anything with. Where were you when my Centurions were trying to shoot stuff in round 5?
So, the reason why he's struggling on certain secondaries is sometimes you do get a bad card draw. But this is again why things like indirect fire are so important. Oh, what happens if you draw Mark for Death turn 1? Well, your opponent goes, oh, I'm going to pick 3 units you can't see. And you then get to pick a Gamma. And so you pick some little 4-5 man ship muncher squad, nuke it with 2 basilisks. You got 2 points. Objective cleared. Same with no prisoners turn 1.
Every bloody game when I have nothing left to kill anything with. Where were you when my Centurions were trying to shoot stuff instead of having to do f***ing actions? Ah! And number 3. These. Goddamn motherfucking bitch-ass piece of shit pricks that the UKTC decided to implement specifically to fuck on me. What is this?
This is where every American player gets to chant USA in the chat and dunk on every British player. Don't be humble. Don't be humble. Don't even if you don't quite understand it just yet. Don't worry, I'll explain. But just unreservedly unleash. Show us that you're better. Tea in the harbour. Everything. Good. Full patriotism mode. This is the time. This is the time. Okay. Don't hold it back, boys. Come on. I know you want to. I will explain. So, in US, you guys basically play on GW terrain. Or occasionally you play on WTC terrain, because WTC is the World Tournament Championship terrain. It's very, very dense. But typically people play on GW. It's like 90% GW, 10% WTC. I think that's a very rough split, right? Yeah, it's the Super Bowl, all that kind of stuff, right? You know. We're taking the crumpets too. All right. In the UK, nobody plays on Games Workshop terrain because apparently the UK tournament organizers think that they know better than the world and GW. And so they came up with something called, well, a specific group of TOs, basically called the UKTC, which is what runs all of the super majors in the UK, decided that they were going to have their own format of terrain. Now, they basically kept the formats from 9th to 10th edition, but then about 6 months ago, wasn't that long ago, they updated all their terrain maps. I think it was basically because they were stale. There was nothing wrong with the old ones, but they were stale. Now, they updated them all, and they actually were pretty good for shooting armies. There was actually firing lanes. Paul will show some examples in a moment. Actually, I've pre-watched up until about this bit. There's actually some good sort of firing lanes. But remember what I've said in the past. The tournament scene is dominated by melee players who don't want to think, just want to dominate people in melee. So the moment they can't essentially run across the board with a bit of staging, run across the board and then have a go turn and batter everyone, they bitch and moan and whine and complain and complain and complain and complain and complain. Rather than just accepting, like if I play on GW terrain, I accept that it's a more shooting format. If I play on WTC terrain, I accept it's a more close combat format. Okay? And I adapt my list accordingly. I don't take a different faction, I just adapt my list accordingly. Like if I'm going to be playing on WTC, I know I'm going to need extra screening. And if I know I'm going to be playing on GW, I know I can get away with a bit less screening and could go for more shooting. All right? Now, a lot of players don't like doing that. And there's, you know, potentially there's an argument for the fact that, well, Warhammer's very expensive these days. So you buy a bunch of models and they can't be used in every terrain format. That's a bag of shit. Fair. Okay. But as Airborne342 said, like the wise man said, get good scrub. It's literally a skill issue. And maybe a bit of a pocketbook issue. But anyway, the point is, the competitive scene complained that UKTC boards were too open. They were more dense than GW boards, but there we go. And so they introduced the square. These are literally squares the size of a coffee mug coaster, which there's no terrain on them. There's no little bits of ruin or anything on them like that. They're just a flat piece of terrain. And it counts as a ruin. So if you're not in it, you can't see through it. So it's not only is this really sucky, just having like a random square like thrown on the board and to block line of sights. Not only does it look like shit, not only is it very lame, it's also one step further down the road to flat terrain being everywhere. We've seen it before. If terrain keeps going into the trajectory it's going in, we will have flat terrain. 40k will have flat terrain. You will look back on the days of L-shaped ruins with fondness. That is what's going to happen. If the trajectory keeps going the direction it's going in. Remember when that guy designed the clear perspex terrain, and there were a lot of people that went, this looks like shit, but there was a significant portion of people that said, that's quite good actually. I'd like to play on that terrain. flat terrain is the way it's going to go. For two reasons. One, because it's cheap. It's cheap. And two, because it's good for tournament organizers, because they can store it much easier. No more needing to store loads and loads of like MDF ruins. Nope. And there's a third reason, which is that we're basically already playing on flat terrain, just with an extra step. What is the difference between an L-shaped ruin and an L-shaped piece of flat terrain? How many times have you played an L-shaped ruins and someone's knocked over one of those tall bits and you're like, ah, oh, so annoying, you've got to put your models back? There will be many people who will welcome flat terrain because the arguments will be, well, now you won't knock the terrain over and spill your models over everywhere. This is not an exception. This is the future. Geez, what's next? Carbon markers for armies? Well, no, because you have to have the official GW models. Remember, GW bought the ITC. TOs, not all TOs, obviously. There is a cabal of tournament organizers that are in bed with Games Workshop, which is, no one talks about that.
Like, okay, you want to reduce sightlines or whatever, but your solution isn't to make at least something that resembles a ruin. You just have a fucking coaster on the board and say, yeah, you can't see through that. Not even a little bit of rubble, a smidge of height. I'd take a fucking shrubbery just so I didn't have to look at the ground with a different texture and go, oh, damn, can't find lines coming through that. It's a special square of fucking dirt. I mean, fuck, man. Even just print a fucking exhaust vent or a fan or a crater with some fumes coming out of it. Something. I'm someone who understands oops all L.
Preach it, Paul. Preach it, preach it, preach it. People are saying in chat there are actually already tournaments which are using flat terrain fairly consistently. There you go.
Ruins compromises, right? Trust me, I get it. And I don't mind because of its ease to replicate, store, set up, understand. All that stuff is fine. But even I draw the line at what is essentially a nice rug to tie the room together that I can't fucking see through.
You see, oh, I'm okay with L-shaped ruins for storage and for this and for that, There will always be a reasonable explanation to try and justify it. The frog is being boiled. Why did we go down to smaller board sizes? It wasn't for the good of the game. Why did we go to L-shaped ruins? It wasn't necessarily for the... Okay, it's good for the game. But it's all steps on the... It's all steps on the path to flat terrain.
All right, I have to confess, there is a fourth reason for my complete collapse in this tournament, and honestly, it's the only reason that actually had any effect on my performance, and that's my own sheer incompetence. I can't lie, there's nothing else to it. My luck wasn't great, the nerfs don't help, I hate the squares, but no one else seemed to have an issue with them. It's just my own run-of-the-mill, freshly homemade, goddamn fucking stupidity that took me from a hair's breadth away from being a positive win rate player to plummeting to the depths of the bottom ranks. At the very least,
Of course, it will always come down to your own decisions, and especially if you are 0-3 day one, you're going to be in a bit of a black pit of despair, and you're probably going to throw game 4 and game 5. Okay, like that's naturally... Now, by the time you get to game 5, you're so desperate for a win, you actually end up losing. Like, there's of course always going to be an element, but that doesn't take away from the criticisms. And you could, again, this is like Paul trying to like be a bit more positive. But those frustrations, my army getting nerfed, these stupid fucking secondaries I've got to do, the stupid fucking terrain, all of those things are valid frustrations. And all of those little frustrations, those friction points, don't just get dismissed because then also you played badly.
Had an easy time getting my army around because I brought my Mac Super over to TemplarStronger.com. This, at least, is something even an idiot like me can't get wrong.
There we go.
Oh, and then stare at your purchase confirmation until it arrives while you watch Flawless Ballot Stuff videos on a loop. Let's just get right into the game so you can see how things went and what I did wrong so you can learn from my mistakes.
So watch a little bit more.
At the very least, make fun of me in the comments for being a goddamn buffoon. Game 1 was against Joseph, who was a super nice guy and was here on his first proper tournament. Joseph bought a Space Wolves army running Gladius Task Force because, when in doubt, Gladius Task Force. One pro tip from...
If it's not Gladius, it's not worth running.
Someone who's been to a few tournaments now, though, Joseph. This army list name? Terrible. It's too informative. It shows that you're looking to learn and improve your list based on the data you collect from your games, and honestly, just boring. Logan Grimnar leads a group of 5
Slightly
Terminators
random criticism.
10 Terminators led by Mr. Rockfist. 2 lots of head takers with characters leading them add some potent melee threats with Thunderwolf Cavalry for some extra speed. Princesses can keep the home safe while Scouts add some forward deployment and actioning power. 2 vehicular threats in a Repex and Gladiator Lancer round out the list.
I'd happily take my, looking at that list, I'd happily take my Met Guard into it. So how would I beat this list as Guard? Kill the 2 tanks and then he's fucked. Because everything, like, none of this is anti-tank. I mean, I could be wrong, but none of this is anti-tank. The Thunderwolves are a bit anti-tank. Maybe Beyond the Fellhand is a bit anti-tank. But yeah, basically, kill this. Suddenly it's a shooting gallery. Yeah.
With the Warlord Bjorn the Fellhanded, who, in my last bout against Space Wolves, fell-handed me my own arse on a silver platter, despite most of the game standing around just for some extra command point generation. This list didn't seem too bad for me. As long as I can keep the fast melee threats away, I can whittle down the Terminators from range, and then if
you aren't going to keep the fast melee threats away. That's a very, very optimistic assessment.
Tanks try to pop out and take a crack at my Centurions, my -1 to hit and cover should keep them alive enough to clap back and destroy them quickly. Mission is Terraform on the sweeping engagement deployment, with the UKTC added squares.
You can see straight away you're never going to keep the fast-moving units away. Because this blocks line of sight. So, I mean, I'm guessing this is... Where's Paul's list? Oh, this must be his opponent, right? So... like, they can just basically crowd around here and stage up here, and then you have to come to them and then they get you. Yeah, this massively favors close combat armies.
Has updated his maps to implement these most hateful of polygons. If we compare the previous version of this map, we can see that cross-map sightlines are a lot more difficult to get and more restricted. Only really being this one here, which is quite a fine line. Tanks don't have a problem with this, but my Centurions will struggle as not all the models will really be able to utilize this if a tank is mostly obscured by this triangle. There are still lines of sight up the edges of the board, but the left side is extremely tight, only a 2-inch gap. And
how are you even meant to fit through there? How are you meant to fit through there? It's crazy. There's literally one line of sight here and one line of sight here. You can't. This isn't a line of sight because you can poke a barrel round there if you're lucky, and this isn't a line of sight either because you can't actually get your tank around there. Yeah, there's no line of sight.
The right side can no longer double up as a cross-map sight line for my Centurions with their high range. The center objective, however, is a lot more interesting, with these 2 pieces of terrain making that middle section a pain to fight through, as these pieces of terrain are designed to be at least 1 inch thick so you can't fight through them. Deployment-wise, I went relatively reserved. Instead of forward deploying the Blade Guard, I wanted their fights first to be in the center.
You just stage, go turn.
Where shooting them is less ideal. Fighting them is even worse. If I can bring out the shooting threats, I can swing around the Centurions or drop them into positions to annihilate those threats. Then allow my Assault Centurions to join alongside the Blade Guard to take a stranglehold of the center, while Strike, JPIs, and the 2 solo Phobos lads can work on the other side. I also tried starting all my Centurions on the board, allowing me to have 2 smaller units just move into nice sightlines rather than having to rely on finding places for 12 Centurions to fit on the board.
They just move too slowly.
Joseph wins the roll-off for first turn, which will be a familiar sight for me going forward as I went second all 5 games. Yes, going second is somewhat advantageous. No, I didn't take advantage of it. My list doesn't really do that very well. It's hard to do bottom of round 5 scoring when you only move 4 inches. Joe plays the first turn relatively reserved, drawing Overwhelming Force, which is not good, and Attempting Target, which is extremely easy because I basically have to pick the center one as he's already holding the other 2. He shifts a few things around for staging and moves his...
Overwhelming Force would be good. I'd go for those Scouts, but it depends if he's got... I mean... It depends on if he wants to do the trade, but a unit of head takers here. Take out the Scouts. And then the jump back Incessors have got to come. But then it's probably a bit of bait. If I was guard, I'd go for it because I'd be like, if I lose 1 unit for an objective, that's fine. I've got loads more. But with the only big one, you've head takers,
The Wolf Cavalry with an unfortunately low advance roll to take the center objective for a tempting target and forcing me to have to deal with them. His scouts terraform up the right side and his combi lieutenant.
Oh, is it his scouts? Oh, these are his scouts. Oh, then yeah.
Left. I don't want to give up ground, so in my turn 1, I move forward. Blade Guard up to get involved with the center objective. My combi lieutenant moves up to terraform it back, with my 2 squads of JPIs taking the side objectives and getting them terraformed as well. If Joseph wants these back, he'll have to move out, kill me, and...
Far too aggressive. Far, far too aggressive. Everything's exposed, basically. Yeah, so you've got bottom of turn scoring. You need to basically just deny the primary and make your opponent come at you. Thing is, problem with his army is that he doesn't have good secondary scoring.
Still have something there to terraform it back. Otherwise, I can get that ball rolling in my favor. My card draw, however, was less than desirable, with Mark for Death and Bring It Down. Both not exactly doable turn 1, so I elect to spend a command point to redraw for engage on all fronts.
Fine.
Also not exactly ideal if I want to move an action. A squad of Centurions moves up just to get 1 model in line of sight of the Thunderwolves, but alone he manages to pick up 2 of them, showing the true power of the Centurion. Turn 2, and Joseph gets some good cards to make up for the lackluster primary. Secure and Storm. Not exactly the most difficult challenges for the Wolves, as he can easily tear some JPIs apart, but crucially can only terraform 1 objective, meaning that I still hold 2 objectives.
I knew it's going to be a go turn.
Repex managed to poke its head out and take out 1 of the Centurions that killed the Thunderwolves, and he moves his big brick of Terminators up to start and try and build a fortress in the middle, but not quite enough to reach the center. My turn 2 starts with some nasty card draws again. Airy Denial is not going to be easy, but with established locus, I at least have a couple of Phobos lads in the sky that can sort that one out. Then I decide to completely throw the game away with a series of some of the worst decisions and target selections I've ever made in my life. Oh boy. I put Oath a moment on the big block of Terminators, thinking that with the Centurions, I can drop down next to the squad I have here to get both Bjorn and that squad with the missiles. I really didn't appreciate the 4-up invent save and the fact that, at best, missiles will need at least a minimum of 2 to go through per Terminator, and if I rolled badly, potentially 4, meaning that I barely pick any of them up in shooting. Despite knowing I had air denial and moving my troops up to try and get it, I saw the chance to fire 8 las cannons at a squad of Terminators, and I didn't take it! So I charged my Blade Guard into the big block and striking his Vanguard vets up to Bjorn's squad, hoping that with Inferno Pistols and lethal hits on the charge, I would deal with that squad, despite the fact that I have no rerolls or +1 to wound with Oath. And I have
no Oath. It's a waste of time.
Fights first on my Blade Guard, so I should have let him charge me. And that big squad of Terminators as a 4-up fight on death. I still decided to send the Blade Guard in, thinking I'd be able to kill them. I'm just, I'm so bloody mad at myself. Look at this board state, and you can see a million.
Yeah, you've massively spread. It's massively spread out. He had a big go turn, but basically laminated himself on his own.
Gone this way and just killed those 3 head takers and held that point, meaning Joseph had to come over to deal with
it. You're getting drawn into the castle.
Shot all of the head takers on this side.
You just kill everything around it. You just kill everything around it. Yeah.
Centurions let the big Terminator brick come forward to get
that can only do like one thing, which is exist in the middle of the board. Just kill everything around it and be like, well done, you have the middle.
Better lies of sight on them. I could have cleared space to bring down Centurions there. My Blade Card should have just stood there and got charged so I could fight first and kill all that stuff out of sequence.
You don't even go for it.
Centurions should have done, you know, fucking anything. Instead, I killed Bjorn and like 7 Terminators across the 2 squads and lost Shrike's entire entourage and my Blade Guard in return. Why did I throw my strength 5 -1 1 damage melee at fucking 2-up 4-up Terminators? What the hell is wrong with me? Honestly, the fact that I held on for 43 primary points is impressive, frankly, but without any units left to do useful stuff, I eventually get overrun, losing 75 to 90. Joseph played well, don't get me wrong, I don't want to take anything away from him. This isn't me going, oh, Joseph only won because I threw the game. I just didn't exactly make it much of a challenge after blundering so hard for what was a really good winning position. Next up was game...
I don't know if I agree with that. I'm not going to go through every game. Paul doesn't need me dunking on him. This guy is staging in the middle with a massive brick. If you're going to go for the kill, you pile everything into it. I'm not even sure you go for the kill, but if you're going to go for the kill, because if you look, this is where what was left after he was finished, like battering it. I think it was this picture here. No, maybe not. This one. Well, I feel like if these Centurions blast into this, and these why have they got flamers though? I guess that's the big question. But these Centurions blast into this, and then the Blade Guard go in. You probably take it. You don't necessarily want them to shoot and then charge you, because even though you got fight first, they'll just do so much damage that your fight first doesn't really mean anything. This was not a winning position. The problem that Paul has here is that he's not playing like as he said, he's not playing like he's got bottom of turn scoring. Yeah. And frankly, if I was going to play into this, I would just see this giant brick committed here. It can't go anywhere, can't redeploy, and be like, okay, sick mate, you can have the middle objective. Bang bang. The horns of the buffalo. That's what you do in this situation. You do horns of the buffalo, and basically you come here and you take this, and if your opponent wants to come over and have the center objective, they can do, and if they don't, then they split their forces, which means you defeat them in detail, or they go all one side, then you move on and take this objective instead. You basically understand that so much of this list is tied up here, and you do not need to fight that if you don't want to. It's not even that good at range shooting. It's a bunch of fucking storm bolters. It's not even that good at range shooting. Maybe a assault cannon hurricane bolter here, cyclone missile launcher here and there, but yeah. There you go. This was an entirely unnecessary fight. And the way that you win this is you just clean shop over here, and his Terminators waddle around doing fuck all. At that point, you've got 3 objectives to his 2, and if any secondaries come up, you're in a position to score them. Yeah. There you go. That would be my take. There's probably a few other games. Do we want to watch the rest of it, or I think I'll probably link it down in chat. I'm kind of curious to see what else he faced, though. Yeah, we'll have a look.
Because it was my first chance against Emperor's Children. This isn't a great matchup for me, as anything fast and deadly that can hold me back and kill me before I can position is a scary prospect. But it isn't my worst ever matchup. I get to find out the hard way what my worst matchup is at my next tournament, so subscribe if you want to see that one. But this is definitely one of the harder ones. It's quite a scary list. 2 scary Demon Princes alongside Lucius and a host of other nasty characters running with 2 squads each of Infractors and Tormentors, 2 Chaos Rhinos, 2 lots of 3 Flawless Blades, and 3 big squads of Noise Marines. All of these are damage profiles.
It's not bad. I don't play a lot of Emperor's Children, but I play a lot against it. But I understand, maybe it's changed, but I thought the 3 Demon Princes was the way to go. I felt like Flawless Blades aren't massively popular.
Infractors and Tormentors, 2 Chaos Rhinos, 2 lots of 3 Flawless Blades, and 3 big squads of Noise Marines. All of these...
1 minute. Again, how would I beat this list? By turning up with Met Guard, I beat this list. So where's the anti-tank in this list? 2 Demon Princes? Yeah. I'm not by the way, I'm not trashing Paul. Like I said, I glazed the guy earlier. It's just good to see, like, it's good to do the tactical breakdown. Yeah. This list is literally like two Demon Princes. Once the 2 Demon Princes are down, he's got no anti-tank, and then you just roll over him, bully him, charge him with chimeras, and just have him tied up in combat. Yeah. Maybe the Flawless Blades are kind of like light anti-tank, but not really. Yeah, I think the first thing that you do if you're running, I mean, frankly, the first thing you do if you're running guard and you're running at least 5 tanks, you look at 4 or 5 tanks. Like if I was running like 3 Rogol Dawns, I'd just be like, where's the anti-tank? Kill that. Yeah, but this is why I find Met Guard so powerful. No one is specking. Everyone is specking into elite infantry. No one's specking into Met Guard.
Infractors and Tormentors, 3 Chaos Rhinos, 2 lots of 3 Flawless Blades, and 3 big squads of Noise Marines. All of these are damage profiles that really rip through me, especially when we're playing on the Search and Destroy deployments with the mission being hidden supplies, which at the very least means I can use all 6 of my lovely objective markers that you can buy as spoilersbattlestuff.shop. Once again, these stupid squares of sucking not only block some nice lines, but also...
He's just too slow. Like, I know it sounds obvious, but he's just too fucking slow. And there's no screening. Yeah. This is a good map for me. Oh, bro. This is great. Yeah. So if I was deploying here, I'd be like Chimera. Probably have a 5th Chimera here, and then I'd basically have a Lever Rush stacked up behind each one. be aware they're probably not gonna go for the turn 1 yeet. And even if they do, you just scout move. You find out who's going first, and if you're going first, you just scout move aggressively. Even if you're going second, you scout move aggressively because there's no ranged anti-tank to worry about. So you just sort of scout move. And then when the enemy goes, if they go for turn 1 charge, they just expose so much, and then you just go bang 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 and pick it up. Yeah. You can't threat overload guard firepower. You can't charge coming into terrain means you can't move your fucking tank out of your deployment over terrain. I mean, I can move over this, and I can move down this gap. I can move down here. The sight lines on this is fine because with mech you're sufficiently fast, right? This is annoying. I don't like these ruins. There's no way of getting the angle on them. I don't like these ruins. These ruins here exist to make Kazakin relevant because you just go forward. You go scout, forward, jump out, blast. And then he comes down. And the thing is, you need a follow-up. You need a follow-up. Yeah. The way I would deal with this unit here is I would just basilisk them. Or field orders battery. Not field air. This ruin here, actually, in my list, it exists because I've got 2 artillery teams that just go bang, 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 and just keep hammering them until they're gone away. Same with this. I'm going to put my artillery teams into this squad first, then my artillery teams over here. Yeah. How would I deal with this without Kazakin? I would basically move a Chimera over to here, kill the Tormentors, and then be like, okay, so now you need to come and get me off this objective. How are you going to do that? You're going to send out Noise Marines to do it? Okay, fine. They're a shooting unit, right? Yeah, move out. Okay, pop smoke. And then if you kill me by shooting, I'll just disembark my infantry here and hold this objective. And I'm doing that on 6 objectives, basically. On 4 objectives in the middle, yeah.
To give a fast Emperor's Children in Rhinos a place to park outside my deployment zone, ready for a scrap. Look, I'm going to be so real. I barely remember this game from a tactical perspective, but I did it wrong. But this game was a lot of fun and very memorable because of the dice making some very silly scenarios. 5 Infractors charge into 3 Centurions, kill 1.5, die to fall back, shoot and charge. 6 Noise Marines drop down, kill half a Centurion, leaving 1 alive. After dealing with them, the last Centurion of the squad dies when it gets...
Look at this. No, this guy, Chris, is basically doing what I would have done, but with Emperor's Children. Yeah.
Over by a Rhino and takes 5 mortal wounds from tank shock.
Yep.
Turns out the true menace to Centurions is vehicular manslaughter. Later in the game, I can take an objective with my massed OC2 JPIs if I just kill Lucius, which I don't really want to do it in melee because it fights first. So I use grenades and get a mighty 6 mortal wounds through, which are then completely negated when it makes 4 5 up feel no pains. I then charge, only getting 1 4 up for the mortal wounds, which he saves. Somehow I manage to keep the power fist alive, which does 6 damage. Of which 5 are saved from Feel No Pains.
Yeah.
But the biggest issue in this game was once again misusing Shrike. Last time I sent him in too early, so this time I decided to hesitate all game, using him to screen from potential reserve plays from either a Demon Prince or...
Paul. You're meant to screen with a 65 point worth unit of guardsmen or equivalent. You're not meant to screen with a 400 point unit or something.
Noise Marines, and it wasn't until turn 4 that I actually got him moving forward rather than just dancing back and forth at the back of the field like a moron. I can get him into the middle of the board, try and take an objective with Oath of Moment on a Demon Prince so I can do some decent damage. A 4-inch rerollable charge. 3 into Snake Eyes.
Wow.
Well, fuck me, I guess. 61 to 97 defeat. This was going to be a hard matchup any way you slice it, but leaving 300 points of Inferno Pistols and lethal melee attacks for 4 rounds whilst my army gets torn apart does not make things easier.
Yeah.
Now, game 3 is an interesting one, because game 3 was against Mark, who is a super nice guy, and I'm not just saying that because Mark is the TO and I got paired into the buy round, and if I don't say nice things, he can stop me from attending his tournament. So just beat me up. Mark is the organizer of the WRT tournament and has started up the UK RTC tournament circuit, which will allow smaller local tournaments to come together to promote tournaments across the UK, which I like because it's the local tournaments that you can really build a community around. So if you're a local UK TO, check out the links in the description for more information. And now that I've promoted that, Mark can't be mad at me for what I'm going to say during the game recap. Let's talk about buy rounds. Normally, a buy round is a default win because either you don't have someone to play against, or in this case, you play against Mark, who is a really goddamn good player. And the person who gets...
Yeah, I really don't like buy rounds where you play the TO because typically one of two things happens. Either TO sort of throws the game because they're too busy having to go around and tournament organize and they just go, oh, don't worry about it, just have the win, man. I don't have time to be involved in the game. Or they're a tournament organizer, they're quite good and they just end up fisting you and they just take a win away from you. It's a pairing you probably wouldn't have got if you're 2-0. If you're 0-2, there's basically zero chance you would have played against that very good player. Yeah, it's actually, people think, oh, I'd rather have a game than not. No, you wouldn't. Trust me, you would rather, in this scenario, I've been there, get your buy and be happy with it.
The buy round is usually at the bottom of the pile, so it's not exactly fair to have someone go 0-2, for example, and then have to play someone who, had they actually played the tournament, would likely be at least 2-0. This game didn't go well, but also I didn't want to just take the free win because there is a chance that you could play against someone extremely good in a tournament, even if you are 0-2. If, for example, the players ranked 1 and 2 played each other in round 1, and players ranked 3 and 4 played each other, then in round 2, players ranked
I've never seen it happen.
4 played each other, then you could end up playing into the 4th best player at the tournament in round 3, even at a 0-2. So
I've never seen it happen. It's basically, I mean, I've been playing tournaments for literally years. I've never seen it happen. You might get it on round 1, but by round 2, it's just not going to happen, basically, and especially by round 3. But round 3, the good players are at the top, basically. Yeah, round 2. Some 2 good players might have played each other, and one guy gets kicked down, but then he starts climbing up again, and he ends up 4-1, right? He loses the first game, then goes to 4-1. You by round 3, the like different water temperatures, the layers have established.
I didn't want to take this game lightly, and I wanted to win and lose fair and square. Unfortunately, my dice decided that I was just going to lose. Centurion serving on a 3-up. No saves. 2-up. Nope. Loses Centurion. Last kind of sitting on 3s, rerolling 1s. 5 2s. It was that kind of game. Mark was playing a quite interesting Vanguard Spearhead list, which I'd show here, but he doesn't have it on BCP, so I can't just copy and paste it. It had a bunch of JPIs with characters, some suppressors, which are quite cool, a couple of ballistas, and some eradicators with some small quads of inceptors as well. There's probably some other stuff in there. I think maybe some scouts or some incursors, infiltrators maybe. I don't know. There's a whole host of stuff. The mission was Scorched Earth on the Crucible of Battle deployment. Interestingly, Mark elects to play with the fixed missions because he's a punk-ass cowardly bitch who doesn't believe in the heart of the cards.
Yep, totally agree. If you do not take tactical objectives, why are you even here? I have never... Mark, if you watch this, I'm sorry. You're a bitch boy. Oh, I've built my list around these objectives. I'm going to take big objectives. No. No.
Talk about a horrible scorecard. That mark for death, by the way, was for small mark for death against a single Inceptor that I could just not kill with like 5 Centurions and 8th enchant. Things just kept living with a few scamp models for Mark or 1 wound on a character. With the fixed missions and the way his list works, he could just rack up easy points and then deny me points with Scorched Earth. There was one fun interaction when I overwatched his Inceptors coming down.
Oh, it's not even painted, bro.
3, and then he'd walk down just 3 more straight away afterwards that I somehow could not kill, despite the fact that I killed 3 in fucking Overwatch. Somehow, hitting on 6s is easier than hitting on fucking 3. Then I did my once per game blunder by going, I see you're using 2 intercessors that should be 0 because I somehow managed to not kill them with strength 9 missiles because I'm also low the number of to do Scorched Earth in the center. Well, I have a big strike bomb here with your name on it. I just need to charge into this Eradicator squad, kill them, and then consolidate onto the point to deny you. Anyway, let's forget the plan between movement and shooting and kill all of the Eradicators with Inferno pistols, leaving me with an 11-inch charge instead of a 6-inch charge. Christ, you fucking goddamn idiot. What is wrong with you, you stupid piece of shit? 61-81 defeat.
I've done that.
Day 1. Not exactly
I've done
successful
that. I can't actually get mad at that. I have done that, yeah.
Day of Warhammer. But I still have a chance on day 2 to turn it around. As long as I don't go back-to-back games making absolutely terrible mistakes.
Darren Wenzel. Never take fixed secondaries, even if it's the better option, even if your list is built around them. Don't build a list around them. You're not a little bitch. Real men take tactical secondaries. Yes, this is peer pressure.
Or forgetting my plan halfway through a turn, squandering my winning opportunity.
I really like this video, by the way. I keep being like, oh, we'll watch a little. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. I really like it.
I should at least come away with 1 win. Day 2 started against Tommy, who was a super nice guy once again. I've played against Tommy previously, and he's back with his Dark Angels. This time in Wrath of the Rock.
That's quite... I think Wrath of the Rock is half decent attachment.
Once again, I've played against Tommy previously, and he's back with his...
Yeah. You guys noting a pattern with these lists? Every single list is elite infantry, melee pressure. Every single one, man. It's got an itchy head. This is the meta. This is a really, really, really good video for showing exactly what everyone is running. It doesn't matter what army you are. Everyone is running elite infantry melee meta. Elite infantry melee pressure. Pressure, it may be a little generous, but elite melee infantry. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone. It's great. We're literally 4 for 4. The only person not running that is fucking Paul. And even then, he's got a little bit of melee, but his list is a lot more balanced. Well, it's not. It's too many Centurions, but yeah. Yeah. It's just elite infantry melee.
Dark Angels, this time in Wrath of the Rock. Replacing the bikes and Land Raider from before with a nasty Sternguard brick, some Desolators for indirect firepower, and a big block of Plasma Inceptors. We're playing Take and Hold on the Search and Destroy deployment, and both sides deploy relatively standard. A couple of key things from me for my deployment, instead of sending my Blade Guard to my...
It's a lot of Marine meta. What did he play game 1? Space Wolves. Game 2? Ambush Children. Game 3... Space Marines. This guy's played 4 fucking Space Marine armies, man. This is crazy.
Any turn 1 charge attempts, and they could potentially go towards Tommy's natural expansion with some Fight's First Power, depending on where he either sends the Lion or the Judicia-led Inner Circle Companions. And second, I made what I think was quite a cheeky little play here by deploying my Lone Op Phobos Lieutenant last behind where he deployed his scouts. His scouts are now stuck, as you can't end a scout move within 9 inches of either my deployment zone or one of my
quite
units.
good.
And as Tommy rolled to go first, he scouts first and can go nowhere. Then I can just scout this way to avoid any potential attacks from his Inner Circle Companions. And even if he moves closer and elects to advance and charge with a stratagem, I can just reactive move 6 inches away. The game plays out as you might expect. I move my Blade Guard to kill the trap.
Paul, you devious bastard. That's actually a really good play, and you should be very, very proud of yourself. Like, I just don't think that way. Like, I just do not think that. I don't build lists that way. I don't make moves that way. I don't operate that way in game. I literally just, if you look at every game I play and every army list I build, I basically build very, very just brain dead lists. I just build like, I just build a sledgehammer. There's a reason I play the guard. There's a reason I play the Hammer of the Emperor. I do not play subtle lists. I don't play lists that have got movement shenanigans. I don't play lists which have got reactive stuff. I don't play lists that do a lot of melee pressure or anything like that. I just play very sledgehammer armies. Move up, blast, move up, blast. If it's, I'm happy to get into melee, but it's not through some sort of fancy scouting or advance and charge or anything like that. It's just very straightforward. I build very, very straightforward armies. So seeing something like that happen is actually really cool.
Scouts, and he brings his Sternguard and Inner Circle Companions towards them once I send my JPIs up to my natural expansion to hold them with their buffed OC. Lion comes out to play turn 2 to take a dominant hold on the center, and
Lion's
thanks to that 3 of Invon, 6 las cannons do nothing. The way to fire from
it is very stupid. He has a 3-up Invon. We learn very early on in 8th edition that 3-up Invons weren't a thing that were meant to be around, and they got rid of all of them. If they're creeping back into the game, even on the Lion, no.
Up Flamers and Bolters do nothing, and even the 2 surviving Assault Centurions with Saint hits 2, damage 3 Siege Drills don't do the...
You can't have a 3-up Invon because there is no play into a 3-up Invon other than just overwhelming it. And you can't rely on that. Like, Feel No Pain, at least you can overwhelm it with, like, damage. There's different things you can do. Back in the day, you could counter it with double strength with instant death and everything. But there is zero clever play into a too high Invon stat.
job. And it's up to a cheeky move with Shrike's Vanguard Vets to secure the kill. Inferno pistols do a bit more, leaving him with 4 wounds remaining. But I charged the remaining JPIs that had joined him for low-knot protection, meaning that the fight's first lion can only target the Centurions he's in base to base with. He kills them, but with my positioning, I can then pile into the lion with Shrike and a couple of other Vanguard veterans to try and finish him off.
All right, come on, Paul.
First, killing the entire Vanguard unit, because that would have been a really dumb mistake to send my Vanguard veterans into a fight's first unit. That would just be a nightmare.
No.
There's no way I could possibly make that mistake. And if you haven't guessed by the tone of my voice, foreshadowing is a literary device, and fortunately, by the narrowest margins, Shrike does the 4 damage he needs to cut the lion down.
Okay.
Shrike's now a bit out in the open, but thanks to a reactive move allowing him to get away from the Stern Guard, they can't now move and shoot him because I get blown up outside of 12 inches. The Stern Guard move forward anyway, advancing up so they can force Shrike to either stay
Kind of cool seeing a big Stern Guard unit like that.
or suffer the threat of an
So, this looks really good. I am phenomenally curious about how he fucked this up. Because this unit can't even target this unit. This unit's fucking around down here. This unit's just sat on the objective here. Like, I'm very, very curious to see how he lost this game.
Overwatch if he does move, but that at least delays Tommy from overrunning me as quickly. We trade units back and forth, but the trades on my natural expansion weren't exactly brilliant, and Tommy was racking up primary points and taking a solid lead. A single ancient Interminated armor on 1 wounds, 1 scout, and 2 JPIs kept me at bay and stopped me being able to hold that objective and score. I know like I had anything fast to get over there, but during Tommy's turn 4, I found the opening I needed. At the end of the turn, I could easily pick up my 6 strong squad of Devastator Centurions, put them down over here with direct lines of sight with Desolators, which will take him off his home objective, only going to 10 primary. And even if he does manage to kill Shrike's squad, he doesn't have the movement to get over to the center properly, and his turn 5 scoring will be blunted, and I can use the bottom of my round 5 to take the objectives I need by bringing up something with Deep Strike. On top of that, my Centurions will be in a perfect position, so if the Stern Guards do want to try taking the middle for any potential secondaries, I'll have a perfect angle to blow them off the map. So at the end of Tommy's turn 4, I picked up the Phobos Lieutenant because I figured I didn't have anything I need to do with the Centurions. I need to score points.
Oh my god.
No, fuck, God fucking damn it, you stupid fucking bastard, what the fuck is wrong with you? How did you forget within 10 goddamn minutes the game-winning plan, you dense motherfucker? Now Tommy gets the full 15 points, so he can move his JPIs to screen the area, so in my turn 5 I have a worse position for the Centurions, and it doesn't fucking matter if they die. And to make this the worst possible outcome, I lose 73-77, which means if I did that plan, Tommy would have won. Oh well.
You know what? This really kind of cements in my head why I just don't play clever lists. Like, clever lists, when you look back, there's so many little things that you missed, and it's very frustrating. And it's so easy to miss things, especially on a 2-day GT. It's so easy to miss things. If you have a smooth brain list, then you don't have as many choices. And that sounds kind of crazy, okay? But it makes your decisions easier. And efficiency of action and ease of decision making makes such a difference. Yeah. Like, that's a really good play, but like, I'm not saying Paul's stupid, I'm not. Like, don't get me wrong, but if you round 4, day 2, absolutely knackered, it's so easy to miss things like that. It's so very easy to miss things like that.
At least Tommy was an excellent opponent, and it was a close game. And I have one more chance to grab that victory, and that would come in Game 5 against Thomas, who was, say it with me everyone, a super nice guy. This was Thomas's first tournament, and he even told me that it was my videos that got him to give it a go. He's had a great time
nice.
so far, and that kind of thing really makes me happy. Seriously,
yeah.
I'm so glad that these videos really do make an impact and show that tournaments aren't the scary, sweat-filled hives of scum and villainy that they're made out to be. I really appreciate that. Thomas brought along a Serpent's Brood Harlequins list that I'd go through, but there's a rage deep inside me that I cannot hold
This is so 9th edition.
anymore because I didn't even waste a single fucking turn to completely fuck up the game. Oh my god, god, I might be the dumbest motherfucker on the entire goddamn planet! Ah! My stupid idiot moron brain for some reason decided that, oh, I'm 0-4. I need to take risks in this game to try and grab a victory, despite the fact that each game is in a fucking vacuum, so taking unnecessary risks is fucking pointless, and in fact,
Paul, you need to play guard, man. You're just playing the wrong army, bro. You're just playing the wrong army. You just play guard. This army has too many moving parts. There's too much. Your brain is boiling, man. Your brain is boiling.
Probably has these stupid fucking flat squares. Like, what the hell is this bullshit? Seriously.
We tried. He refuses.
The UKTC ones, I could wipe my fucking ass with these fucking rugs. What the fuck is this bullshit? Oh, look, at turn 1, bring it down. Well, there's a boat that's in that ruin that HYPE could charge, and whilst I'm there, I should try and take out some of those bikes. Oh, whoops, I'm a fucking dumbass. And because I have to charge around, there's a solitaire with fights first that can throw and intervene, but somehow only gets 2 vanguard of it, so that was lucky. What should I do in return? What I should do is try to fucking triple split 8 vanguard veterans and strike and expect to pick up a solitaire, 2 skyweavers, and a starweaver. They're so squishy, it should be no problem despite only having Oath the moment on the starweaver. A 4-up infantry save? What's that?
Yeah.
Oh, look, I got bring it down. Great, 4 victory points, but I barely dented anything else. Oh, would you look at that? Skyweavers are like the rest of the fucking Harlequins, so that they blend with Marines with strength 6, 2 AP, and damage 2. And I said that at the start of the game, that my entire goddamn plan would be to avoid sending my fast.
See, the issue he's got is he's got like a few good units, but the moment he misplays one of these units, everything falls apart. Have you noticed how in every single game there's like, it's not that there's not like a lack of like redundancy, because he's got like lots of like Centurions, but these there's too many like crutches. So the moment that this one unit dies or gets misplayed, everything falls apart. Too many spinning plates. Yeah, you just need... This is why the smooth brain mentality, it's not right for everyone, but the smooth brain guard mentality is very good for certain players, like myself, because it basically takes away this. It's very redundant. It's very redundant. Oh, I fucked up that player, that Chimera. It's okay. I've got 5 more. Oh, I kind of fucked up with that Liam and Russ. It's okay. I've got 4 more. You know, like there's very few moving parts. It's very like it's honest Warhammer. You just need to play. He just needs to play an honest list. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter if it's Tyranids, you're just throwing nids at people. Doesn't matter what it is. He just needs to play. He just needs to play an honest list. He's playing a list that is just not. He might like Centurions, but this guy Paul could go 3-2 at his next event if he just like literally like overnight 3-2, hardly any practice. If he just played a smooth brain list, played an honest list, yeah.
Units into him because Harlequins will win those fights. So what do I fucking do? Send my 10-man Vanguard veterans directly at him, and then act shocked when they all fucking die because I decided I was greedier than a fucking tech billionaire, wanted to try and take everything, and ended up with fucking nothing. Oh, I'm so glad that I decided to kill that Starweaver. 300 points and bonus for 4 victory points. And then the troop inside just jumps out and then turn 2 runs at me and kills Sean. So I'll be downy for free, but I could have just done fucking literally
There's no trading
anything else and not been in this godforsaken mess. Am I okay? Is my brain okay? Do I have a brain? Does information just go inside my head, get processed, and then thrown directly in the fucking bin or something? Harlequins blend Marines. So I decide to put my head inside the fucking blender and turned it on. I would have done better if I literally had made every move in this fucking tournament on random fucking chance. I mean, 50 IQ points each time. I somehow had the opportunity to do literally anything and consciously made the worst fucking choice I could have possibly done. All these squares make a circle. 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 All these squares make a circle.
Just in the corner.
Sometimes we make mistakes, and the important thing is that we learn from them. I have 3 weekends with tournaments back to back to back, so there's plenty of chances to learn from my mistakes and turn it around. And try to
All
put an
these
end to
squares
a currently
make a
9-game streak without a win. My list isn't very good, it struggles into a lot of armies, but it's a fun list and an interesting challenge for me. I just need to stop making the worst mistakes I possibly can, because the margin for error in this kind of army is extremely tight. Next time, I'll be going to my first team's event, so if you want to see that, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, all that good YouTube stuff, and as always, thank you for watching.
That was a really good video. I said I wasn't going to watch it all, and I watched it all. Gonna link that down in the old chat. My takes, my honest takes on the situation. My honest take on the situation is that he might like his army list, but his army list does not like him. That's my honest take. And if somehow Paul ever watches this, I would say he's you know, he says he's making the wrong choices. He needs a list that involves less choices. Like giving him a Tyranid full send melee list would be better, because he doesn't have to think. He just knows, okay, this turn this wave goes out. This turn this wave goes out. This turn this wave goes out. 1, 2, 3. Every game, same shit. That's it. Yeah. Same with the guard Chimera list. The Chimeras go at the front and they scout. You deploy. If you ever go back and watch my tournament reports, you will notice I basically have deployed exactly the same way with very little variance for 3 years. Maybe even 6 if you take into account 9th edition. I have played a lot of Met Guard. I don't even look at the way my opponent is deploying. And often I just put my whole army down and just go, yeah, you deploy, bro. It doesn't matter. Like, because their deployment doesn't make a difference to me, because my list is going to operate. My guys get given the order packet and the list plays itself. Drive forward, kill the immediate threats. If anything, if I can get crossfire or anything, do it. Draw the enemy, drive forward, make the enemy have to commit what they don't want to commit, kill them. Every fucking game, every fucking time. And it's fun, and it's enjoyable, and it's easy, and I don't have to think about it. It's that simple. Yeah. I don't need a brain if the hive mind tells me what to do. Exactly, Jenny. Exactly. Like, I think just
when it comes to fighting crime,
yeah.
there's only one man keeping
I think that's just the way of it. Anyway, that was a really good video. You should definitely go check it out, and I really, really enjoyed it. And I just want to say to anyone who's been in Paul's situation where you've gone 0-5, I've been there. So many people have been there. It's so depressing. It's so demoralizing, especially when you're on the back of a big losing streak. And yeah. It will change. The wins will come at some point. But I think, there's nothing wrong with taking a good hard look at your list and being like, do I need to make a couple of changes here? And there's honestly nothing wrong with looking at an army, looking at a faction and going, am I playing the right faction? It's not giving up. It's not defeat. That's the sunk cost fallacy. Yeah. If you might just, like a good example, not everyone plays guard. There's a few people that will play guard and then will go off and play something else and find that it clicks. Like Swords and Smith is a great example of this. He started out with guard and then he ended up going over to World Eaters and he's never looked back, and now he plays all the different Marines. It goes both ways. Not everyone should play guard, not everyone should play Marines, not everyone should play, you have to, an army that you thought you would like might not actually gel with you. Yeah. 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 There you go. Anyway, that's just like my opinion, man. There you are. Got a couple of super chats coming in here. Sandarius, thank you for super chat, man. May I get a list of you, Lord Commander Mordian? Of course you can, man. Let's have a look. Built a list for a game Sunday. Haven't played Guard in months, maybe a year. It's been so long you can't remember. Los Oleantes, Commissar, Krieg Command Squad, 100 Kriegers, double artillery team, field horse battery, execution, bank. First question is, what detachment are you in? I'm guessing Grizzle Company, because you're probably doing 4 orders from Lord Solar onto those tanks. And you've got... I mean, the only... you don't have enough orders. Two Krieg command squads will be able to order 4 units, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units that they want to order. 5 Krieg blobs and 3 artillery pieces. I think you probably need an extra command squad in there of some variety. I'd probably drop the field ordnance battery. They're not very good anyway. And that'll save 110 points. I would get a third... Why are the Krieg command squads so expensive? You put in some enhancements on them. Whatever enhancements you put in the Krieg command squads, get rid of them. The one's 15 points too expensive, one's 20 points too expensive. So that's 35 points too expensive. Okay, yeah, you're 35 points too expensive. So drop that. Okay, yeah, it's easy. Drop those enhancements. Turn the field ordnance battery into a 3rd artillery team with siege cannon. That will save you 45 points. Turn one of the Death Corps of Krieg squads into a Acadian squad. That will save you 70 points. Take Acadian Castellan. And you're good. Acadian Castellan can literally... You actually take Acadian Castellan with Loudhailer. And you could turn one of those Krieg squads into a... Or, well, you could take Loudhailer. But yeah, you want to... You take the Acadian Castellan, and he can go with Loudhailer and just basically go lone wolf it and just sit with the artillery teams, or he can or you can turn one of the Krieg command squads into a Acadian command squad, and he can go in there and make a big Acadian command blob. Yeah. So the list should be Lord Solar, Commissar, Krieg command squad, Acadian command squad, 20 Acadians. 80 Kriegers, 3 artillery teams, executioner, bank. That should be your list. You might even have some points left over. You might be able to chuck a enhancement back in if you need to. Yeah. But that should be your list. If you don't like Acadians, then you need to drop those enhancements and save 35 points. Drop the field ordnance battery down to mortars. So you're 50. That'll give you 85 points. Get another Krieg command squad. And you have 20 points left over for whatever you want. Maybe put an enhancement back in or something. I don't know. There are your 2 options if you don't like Acadians. Hope that helps, Darius. And good luck in the game. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. Crushing defeat in stream discussion. Oh no, what's happened? 07 lads, tragic defeat for this night for my Vichy French forces. It's not so bad then. Vichy French and then Vichy French. Don't know what you're complaining about. Great victory as far as I'm concerned. We played a thematic game using all the Desert Warfare optional rules and night fighting. We rolled the flare scenario and we rolled to play the story scenario surrounded. My French artillery took strategic locations in the centre of the board and prepared for the oncoming British assault. Ultimately, a couple of turns of trying to reposition my B1 tank to keep the right flank from collapsing resulted in failing to hit or damage his Humber and grant 3 turns in a row On turn 3, the Grant popped the B1 in its first attempt. Always happens. Throughout, because it's got double shot. So, yeah. Throughout the entire game, he pressured my right flank hard, and his early lead left me rushing to make up the distance, but for naught. However, defeat looming one of my FT-17s, successfully tank assaulted the Humber, and managed to destroy itself in exchange for killing the Humber. Brilliant. However, on the same turn, one of my 10-minute squads flew by the table. A fantastic game by my opponent, and I was near tabled. Some pictures below. Hey, well, it looks great. Holy shit, man. It looks thematic as fuck. It looks cool. Very, very cool, man. The Grant's a great tank. Really, really cool. Yeah. It looks like a beast of a game, bro. It looks like a great board and an absolute beast of a game. Holy shit, man. It's funny, we just come off a 40k tournament report, and then looking at this, I'm just like, this is better. Yeah. This is better. Such a cool board. Such cool armies. Really, really unique and immersive scenario. Looks proper. Yeah. Just looks proper. Looks, you know what it looks like? A fucking war game. There you are. There you are, boys. All right. Okay. All right. Let's have a look. Okie croaky. I think that's everything. Yeah. Don't mean to alarm you, gentlemen, but we've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I know it's Friday, but I feel like we've covered everything. I even managed to sneak in a little bit of 40k stuff as well. I just wanted to get a little. I really want to talk about that Paul is bad video before I forgot about it. Yeah. So there we go. Despite the fact that I went against the public opinion poll, I know, but it's only a little bit. We talked about one 40k topic instead of 4, which I had lined up. Sorry, but you cannot go. You must hype Warlord more. I mean, I can always hype Warlord more. I always can do. I can actually. I can do 2 things at once. Look at this, right? Prepare for the multi-stream. Prepare for the multi-topic stream. Via the power of magic, I will hype Warlord and shit on Warhammer. If you guys want me to go a little longer, I can go a little longer, but I got something I want to talk about because it's been on my mind like all day. Yeah. All right, we'll come to it in a second. Scrumbo's here first. Hey, Mordian, love your stuff. I was wondering if you think Grizzle Company can be used to make good Met Guard lists. Yes. That was good. Excellent. 10 Canadian dollars well spent. No, I'll do it properly. Thank you for super chat, man. The mechanized attachment seems so pillow-fisted. Ideas for a list. Firstly, you have correctly identified 2 things. You have correctly identified that the mechanized assault attachment is a bag of shit. I thought it was good when it first came out. Terrible. Secondly, you have identified that Grizzle Company makes for fantastic mechanized guard armies. In fact, I did a very video on this very thing when Grizzled Company was first announced. I said that guard leaf blower was back, which is kind of like from 5th. It's like a 5th edition style list. So basically, Yes. The reason... Okay, so why is Grizzled Company good for mechanized guard lists? Twofold. Firstly, chimeras with lots of like Dakar, like heavy bolters, heavy stubber, las gun array, a couple of blokes shooting out the top, hunter killer missile. Getting those to have reroll ones to hit is great. But the second reason is you actually have the orders spare to order the chimeras. If I go combined arms for a mech list, I'll only have like 2 tank commanders. One of those tank commanders will have Grand Strategist, so I've got 5 tank orders. Then I'm going to take 3 other Lehman Russes, and that's 5 tanks with 5 orders. If I then chuck in 5 or 6 chimeras on top of that, that's a proper mech list, 1-to-1 ratio for for mechanized infantry to tanks. Then I don't have any orders for those chimeras. If I go Grizzled Company, what I can do is go 3 guard Lehman Russ tank commanders and 6 chimeras. And that is 9 orders and 9 vehicles. And I still have points left over. Like, plenty of points left over. If I have a look here, 150 times 6 plus 225 times 3, that comes in at 1,575 points. I still have got... I've still got 425 points left over to put some indirect fire in there, to put some more armor in there if I want to. I can play around with those ratios. Not every tank, not every chimera necessarily needs an order. I could go down to like 5 chimeras, or I could go down to like 2 tank commanders, and like 4 chimeras, which I actually want to have orders, then have a couple of chimeras that I don't need to have orders. Maybe like go for like some Tauroxes, or go for some Flamer chimeras, something like that. But the point is, I actually have enough orders to order my mechanized infantry, which is really good, because that means that my mechanized infantry can actually do damage. Like a chimera just rolling around spaffing bolter shots, unless it's got lethal hits, isn't going to do anything hitting on 4s. But a chimera hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s, it's got a melter gun and the plasma gun in the back. They're also blasting out with the firing deck. That is significant chip damage, especially if I'm doing it 4 to 6 times. So yes, Mech Guard does well into... It does well in Grizzled Company. And I can actually send you the link to that list where I kind of talk about this. Give me a second. There you go. So Scrumbo. Watch that. Hopefully it'll help. It's fairly recent. Obviously, it was done before the recent change to Grizzled Company where you no longer get reroll 1s to wound. So obviously be aware of that. If I mentioned at any point in that video, reroll 1s to wound, ignore it. Just ignore it. Okay? All right. Other than that, I hope it helps, mate. Thank you. Okay. So... where was I? Oh, yes. Wanking off Warlord and shitting on GW. Let me just... I want to get something here to remember. Where was it? It was in one of my videos. It might have been... the Grizzled Company video? Grizzled Company got nerfed? I think it is that one. I think I think it was this video, but I'm just going to check. Ah, yes, this was it. Okay. Okay. So the other day I posted that Grizzled Company got nerfed video, and I got a comment that replied to the video that I thought was quite interesting, and I wanted to highlight it because I thought it showed to me, it showed maybe where I think game design for tabletop war games should be, and maybe where other people have a slight different expectation. So this comment, I won't say who it's from because I don't want anyone to, don't want anyone to get like brigaded or anything like that. But it said, the game being in a state of rock, paper, scissors isn't a problem. It's both reasonable and fluffy. It's only a problem for dedicated tournament players who want to curb stomp every opponent list. The all-comers list is a thing for a reason. Every faction should have a hard counter, one you have to work extra hard to overcome. The alternative is terribly drab. Now, this comment was in response to me saying in that Grizzled Company video that one of the big issues isn't that Grizzled Company got nerfed. It's that Catan spam is really dominating the meta at the moment. And the reason it's dominating the meta is it's simply a stat check that so many factions just can't beat. It's not that these factions can't beat Necrons, it's that these factions can't beat Catan spam. And the reason they just can't beat it is because there are loads of factions which have basically been broken off from like bigger factions, like Emperor's Children, for example. And they just don't have enough data sheets. There's just not enough of a roster there. And between some factions being broken off and some factions getting huge swathes of their models removed because they were made in resin and metal, and they went to Legends, or they were just completely removed from the game, there's a lot of very thin factions. There's a lot of factions which are very mono. Like, World Eaters will only play one way, and they've only got so many tools that they can play. That they can actually bring to the table. There's only so many tools they have in a toolbox. Same with armies like Grey Knights and so on and so forth. They just don't have enough. And so the problem is that the game feels very rock, paper, scissors because there's, and we talked about this in a few streams and stuff, where how many times have you played a game where you've turned up, looked down, just gone, I've lost. And it's not even a case of, Guard has it into certain matchups as well. Like, I feel like until the 12 Bulgrin thing was really discovered with Grizzled Company, Guard was getting fisted by things like World Eaters because they just run across the board, pressure you, and kill you. Custodians were a big problem for Guard because they just had too many, like, just the 4-up save is a stat, the 4-up input is a stat check, right? So it's a problem with that. There's a lot of factions where it's rock, paper, scissors, and I don't think that's good for game design. Now, the reason I don't think it's good to game design in tabletop games is, and the reason why I think some people think it is good for tabletop games, is because they're drawing in experience from video games. A very common way of doing video game design and balance, especially in a game like an RTS, for example, is to have a rock, paper, scissors situation where, like, infantry can beat like I think, like, what is it, like StarCraft, like infantry. Some things can shoot down aircraft, some things can't shoot down aircraft, some things are good into tanks, some things aren't. Like, it's like rock, paper, scissors. Like, I think Halo Wars is a good example of this, like, where you've got, like, your infantry can shoot your aircraft can shoot your tanks can shoot your infantry. That's a better example of it, right? Now, in a video game, this obviously works because if you don't have the right, if you get into a battle and you don't have rock, you might lose that battle, but you can always go and then recruit rock, so it's not a problem. Age of Empires 2 is very much like it. Yeah, you're right. So it's not a problem because it's a real-time strategy game. Or even in something like Total War, where it's turn-based in a lot of ways. Not obviously in the actual battles, but it's turn-based in the grand map and everything. Oh, I just got battered by this new nation or this new faction that I've encountered because they're using loads of cavalry and I haven't brought any spears because I've been fighting someone that's been using loads of like infantry. So, you know, I need to go and recruit some units that will help me beat this new nation / faction that I've encountered. So it works fine in video games. It doesn't work well in a tabletop game because you can't recruit new units in. That's the first thing. The take all comers list. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you can't have a take all comers list if your faction doesn't fundamentally have the tools. Like a rock, paper, scissors game doesn't work if one guy has rock and paper and one guy only has scissors. Because the guy with scissors can't do anything to the rock. He can't look at his roster and go, okay, well, I need to add rock. I need to add paper in. Because what if he just doesn't have rock? What if he doesn't have paper? What if he's only got scissors? Now that's fucked. Now, the difference is, what I agree with is that every faction should have inherent weaknesses. Not every faction should be exactly the same because then you end up with the game being very drab, of course, right? Everyone should have rock, paper, scissors, but not everyone's rock, paper, and scissors should be equal. And this is where I think a game like Bolt Action can be used as a really, really good example of how you can kind of have rock, paper, scissors as a mechanic, and not everyone's tools are equal, but the game kind of works. So in Bolt Action, a rock, paper, scissors sort of argument would be that anti-tank guns kill tanks and HE kills infantry, but infantry are good for doing objectives, and infantry can also be quite good at dealing with weapon teams because weapon teams only have a few wounds, right? It's a very, very broad example. Now, everyone in Bolt Action has access to infantry, tanks, and artillery, but not everyone's infantry, tanks, and artillery is equal. For example, the Germans probably have the best tanks for tank-on-tank combat because not only do they have army rules like Panzer Ace, but also typically, the Panzer III, you can often get vehicles which have got lighter armor with bigger guns, so they're very points efficient. So like a Panzer III can be a light tank with a medium anti-tank gun. Very efficient. It's not got the same durability as, let's say, like a Sherman, who might have a medium tank with a medium anti-tank gun, but the Sherman's like 50 points more than this particular Panzer III loadout. So you're getting the same damage output, so it's efficient. Now, you can go for a medium tank with a medium anti-tank with the Germans, of course you can. But you've also got things like the Panzer IV, which is a medium tank with a heavy anti-tank gun. Or you've got things like the Tiger, which is a heavy tank with a super heavy anti-tank gun. The point is that German tanks, when they're getting into battles within their weight class, tend to always be better at knocking out other tanks. Like the medium tank with the light tank with the medium anti-tank gun is going to be better than most other people's light tanks, which are light tanks with light anti-tank guns. You see, that's how most of the nations work. They go light with light, medium with medium, heavy with heavy. The Germans get to do this light with medium thing, medium with heavy thing, right? So the Germans have good anti-tank. The trade-off, though, for the Germans is they don't tend to have as much HE on their tanks. And the tanks they do have HE on, like, they're not great. There are always some exceptions to prove the rule here. But, if I want to take let's take a Panzer III, for example, and I want to put a light howitzer on it, I have to take a medium tank with a light howitzer. That's a bag of shit. If I'm the Americans, I can get my Sherman, and it comes with improved HE, which makes it good at killing tanks and at killing infantry. It's not quite as good as a Panzer IV, but it's cheaper, and it can do a bit of everything. This is an example of how both sides have got access to the tools they need, anti-tank, but not everyone's tools are equal for this, but they are balanced out in other areas. Another example with this would be the Japanese. The Japanese have got typically very light tanks with light anti-tank guns. Japanese tanks are not good for killing other tanks. They're terrible for it. You try and take a hard go up against anything, it's going to lose. Like, the purpose of the hard go is not to go after other tanks. The purpose of the hard go is to go after enemy infantry. It's a light, small tank armed with basically 2 machine guns. You don't care about the anti-tank gun it comes with. And it's going to poodle around the battlefield, gunning down enemy infantry with machine guns. Now, does that mean that anti-tank is completely absent from the Japanese roster? Because if this was 40k, that would be the situation. The Japanese, they're meant to have the inherent weakness of not having any anti-tank, so they don't get any. Well, that's fucked then, isn't it? If that was the case, the Japanese would just auto lose some matchups they go into. So they would auto lose. But the Japanese do have other anti-tank options, just in other areas in their list. For example, they can take infantry with medium anti-tank guns. Well, it's a 4-man team, or 3-man team, I can't quite remember, with a medium anti-tank gun. Now, they don't get access to like heavy or super heavy anti-tank guns like some other factions. So fundamentally, the Japanese are at a weakness because they don't get what maybe needed to require to reliably defeat something like a Tiger or like a Pershing if it turned up. But they still have access to anti-tank. It's not quite as good as everyone else's. It's an inherent weakness of the faction, but it's not completely absent from their roster. It's not like they just don't have any anti-tank. They do have anti-tank. It's not as good as everyone else's, but they have it. And then they've also got some unique options, like they have the suicide anti-tank teams. Probably going to get demonetized now for saying that word. They have the unalive anti-tank teams. The lunge mines, the guys who've basically got a mine on the end of a stick and they charge into a tank, they die, and the tank hopefully dies as well. Very risky, both in terms of concept, both in terms of monetization, but also in terms of gameplay. Because you've got one man, he's a one-man team. He could easily get gunned down on the way to his job. But if he gets there, it could be a very, very efficient trade. Now, and it's potentially very powerful. It's a pen 8 hit. Bear in mind, a medium anti-tank gun is pen 5. A super heavy anti-tank gun is pen 7. So this is actually more powerful than any other anti-tank weapon. A dude with a big anti-tank mine on a stick. Or sometimes it's not on a stick, sometimes just running forward holding it, right? But it's very risky because he has to get there and he'll probably die on the way. It's more of a psychological weapon than anything else. But if he gets there, it's huge. We have the platform-mounted heavy AT gun now. Oh, cool. So you get like a heavy AT gun, but you still don't have the super heavy AT guns, right? You've not got the quarter-pounder. Not the 17-pounder. Quarter-pounder with cheese that the British have got. You've not got the Flak 88 that the Americans the Germans have got. Yeah. And I bet the platform-mounted heavy AT gun it's probably some sort of late war jobby, or it's some unique thing that they, for like net coastal defense. It's something that probably also wouldn't be, maybe it wouldn't be as, it's one of those weapons, maybe they only built like 13 of them. You know what I mean? There's probably a few different caveats to it, right? Yeah, geometric. That's why I would cheese. But that's my point. Like, the Japanese, they have an inherent weakness as a faction, but they don't have a total absence of capability. There are other factions which have got better, and then the Japanese also get to make up for that by having some of the best infantry in the game. They are fanatical across the entire board. They are able to do amazing banzai charges, which are actually really effective. The Japanese might not beat your tanks, but if you let them get into one-on-one fights with your infantry in melee, they're probably going to batter you. Like, because obviously the Banzai Charge in real life was a bit of a waste of time once everyone started running around with machine guns and not bolt action rifles. But, you know, it's a game. There's got to be a little bit of give and take. And bolt action is a beer and pretzels World War II game that really leans into that post-war narrative. Like, the reality is the Germans didn't have the best tanks of World War II. The reality is that German technology actually wasn't all that much better than anyone else's. Okay? The reality is that, you know, the Americans didn't just win by overwhelming numbers, that the Sherman was actually a very good tank. But, you know, it had some design flaws. They got worked out. They say the reason they say it took 5 Shermans to kill 1 Tiger is not because it actually took 5 Shermans to kill 1 Tiger. The Sherman, one-on-one, could kill a Tiger. No issues. The reason that myth exists is because Shermans operated in packs of 5. If a threat was called in, 5 Shermans would turn up. So that's where the myth of 5 Shermans beating 1 Tiger comes from. Typically, the way the Allies actually dealt with Tigers is just overwhelming air superiority. Yeah. So, we're not going to get... Bolt action is a semi-realistic historical game. It's not a rivet-counting historical game, and it takes... It leans into the post-war narrative. I often describe it as like... It's like Hollywood. It's a Hollywood sort of war film... war game. Yeah. So, most of the myths are because we took German accounts seriously. Exactly. You know, suddenly we had to... a lot of the German generals got to write memoirs, and we needed their experience on the Eastern Front because we were now against the commies with the Cold War, right? Anyway, that's... by the by, that's away from the conversation. The point is, going back to game design... factions should have inherent weaknesses. Rock, paper, scissors is a fine mechanic, but only when everyone has rock, paper, and scissors. Not everyone's rock, paper, scissors need to be equal. Some people can have better rock, some people can have weaker scissors, but everyone's got to have those tools. And the game is not fun if you know that your faction is terrible and cannot win unless your opponent is brain dead into certain other factions. Especially considering that this game, 40k we're talking about, is meant to be competitively focused. If it was casual first, then it wouldn't matter because you'd just be playing against your friends. But it's not casual first. 40k is a game of strangers. And so when you go to a tournament, whilst you're not going to win every game at a tournament, it should not be the case that your faction basically auto loses playing into other factions. Because that's not competitive. That's not fun. That's a waste of everybody's time. That's the problem. Well, of course. That's what I think. But all of this is just like my opinion, boys. Let me know what you guys think in comment section, in chat. What do you think? This was something that's been rolling through my head for the last sort of 24, 48 hours because I realized I didn't have an issue with rock, paper, scissors. I love rock, paper, scissors. So I sort of went a bit deeper on it. This is where I came from. Yeah. Macon, that and if I win only because I have rock and my player has no paper, I'd not enjoy it because I didn't win because I played better or even got luckier. Yeah. Imagine playing a game rock, paper, scissors where one person only has rock and you're just like, paper. You're beating me again. Paper. How? It literally, that is the experience that you can get with 40k. Yeah. Imagine if you just had to play rock, paper, scissors, but one person could only do one move and you've got all 3. Or even if you just got 2. Yeah. This is also my main gripe with the hero shooter game genre. The matchups are just very obvious with little way to punch up. Yeah. Great point. I've never... And this is... There was a whole bunch of drama with hero shooters recently. Because there was like... some guy was playing on a team and he wanted to do really well, and the rest of them were just playing for vibes. And there was this person on his team who was like, I just like playing this character. He was like, please stop playing that. He was like, please stop playing that character. Like, you're literally going like 0-5. Like, it's really annoying. And to be fair, there was like money on the line at this tournament. And it's different if you're playing a tournament and playing ranked. So I actually did, it is different. But the point is that some people just like playing certain characters. That's fine. Yeah. But it's not okay if... Like, some people are going to get very attached to certain characters, but it's not okay if you've just not got a chance to win with that character, to punch up, as you said. Yeah, like, what's the point? What's the point? Yeah. There were tens of thousands of dollars. There was a lot of money on the line. Yeah. The guy was right. If they were just playing with mates... If you were just playing with mates, yeah, play whatever character you want. Go 0-5 every time. Who gives a fuck? But when there's thousands of dollars on the line and you're playing in a tournament and there's so much evidence in front of you, then you have to switch it up. Yeah. Yeah. Patrick H. Also, competitive action is locally a game of friends, not strangers from my experience. People bring dead out of lists, and yet I always seem to see thematic armies in the top 3 to 5. Bot action often, and I often say bot action is a massively unbalanced game. There are certain areas where you could... It's not... Bot action is as unbalanced as many of the war games. But typically... If someone brought 5 nebs against me, if I wanted to, I could build a take-all-comers list that could easily beat it. Because nebs have only got, nebs have got a minimum 36-inch range and require line of sight. So, you can beat it. You can beat it. You just, little bit. Once you get under the neb umbrella, especially the ones that everyone takes, which have only got 2 crew and they're all like inexperienced, just literally, I once went against a guy who he had, I think it was 3 nebs, and a single SAS Chevy killed all 3, and I won the game because I just went turn 1, 24 inches forward. You can't see me, and I'm under the neb umbrella now. Turn 2, move, kill. Turn 3, move, kill. Turn 4, move, kill. Yeah. The reason why neb spam is often so powerful is because a lot of bolt action players play at a very, very casual level. And so they just don't necessarily think competitively. They just don't... they don't want to play competitively. They are people who want to play they don't mind losing, but they want to play a game which feels like a game. That's it. You do get the occasional like 40k player who comes over to bot action, thinks they're a big dick swinger, and tries to go around battering the local community. Firstly, typically they realize that they can't just like... Firstly, they realize that bot action is built different. And secondly, and so sometimes what they thought was this OP move is actually really shit. A bit like when I went over to Old World, I tried to use 40k brain in Old World and just got smashed. And secondly, they just get gate kept out until they find a community which embraces that mindset. But even then, 5 nebs is like bringing 5 Catan. Good players with take-all-comers list will beat it. The problem is that it's not... The problem isn't necessarily that it's an OP unbeatable list. The problem is that it just basically club seals and makes everything unfun for the middle, from the basically 80% of any event. Yeah. Yeah. It's, every game has this kind of stuff. But the difference is with bolt action, and this is not cope or hand waving anything away. It's the most important. It's if you're a 40k player, this will sound like just a hand waving excuse, but it really isn't. It is just actually the most important thing. Bolt action players just don't play that way. They just don't. 90% of players will play because, and the reason is because it's a very localized game. You're playing against your friends. And so you just bring nice lists because you're playing your mates. That's just the way it is. There are ultra competitive bolt action communities out there. They're not that hard to find, but they're few and far between. And then if you want to play there, you go and play there. But bolt action is very tribal. It's very local meta orientated. And meta's not even the right term. Local group orientated. Yeah. Yeah. So it's and that makes such a difference. The mindset of the players defines the game. And it's like when you play Old World. Old World, it's not a global meta. Bolt action is not a global meta. 40k is a global meta. Yeah. It's just very different. It's very, very different. Yeah. My main worry about bolt action is I don't want to fill 2 Panthers gates OP. It's not OP. I had Godlike Poet literally say the same thing to me early on. And when he was getting into it, and I was like, bro, you bring 2 Panthers, you're actually nerfing yourself. He played his first game. I was like, wow, you were right. I thought these Panthers would be broken, but they actually weren't. And I was like, often if you skew in bolt action, you are... it's really interesting. Often if you skew in bolt action, you will actually be bringing a less powerful list. There are... It's like that until suddenly it's not. Yeah. 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 What have we got here? Got to cover all the bits. Macan, bingo. For me, I don't enjoy melee stuff. If melee is the only way to win, then that's a design issue that is forcing my lack of enjoyment. Indeed. Yeah. Raven Mercenaries, you say global meta. There are some places that are small enough to have localized meta 100%. Of course. Local meta is always a factor. But 40k is more of a global meta than a local meta. You like taking a small, like what you're doing is you're taking a small example and then trying to like blow it up. I know. I do it all the time when I'm making videos. Raven's like, son of a bitch. There you are. There you go. Right, come on, Raven. Get your ball washing out of the way. Raven Mercenaries, this is false. You can't just say it's false and then not back it up. Why is it false? You're fucking false. You're gaslighting World War II facts, aren't you? No. Maybe. I can't remember the context. Rock, paper, scissors, dynamite. It's okay if everyone has dynamite. Yeah. Sounds like people when I bring my triple Baneblade list. Triple Baneblade is absolutely askew. Yeah. But things are lagging. My internet is bad. Boo! Coward. Coward. Lies. Lies. He's scrambling, boys. He's scrambling. He's like, oh, shit. I can't disagree. You break it up. You break it up. Sorry, but you break it up, audience. I'll have to call you back later. You break it up. Patrick, I'm literally busting his balls. Raven Mercenaries and I have a very healthy piss-taking back and forth because I ball wash Warlord endlessly and he ball washes GW endlessly, and so we both game recognizes game. Ball washer recognizes ball washer, and so we it's very much as us Brits like to say, a bit of banter. Yeah. There you are. Nah, it's all good, Patrick H. Like literally anytime I try and get excited in the Discord about K47, Raven Mercedes will be like, here's some Warhammer 40k. And I'm like, fuck off, man. Like I want to get hyped about K47. It's like, no. Look at these beautiful Warhammer models. Yes, they're really good. They're beautiful. They're really pretty. Now I'm going back to hyping up Warlord. There we are. There we go. All right. A lovely shine. The cleanest of balls. Exactly. Oh, when you're going to love how I'm paid to my Guardian. What, Guardian mech from K47? Excellent. I am, of course, a big fan. The moment you say you're painting anything from K47, I'm like, brilliant! All right. I'm feeling like stream's getting close to coming to an end. If I was gonna in for a penny, in for a pound, I can't. I've already managed to get 1, 2, 3, 4 stream highlights out of the stream. I could get 2 more. Is farming 6 stream highlights too much? That's a lot of stream highlights. That's like a week's worth. The thing is, to give you guys a bit of context, Evan and I have been talking about going up to 2 videos a day. It might not be long term. It might not be 2 videos like every day. But it might be like, even if you just do it for like a week here and then recharge, a week here and then recharge, all that kind of stuff. So the reason why I'm like farming a lot of content is because I think they're interesting topics of discussion, and I like chatting rather than me just talking into a vacuum. I quite like the on-screen chat and the back and forth and all that kind of stuff being in the videos. And also, I feel like you guys quite like it because you get double daily episodes. So. But they're not K47 related topics, unfortunately. So it's up to you. It's up to you guys. We'll do a couple of super chats, and we'll see where we're up to. Patrick H, hey, the more bot action and K47 I get, the better. It motivates to keep hobbying. Exactly, man. All right. I might leave those 2 though, to be honest. I could just do them on Monday. I actually have a third topic, but it's very, very spicy and very susceptible to being utterly bollocks. It's a topic that I said I would talk about a month ago. Maybe it's worth waiting another week. Because we're on partway 310 40k. No, it's GW stock price. So a month ago, well, nearly a month, 2 days outside of that, it was brought to my attention that when GW did the female custodians announcement, the stock price started going down. And I said I wasn't going to talk about it for a month because it could have been a temporary situation. But a month later, and the stock is still going down. Only a little bit at a time. Like, for example, today, it's down 1%. But over the last month, since the announcement. It's actually down 12%. So it's continued to basically, it's gone up and down a little bit, but it's basically continued to trend downwards after a month, which is kind of interesting. But I might leave it till next week. Has it been a month already? It has been. Well, they did the female custodians announcement on the 16th of Jan. Friday, 16th of Jan. And I actually have an explanation for it. Yeah, time flies, man. Eat, sleep, work, repeat, bro. That's it. So I actually do. I don't know. It's a very, like I said, it's a bit of a fucking Debbie Downer topic. I might save it. We'll see. Do they do trading at the weekend? I'm not a stock guy. If they do trading at the weekend, then I'll see what it's looking like on Monday. Monday to Friday. Maybe it's worth waiting. It's probably not. Probably not then. Well, it could be one I could. Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? It's actually interesting. And it's new. So Cosmic will be happy because it's not me just saying the same shit over and over again. And I didn't jump, and I actually... Unless explanation is, and it actually nothing to do with cultural bullshit, it's not worth wading back in. Okay, I mean, the explanation is cultural bullshit. But also not. Basically. The explanation is basically that there's a lot of, it's basically that other companies who have gone down similar paths to GW haven't done well. Like Disney isn't doing as well as it once was. Ubisoft isn't doing as well as it once was. Star Trek isn't doing as well as it once was. All this kind of stuff. So basically the explanation being like, we have enough examples now of Wizards of the Coast and so on and so forth. We have enough that the market, society, traders, whatever it might be, basically has enough experience now, enough points on the graph where if a company decides to go this direction, we know where the end result is. Or we don't know, but there's a lot of evidence where we suspect where this might go. Because obviously no one knows anything because stocks is basically it's a fugazi, it's fugazi, you know, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah. And this is not financial advice, of course. I don't know anything about this, but you know, like this is literally, you can see it here. Like, so this is this is the 16th. Don't know why it's not. Oh, there it is. This is the 16th. Couldn't see it because of my own fucking mic arm. 16th, and then they made the announcement. Initial big drop, and then basically we're on nearly a month later. We're on 13th. So obviously it won't be a month until Monday, but it has consistently trended downwards, and we're basically at 11.88%, 12%. Bear in mind, if it goes down, like this is including a couple of days of like up. So it's enough. There's literally, as they say, there are points on a graph, and it's all going down. But it is important to note that this is where GW stock was. So it's not, from GW's perspective, it's not fallen below where it was, where it's, you know, it had a massive rise. So it's got a long ass fucking, and it was already trending down a little bit over December. See what I mean? It was already trending down like a little bit. So maybe it just had like a random jump, and this is just a very like natural return to order. So that's why I'm not totally convinced. I'm not totally convinced that this is necessarily anything to do with female custodians and stuff, but I'm not unconvinced by it either. maybe we check in again in like a month. I suspect it. Yeah, I suspect that it's normal behavior. It's worthy. It wasn't worthy about talking about it after a week. I think it's worthy talking about it after a month. I think it's worth checking in again. Basically, post Adepticon reveals, right? I think it's probably worth checking in on in June, July when 11th edition's announced. It is kind of one last thing I would say about it. One last thing. Companies are way more fragile than people think. There's this sense that companies are too big to fail. Companies are only too big to fail if they get bailed out. There are so many examples of history being replete with companies which are too big to fail, and then they failed. There's so many examples of things that would never fall until they fell. And often it could come from one decision. Often it could come from a trend in decision making. But it is possible for a company, even one as audience captured like GW is, well, not audience captured, the GW's fans are captured by GW in many ways, milked. Even for an IP as strong as Warhammer, it's entirely possible for it to, yeah. Company SGW, no, they are more than a company at this point. Like Star Wars, you will always have diehard fans. Raven Mercenaries, I know you're a GW ball washer, and that's okay. But have you checked on Star Wars recently? It's not doing very well. It's not doing very well at all. And there's not many diehard fans sticking around. In fact, probably most of the diehard fans have left. Do you think the Mandalorian and Grogu movie is designed for those hardcore fans? Do you think it's basically, you know, yeah. Yeah. Older, still more popular. Indeed, but that's, Disney's not making any old Star Wars movies. Yeah. Original Raven Moses, totally agree with you. Old school Star Wars, great. Old school Star Wars, fantastic. But no one, but old Star Wars movies aren't dictating the strength of Star Wars in the here and now. Think about it. Disney's stock price, people's faith in Star Wars, and the next product that Disney's going to put out to do with Star Wars isn't being based on old movies anymore. It's being based on what they can put out in the here and now. And you know, like Andor, great. Andor's really, really good. Yeah, 100%. But Andor's a TV show. Yeah, Disney isn't recouping $4 billion off the old stuff. Exactly. Yeah. There are, and I will say this, it's very rarely one decision. It's often a series of decisions that can make a difference. Like Ubisoft didn't die because Assassin's Creed Shadow was terrible. Ubisoft has died, and it is dead. It's basically waiting to get bought up by Tencent because of a series of bad games that were made bad through the lens of decision, through a certain lens of decision making. Yeah. Yeah. People like you still enjoy the second edition Tactical Marines. I think GW is a solid pillar. What? I think, Raven Mercenaries, you are conflating or mixing up, and I mean this respectfully, so I'm a bit tired, so sorry if it comes across a bit mean. I don't mean it in that way, okay? But I think you are mixing up Warhammer with GW. Warhammer is great. Warhammer can live on and GW can die. That is possible for that to happen. Like, I enjoy 2nd edition Tactical Marines. But if GW gets rid of... I enjoy all Tactical Marines. If GW gets rid of Tactical Marines, just because they made them back in the day, if they get rid of 10th edition Tactical Marines, because they made them back in the day, doesn't mean I still love modern 40k. Liking something in the past doesn't equate to supporting something in the present. There's a big difference. Warhammer as an IP will live on forever. I agree. They are the same. George Lucas isn't the owner of Star Wars anymore. People still see him as the owner. I don't think anyone sees George Lucas as the owner. But I may be picking your words apart here. It's been long enough. I'm not even sure how many people... I don't know. I don't know enough about the topic. I was going to say I'm not sure how many people really think George Lucas is that tied to Star Wars anymore. But I don't know. That's my own perspective. I would not speak on other people's perspective. Creator, yeah. But every day that goes by... I think Disney becomes more of a if a new Star Wars thing comes out and it's shit, no one blames George Lucas. Apart from they might go, why did you sell it to Disney? The blame falls on Disney. Yeah. Companies. There is a great tendency for human beings to believe that what exists now will always exist into the future. The truth is, things come and go all the time. People, companies, countries rise and fall. Nothing stays the same. I bet you could think of half a dozen franchises, half a dozen companies, half a dozen IPs, which, off the top of your head right now, which in their heyday seemed utterly unassailable. And now are in the dirt. I mean, I mentioned some. Star Wars, Assassin's Creed. Who would have thought that Assassin's Creed would kill Ubisoft 5 years ago? 10 years ago? No one would. Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that 5-10 years ago that Blizzard would become that Blizzard and World of Warcraft would become basically like dead or a pale shadow? No one. WoW was always top dog until suddenly it wasn't. If GW fails, it won't be in our lifetime. I think GW could fail in 6 months. I don't think they're going to, but I think they could. I think if 11th edition is shit, that's it. I think I'm not sure quite how much. I'm not sure quite how aware people are of how much is riding on 11th. Everything is riding on 11th. Like literally everything. Age of Sigmar 4.0 is, if I'm being charitable, treading water. It's not really, though. Spearhead is doing well. But if you said Combat Patrol was the most successful way of playing 40k, would you think it was doing well? Old World is great. I love Old World. But GW can't live off Old World. Maybe enough 40k players would go over to it. Maybe. But it's a very different game that relies massively on nostalgia. Necromunda, Warcry, Horus Heresy, Quest. If 11th edition is utterly dog shit and irrecoverably bad, what other legs does GW have to stand on? Their fucking paints? I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not saying it's going to. Raven Mercenary, I think there's a 99% chance that 11th edition will be peak and will be great, and we will see great gains. I think there's a great chance. I think there's a great chance. Don't think I am assuming that. Don't think I'm assuming GW is going to fail. Don't think I'm assuming that 11th edition will be bad. My position is I assume 11th edition will be good. Okay, so let's understand where the base level is. Okay, if 11th edition's peak is you owe me, I'll give you half a point if 11th edition's peak, and I'll tell you why. Because I was saying that 11th edition was going to the edition of Gain about 6 months ago. My theory is that they've basically cleaned all of the old products out, like resin, metal, and all that kind of stuff, to basically free up a whole bunch of like capacity and storage space so that they can now bring out, you have one full point. They can now bring out a whole slew of new plastic kits because 40k has got to the point where making anything is more cost efficient out of plastic than anything out of resin, basically. Like that's my theory. So I believe 11th edition will be the edition of Gain. That's my default position. What I'm saying is there is a non-zero chance it will be shit because we've seen them struggle with some other game design recently. Like, we've seen, like, they've not done well with Lord of the Rings. They've not done well with Age of Sigmar as they would have liked. They've not done well with Horus Heresy. Warhammer Quest, we don't know for sure, but Warhammer Quest had a lot of, I'm not buying that, it's too expensive, surrounding it. Okay. Necromunda is good, but niche. Warcry is gone. Underworlds is gone. So, like, there's, Old World is good, but it's questionable whether enough people would go over to Old World it's questionable, very questionable, if even you as a GW ball washer would say it's questionable that GW could stand on Old World alone, right? So, if 11th edition is bad, there's no other product that could fill the gap. Legion Imperialis couldn't fucking fill it. There's no other product that could take the weight. And so we've got a lot of examples of these niche games that haven't done well. And stock price, and again, not financial advice or anything, stock price it's Fugazi, it's a Fugazi, it's not on the elemental chart, it reflects confidence. And there may be a decrease in confidence. I think there's a little bit of a decrease in confidence with GW at the moment because of certain moves they've made. People waking up and looking around at some of the game systems that are out there that they've made and the moves they've made and not paid off. And then if 11th edition goes, if GW fucks up 11th edition, their flagship product, do you think that's going to increase or decrease confidence? So, Raven, I think that 11th edition is more than likely, greater than 95% chance it's going to be successful. But if it doesn't, if they fuck it up and then don't manage to right the ship, because they could fuck it up and then make it good again. A bit like 10th edition launched and it was a bit fucked up. Eldar Knights, right? It's a bit fucked up. But if they then fixed it and it was great. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. We're not talking about a bit of a fuck up in terms of balance and, but after a couple of weeks, a couple of hot patches, we're good to go. That's fine. We're talking about if it's heresy level of balked, where 1/3 of the missions in the book don't work. Where the game is fundamentally broken. Like, if 11th edition launched and it's Horus Heresy 3.0 bad, that's not going to be good for GW. And is there a chance that happens? A small one. Very small. But there's a chance. GW is very... And the point is, of this whole rant, was a lot is riding on 11th edition. That was the point of it. A lot is riding on it. More than I think anybody realizes. Probably more than... I don't know if more than GW realizes. They're smart people. People think they're stupid, but they're not. They're actually... I think... I respect GW. They're very clever. If GW... GW is very exposed at the moment. They need 11th edition to land. They have no choice. 11th edition has to land. If they... Yeah. Okay, 11th is fuck. People play 10th then. People don't. People aren't going to stop playing because some edition being bad than there is the models, man. You can't beat them. People don't. If 11th edition... Okay. Raven. Love it. Loving the back and forth. Want to just have a little sense check moment here. I'm respecting you. I hope you realize I'm not coming at you hard or anything. I actually really appreciate the back and forth conversation. All right? Just want to make sure we go there because I don't want to feel like I'm constantly shitting on you or anything like that because that's not the vibe. All right? And it's late. It's Friday. My voice might sound a bit more angry than it is, but it's not. All right? Just want to make sure. Okay. On the let's go down. Let's say we both agree it's very unlikely to happen. But let's say something happens. GW doesn't stick the landing. 11th edition is fucked. People play 10th edition then? A couple of issues I have with that. Firstly, people are very burned out on 10th edition already. I did a poll that had hundreds of votes on it, where people said they like Warhammer, they're just done with 10th edition. If you have to ask a bunch of 40k players to continue playing 10th edition, I don't think that's going to go over very well. Secondly, the moment that people make the decision that they're going to play older editions, why would they necessarily go to 10th edition? There are literally 10 other editions, there are 10 editions, including 10th, that they could pick. So what happens is you get a huge fracturing of the community. Suddenly, some people are playing second, some people are playing third, fourth, fifth. Probably one mad bastard decided to play seventh. Some people will go back to eighth, some people might even go back to ninth. So, the problem is not that people wouldn't go back to the editions, but there'd be a fracturing. Big fracturing in the community. That's not good. And then, thirdly, it kind of comes to this point of, again, it comes down to like confidence, right? If GW fucks 11th, not only is that going to shake investor confidence, whatever that might end up resulting in, it's going to affect consumer confidence. Consumers are less likely to invest their money into buying the models from a company which they think is fucking up. Like even if that company then goes, we fixed it, it's a lot easier to get people to come like to the new hype edition than to convince people to come back to edition that you fucked up. A lot easier. I think that happened with 7th edition fantasy. 6th edition fantasy was really, really good. And GW released 7th and it was a bag of shit. And then they released 8th. And by then, kind of already the damage was done. And that literally killed fantasy. There is an element, though. Raven. I'll give you this one. We've seen people jump off 40k before and come back. Because the IP is very, 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 very strong. Even if 11th is shit, GW could win people back. 100% they could. 11th being bad doesn't necessarily mean the death of GW, but it could seriously change the way GW thinks, even temporarily. A great example of this, I don't think if on the very, 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 very off chance 11th edition was terrible, if they nailed it with 12th edition, I think they would recover and then actually go to the moon. Because we saw that happen with them fucking up 7th edition and regaining people with 8th. We saw that. And enough time has passed from 8th to 11th that even though there'll be a bunch of people that might go, well, I've seen this before, I'm not coming back, I'm not being tricked again. The vast, vast, vast majority of players would go, I don't care, I like 40k, I'm just happy 40k is good again. That would be it. So a lot is riding on 11th edition, but 11th edition, even on the very, very small chance it was shit, I don't think kills GW. Because like I said, I think they could right the ship. Now, if 11th edition is bad and then 12th edition was bad, then I think they're in the toilet. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look, Raven. I know you're sending good bits. Okay, but didn't they do that with Horus Heresy? Second was bad, so people just went back. The Heresy community is massively fragmented. There's some people playing first edition, well, 1.5. There's some people playing second. There's some people playing third. But Horus Heresy, the moment Horus Heresy basically is in stagnation because the community is fractured. Yeah. So if 11th game is bad, hear me out. If they have sick models like the new spoiler they just released, I don't care how bad 11th is, I'll play it and buy the sick models. Raven Mercenaries, that's a very good point, but gameplay has always led 40k's success. There were lots of beautiful models that came out over the course of 6th and 7th edition. Things like Riptides and Wraith Knights. I think that's where we got like plastic Bane Blades and stuff like that. Many, many beautiful models came out, beautiful for their time over the course of 6th and 7th edition. It didn't save the game. Despite what people say, gameplay leads 40k success. Everyone says, oh, well, the hobbyists competitive players make up so little part of it. It's all about the hobbyists. Hobbyists make up a fraction of it. Absolutely a fraction of it. In terms of what dictates the success. I'm not saying hobbyists don't make up a massive part of the community, but what dictates success within 40k is gameplay. Yeah. I think casual players and hobbyists make up a huge proportion of the community. I think they do not make up a huge portion of what maintains power and success with 40k. Yeah. That's my opinion. But the evidence supports it. The evidence supports it. If GW could rely upon beautiful models alone, they wouldn't release editions every 3 years. They wouldn't be considering going to 2 years. They just keep releasing better and better and more beautiful models. Yeah. The gameplay is very important. So, Raven Mercedes, I feel like there's a risk of us going around in circles now. If you've got any last points you want to throw in, last word, I'll give you the last word, mate, if you want to. But I think I've enjoyed the back and forth, enjoyed the discussion. I hope you have as well, man. And I think we both agree 11th edition is 99.99% likely to be successful. But hopefully we can both agree that 11th edition not going well for GW 11th edition being bad would not be good for GW, even if it's on the off chance. And that they're probably a little more exposed. I think we can both agree that they're a little bit more exposed than probably people realize that they want to be. Yeah. Nope, good points. I'll go look at my 40k models on Discord. Raven Mercenaries, you're an officer and a gentleman, man. You're not, honestly, mate, you're an officer and gentleman. Thank you so much for the discussion. Really enjoyed it. And you can see I wasn't actually being overly dramatic or anything like that. And I think we had a pretty reasoned back and forth. That's what the debate should be like, man. Yeah, that's what the debate. Good, appreciate it, man. Thank you. There we are. There we go. I always say I actually enjoy it when people challenge me. I never, ever want this place to become an echo chamber. You know, that's not good for anyone. Anyway, should we do some last few super chats? Shall we do some last few super chats and then wrap this bad boy up? Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. Quick list review, in-stream discussion. Kingdom, quick list review, sir. Thinking of a more low fantasy historical army to push into the closest forces when introducing new people to the game. 1,000 points Bretonia, Baron on Warhorse, Lands, Heavy Armor, Shield, Siren's Locket. Sounds good. Sergeant at Arms, love it. Levitating Shield sounds funny. 11 Mounted Knights of the Realm, 39 Men at Arms, 12 Peasant Bowmen, 12 Peasant Bowmen, Field Trebuchet. I'd probably think about splitting the Knights of the Realm units down a little bit. A big brick of Men at Arms is fine. I'd just consider going for 2 units of 6 on Knights of the Realm. But I would just build them as a unit of 12. And if you need to break them down to 2 units of 6, you can do. Yeah. Doesn't really matter if one unit's got command and one doesn't. It's not the end of the world. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think that looks like a nice 1,000-point army that feels very Bretonian and would be cool to play. Yeah. I don't think it's competitive, but I think it's a good intro force. A good get a feel for Old World force. Yeah. It's got peasants, knights, a couple of characters, bish bash bosh. A bit more grounded as well. Nice. Raven Mercenaries. Speaking of sent my finished Cadians and Command Squad. Bro, let's have a look, mate. We may not see eye to eye on some things, Raven Mercenaries, but I love this paint job, mate. Love that you've even done the goddamn movement tray. Very, very cool. The classic Cadians combined with the new Kazakin. I'm actually annoyed GW doesn't make this as an option now. Now this... I actually did a video recently talking about how hardened veterans should come back because they're really good for like making a unit that's truly your dudes. This would be a perfect example of how you would make hardened veterans in carapace armor in, you know, back in the day. Obviously, before plastic Kazakin existed. Imagine, I mean, this is how you would make, if it was 4th edition, you would make carapace armor regular guardsmen as well. Very, very, very cool, man. Yeah, love this. Oh no, you had to fucking ruin it. It's a fucking towel. There you are, man. Oh no. They're not guard. They're fucking Guvesa. Yeah, I miss veterans too, man. Veterans are great. Yeah. Oh, no, he's pulled it back again. Okay, I mean, there's a bit of Tau heresy on the shoulder pad, but he's fucking pulled it back. Gun shield, heavy stubber vibes. Yes. Yes, this is good. Now again I'm sad though because GW doesn't make this an official model. Cool, man. Is that UCSR? I thought it said USSR. I was like, whoo, spicy. Yeah. That's cool, man. Was it UGSR? United Galactic Socialist Republics? Something like that. No, and it says I think it says UCS. Yeah. They look good, mate. They look good. They look very good. Votan decals. Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Dude, I love them. Genuine 10 out of 10, man. Fantastic. And last but not least, we've got Gandalf Smoke. Thank you for the super chat, man. Check out my Black Templar test model on Discord. Any thoughts? I think you've done a very good job on it. I think you've done a very, very good job on it. I like the off-white you've done on the shoulder pads. I like the chipping you've done. Lots of edge highlighting. Red power fist. I like the chain decal around the power fist. Very, very nice. That looks like a Black Templar, that does, mate. Candles on the back. Yeah. Very, very powerfully done miniature. Do a bit of basing, mate, and you're Gucci. Very cool. Ready for crusading, indeed. Indeed. Oh, he's done another one. Let's have a look. Hey, yeah, man. Whatever you're doing with your color scheme, keep doing it. That's my advice. Whatever you're doing, just do this and keep rolling it out across more of the army. It is very, very good. Very tasty. Looks really good. Yeah. I have no notes. Honest, 10 out of 10. Really, really good Black Templars. All right. And on that note, we've done a mega 8-hour stream, but we got a lot of stream highlights and stuff done out of it. And we had lots and lots of hype. In summary, the Warlord game new bundles are really good. I'm gonna dash off, to be honest, though, guys, because it's very late and I'm very tired. But I do want to say a huge thank you. A huge thank you to everyone who joined today's stream. A huge thank you to everyone who liked and subscribed. Of course, massive thank you to everyone that chatted away. And a huge thank you to everyone who joined for the hype and stayed for the beef. To those of you who are celebrating Valentine's Day with your partners, I hope you have a lovely Valentine's Day with lots and lots of just good vibes. For those of you that are living the bachelor or bachelorette lifestyle this Valentine's Day, make sure you treat yourself, take care of yourself, and you know, make sure you do keep your spirits up and all that kind of good stuff. For everyone in between, I hope you have a great week. Well, for everyone in general, I hope you have a great weekend. Have lots of fun. Play lots of games, play lots of models. And I look forward to seeing what you get up to on Monday. Of course, I want to say a huge thank you to everyone who supported today's stream. Went above and beyond the Call of Duty. Loads of memberships and super chats and all that kind of good stuff. And of course, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who joined and who joined the stream and who are enjoying the Conflict and Warlord hype train. And last but not least, a massive thank you to all of the support for this week. I always like to try and take a moment on the Friday stream to say a big thank you, because I'm very aware that I'm very fortunate to be able to do Warhammer full time, and I only really get to do it thanks to generous support and contributions, and just in general thanks to this community. So seriously, guys, massive thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for all your support, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this gig for one more week. But I'm very tired now, so I'm going to go to sleep. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. I need a song. I know what we'll go for. We'll go for a K-47 song. And as I feel like the Axis have got the strongest bundle, we'll have a K-47 Axis song players out. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
of the past arise, marching forth with resolute pride. In the Führer we trust, there's nowhere to hide. The roar of vengeance, the thunderous blast. We forge the future, reigniting the past. March of the Stormtrooper. Whisper commands in the wasteland of dreams. We make our stands. Infernal wrath in the muzzle flash as fate rewrites itself in the iron clash. Through trenches of sorrow we march with embers of glory under Brandenburg's arch. March of the Stormtrooper. MG44, unleash the storm. For Mars, to the bitter end. For the Reich shall know no end. In the shadows of dominance, we carve our fate. With the will of iron, we bring the hate. The skies rain fire as the weak fall away. In this unyielding march, we'll seize the day like war.